All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to OTW News, the Grand Rising Show number 18. Do we have a show lined up for you today? It is presently 7:35 a.m. Eastern Time here, Montreal, Canada, 3 degrees Celsius, sunny outside. What a great day. We are April 28th. And we also have a surprise for you guys this morning. Great guest, also co-host for this great Grand Rising Show, number 18. Please welcome Mr. Dick himself, Freedom Grower. Give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to have to get those applause sound effects, dude. Welcome to the show. Your
All
mic's muted.
right. Woo-hoo. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Woo. Yippee-ki-yay.
All right, Mr. Dick. How you doing, sir?
Ah, man, I'm half cocked, literally and figuratively. Yeah, woke up with half morning wood and just trying to figure out what to do with that, hoping it'll go down here because it's uncomfortable. Yes, for anyone that's wondering, I have a half woody right now. Use your imagination. It's small genitalia, though, so it's nothing too exciting to tell your friends about or anything. Just keep it to yourself. It's between you and me, Sly Shy. Don't tell anybody.
All right, so we'll keep that to ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. We got 10 people watching right now, so make sure to hit that like button. Share this out. We're going to let the people roll in real slowly and take this little grand morning, quietly, slowly. We'll ease into the day, and I'll come up with a video to start off our show a little bit later on after we have a little chat. I'm going to shout out everybody in the chat. Hold on a sec. I'll do that right now, actually. I got right now, man, the chat's already on fire, Dick. We got Laced Ups in the house. We have You Tell Me. We also have, ladies and gentlemen, Laced Up and You Tell Me in the chat. That's it. Well, God, you guys, your fingers are on fire. We got, Never Take the Jabs in the house. Chuck from Tennessee. We also have Freedom Grower. Oh, no, he's on stage with me. Okay, well, and I'm in the chat,
You tell
too.
me he's in the shower right now, in case you're wondering. He likes to do exposés on people's broadcasts. Did you ever see that? He came on mine when he was in the shower.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah. It was an odd, uncomfortable moment, and metaversally speaking, but made for good content. He was, it was just a strange situation, but come on up, You Tell Me. Join us in the shower. Give us some shower time, You tell me. Of course, he doesn't show nudity. He's just sitting in the shower talking.
Oh, okay. All right. I get it. Like, is the shower on? It's like there's water going on?
It was in this case. He
Okay.
was, it just had it, head or like upper chest and above. And I'm trying to remember. I think he was like washing his hair or something while he was talking. And it's just kind of funny stuff. You tell me says he's on the toilet. Okay, well.
Oh, okay. Well, that's close. I mean, it's not far from the shower there. It's in the same room.
Yeah, I think save the best for my channel. He's giving you the shitter, but
we got Yeti Life's in the house. We got Sly Shy is also in the house. They just popped in. I see you guys rolling in. Much love and respect to you all. Happy to see you guys for this another grand episode of the Grand Rising Show, which is actually being very successful. Thanks to all of you out there. Getting a lot of traction, and I believe that people are enjoying the show, which is absolutely phenomenal. I am ecstatic, very happy. We have now officially been monetized and are officially YouTube partners. That's the way things go. When you pass 1,000 subs, you eventually have the chance to become a partner with YouTube. So that being said, thank you very much, YouTube, and I appreciate you giving me the chance to prove myself as a worthy broadcaster here on YouTube. So thanks a lot for everybody in the chat. You guys that are here right now are awesome. We got Benton that just rolled in. So I'll be dropping the link for you guys to come join in at any given moment. If you have anything you would like to share with us, anything you would like to say, we talk about a multitude of topics during the day. We do stream for 8 hours in a row. So guys, buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride. You never know what could happen here. Chaos could, just pop up at any given moment. Somebody can talk about a subject. Somebody in chat or out there gets triggered. Bang, clicks the link. Come on up here. It's It's oh my goodness, guys! I got my first ever super chat. This is freaking cool, man. This is my first ever super chat.
Good move, Benton. That's
Benton,
cool.
man. You're the first one to have a super chat. Congratulations, sir. That is awesome. We have Sly Shy backstage. Welcome to the show, Sly Shy.
Sly.
Good morning, brothers.
Cheers.
Grand rising to you, sister.
Thank you,
brothers
brother.
and sisters.
Thank you, brother. Anyway,
you should do the Talcott bit.
You must be lagging, OTW News. You got to be lagging. You read the chat and you said 2 names and you said, oh, that's all that's in here. That's why I said, well, what am I, chopped liver?
Yeah, well, say, hold on a sec. We got Laced Up's in the house.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey,
cheers.
You're right. There must be a lag. I see that in chat. It pops up like 10 comments in one shot. So I guess it wasn't. It didn't update itself. Oh my god!
I'm like, hold up. He trying to start a fight early in the morning. You trying to get cut early in the morning, OTW?
Look at that. Hold on a second. Look at this. It's gonna start.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Everybody, welcome Illuminati to the stream where the chaos shall begin.
Oh my God!
Right now, it starts off with a bang here on Friday. Today is the 28th of April. It is 7:41 a.m. Let the chaos begin.
Did you know today's a holiday?
It is.
Yeah, it's my birthday. 40 years old.
Wow!
Happy birthday to you,
dude. Nah, you shouldn't have said that.
How old did you say? 40? 43?
40, unfortunately.
40.
You still a baby. You still got milk behind your ears.
Thank you for telling me that. That makes me feel good.
But listen,
Sly Shy say he needs some milk.
I listen, OTW, I love you,
listening.
But I can't stay. I want to keep my optics high, right? And right now, I'm gonna let y'all have this panel.
Come on, you want to stay and argue with the Illuminati for a bit?
No, that's not how I'm feeling this morning.
We're sitting right here for you, Sly.
So
No,
I'd rather fight with people that I can fight with. I cannot fight with Illuminati. I won't win. See, I admit that I will not win with Illuminati, so I don't even engage.
At least she gets it. Because if you see me arguing on a panel, you can rest
assured. No. I know how you
you.
treat me. That's why I can't engage. Have a great day, guys. Love you.
Have a good one, Sly.
Have a great day, Sly Shy. Thank you for being here. You're always welcome. Come back anytime.
I dig Sly Shy. It's Homestead's the one I beef with, in my opinion.
You got a beef with Mary, huh?
I mean, she's the one I usually beef with.
She's fantastic. She's just, working a homestead, raising her kids.
Yeah, alarmingly close to where my land is too. That's why it's
shit.
It's peculiar that she's the one that tried to get the pedo thing started. But
really? I didn't catch that.
Well, yeah, because a lot of people talk like they saw the Lauren thing, and then they say things that contradict that they would have seen it. Like, there was a lot of fun trolley stuff until the pedo thing kind of threw it off the rails.
Yeah, it seems to be one of the things that people go to.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, that or you're an agent.
Your birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's your birthday.
I hate those little things.
It's your birthday.
I know, them little Jewish fucking
terrible little fucking demons.
It's your birthday.
They're evil. They're
Not
so full
good,
of hate.
I've already had my fill of this song after Birthday Boys had enough.
I don't know that it was great content, but it's definitely not good with that.
So what you were saying about
I couldn't help myself,
monetized.
man. It just had to go.
Yeah, TW, you are the
I was
company
saying
you
that,
keep. You're partnering with YouTube, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna be a part of that big industry, and what the heck? I sold my soul
They'll
to the
cut you.
devil, guys.
They'll cut you down
Well,
real quick. Don't worry.
with disregard to the ability of purchasing subs, I had always had the idea when these streets opened up, like of all these channels among us that like we all know those channels. I didn't see why we couldn't just like coordinate the subs. Like once one of them had over 1,000 subs, just send them to sub to all of them and get it rolling.
Well, I try to send everybody over to everybody else's channel every chance I get when I go live, and especially when the people come and click the link and they come up on panel, I automatically promote their channel. It's like it's a given for sure. I'll do it. So if that encourages people to go and click the link and come and participate, you'll have a chance for me to promote your stuff. And
So it's
'cause
like
I-
1,000. It's over
it-
1,000 subs and like an amount of viewer hours, view hours.
Yeah, you
I
have to
think
have a
it's
certain amount of
4,000 hours, 4,000 hours, and 1,000 subs. Yeah.
Yep.
Or you can have 10 million views, 10 million views in your shorts instead of
Yeah,
4,000
isn't that
hours.
a weird?
Yeah.
Isn't that really weird how they added that whole short thing? Now they want to add monetization on the shorts. Now that's why.
Because
It's-
shorts can go viral really, really quickly. Yeah,
Really
I mean,
quick.
I got
And
one of
the-
my shorts that had like 1,600 views in 24 hours. So
And this was the YouTube thing. When they were rolling, they wanted you to make long videos so they could cram more advertise into it. And then when TikTok got big, they were like, hey, on second thought, we want you to do shorts too.
Right. Let's shorten this up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's because the attention span of the average person, average dummy, is probably
That's
like
the
30
plan.
seconds. So
Yep. That's the plan.
another video, another video, another
That's
video.
why I didn't get offended when the whole community was telling me I write
Oh,
books
look, he's
the
in the
chat.
shower, bro.
That's right, baby. Shower time.
Is he at the YMCA?
He said, "Is he at the YMCA?"
anything can happen on OTW News, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely phenomenal. All right.
The Young Men's Club Association.
This is
Young
the
Men's-
Grant Rising Show number 18. We got You Tell Me in the Shower.
Looks like the homeless shelter down the block from my house.
Is he in Talcott's
kidding.
bathroom? I just want to know, is this one of the meetings? Did Talcott bring a man home?
No, Talcott, I told you. Wait till I'm finished.
Did Talcott bring a man home from the meeting last night? Wait a minute. What are you doing in Talcott's shower, man, brother?
Tales from the Talcott shower.
Sharing is caring.
Hey, don't drop the soap. You tell me. We
Oh,
don't
that-
want to. We don't want to get that
protocol.
perspective.
See, that's why I don't give advice. Because for all
The
we know,
fireplace might move if he dropped the soap. Don't drop the soap. The fireplace might move.
right? But there's like 1 in 5 people in society would
Illuminati.
love to drop the
Illuminati.
fucking soap.
Illuminati, excuse me, Illuminati. I came back because I really had some stuff that I wanted to discuss, right? I really want to like discuss it. Could you give me a few minutes, please? Thank you. Appreciate that. Dick, you on the ball. I love the trigger finger. But
That
anyway,
wasn't me.
guys,
It wasn't me,
Listen-
but did he actually go off, or did you do that, OTW?
he's not telling. Don't answer questions.
Oh, yeah. No,
OTW.
I didn't throw anybody out. I think he must have. I don't know. I didn't
Yeah,
do
so he
nothing.
did
I
that
wasn't
for
there.
you. That
It was
a
the
nice
magic.
gesture.
I
It was the
Or
magic.
he did it for you as a nice gesture. Maybe I'm assuming the best, but maybe I shouldn't do. But
Hey, you see
Wishful
this
thinking.
face? You see this face? I am so grateful. Thank you, Tommy.
yeah,
What
But
did
anyway,
you do?
guys.
What did you do? What magic did you use? What? Hold on. I was only gone to make my coffee. I come back and you.
All she did was say she wanted to talk, and then he disappeared. It was great.
Wow.
I stopped him. I stopped him from talking and told him I wanted to talk. I told him that it needed to come back to me now. So But anyway,
I
guys,
am woman. Hear me roar. I am.
hear me roar. That's right. But listen, I was thinking about our conversation all day. I mean, well, for a minute, about the, different people. And I still say, even though I'm a female and I dressed up in a suit every day, what would that make me mentally disturbed because I'm a female and I dressed up in a suit every day? Anybody?
Repeat that question.
Bueller. It was a question. What are you guys doing?
I just asked you to repeat the question. I didn't hear it. Well, I did hear it, but
Okay.
I was paying attention. I was in chat.
Well, come on, man. Look, I came
So if
back.
you wore
from
a
the
suit,
meeting
every day,
every day
would that
At-
make any
to
difference
school,
versus anything
to-
else you wear?
to school, right?
To
To a
school, yeah.
school and
you're
sat down
teaching.
and read a book and teaching. Would that make me mentally disturbed?
If you wore it's like a 3-piece suit with a tie.
Hmm.
Okay, so if you wore
Wearing that little
for-
suit to let them know what's up.
you would actually.
My
be
wife
dressed-
wears professional attire to work every day. What's wrong
Yeah,
with
that's
that?
what I was gonna say. You're gonna look. You're
Shut up,
gonna look.
DD to 14. He talking about
You know-
nobody wears a tie in school every day.
No, but you would look professional in people would take you seriously, in my opinion, if you're wearing a 3-piece suit there. And it's. I don't even think it
I'm
has
okay with
anything to
that.
do with gender there.
Now,
Yeah,
if you
okay,
do want to
now I
attach
see
a
where you're
large
going.
phallus-shaped object to your forehead, I might have an issue with that when it comes to public education and teaching our children. So, yes,
right,
you can wear
listen.
a suit. No, you can't wear a gigantic dildo on your forehead.
Okay, there you go. Now, being as though I'm different, I'm not like society would see me in heels and a dress. Why couldn't that be explained to a child? Oh, she's just different. She doesn't like wearing heels and dresses. She like wearing 3-piece suits. Does that make her? That
It
doesn't make.
to a child.
Wait.
Yeah, but
okay.
that could be easily explained to a child.
Not difficult.
Very
What's
easily
difficult
explained.
is the 10-inch
So-
dildo or the fucking huge gigantic fake breasts.
There you
that are
go. So if a
beyond-
man, come on, stay with me, guys. Come on, man, brothers
Well,
and
it-
sisters.
It's
I
beyond
mean, brother-
perverted.
Please.
That's the point,
Alright.
though, is when you go into sick perversion, you don't want that around your children.
But who?
Yeah.
But listen to me. How do you know it's sick perverted, right?
When
How
you
do
see it
how
on
do
the
you
outside,
God told
when you
me.
can see it on the outside, when you can
Yeah,
see
but
it on
you're
the outside
judging-
and they're portraying
But,
it.
but you're judging someone and don't even know because of what you
You're
see.
judging me because God told me.
Hey, if you show up to a school and you got your cleavage hanging out and you
Right.
got the short skirt on and the high heels with the fishnet stockings, you really shouldn't be in a school with
Exactly.
young children. You shouldn't be.
Right. So
Whether
that-
That's
you're a man
not
or a
appropriate.
woman.
there
Now-
you go.
Whether
Thank you
you're a
very
man
much,
or a
Steve.
woman.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, wait,
My-
stay with me,
my
guys.
opinion.
Okay, that behavior is not appropriate, right? Going to a school with a short skirt and boobs out
Thank
and
you.
all that. It's not
Exactly,
appropriate.
Sly.
But this is where I'm coming from. Why couldn't that still be explained to your child? See, we already know that's not appropriate. We already know a man coming in with heels and a dress, it might not be appropriate, in a school, right?
But what you gonna
Explaining
tell the
why
child-
I'm a loser parent that would send my child and send them into a den of vipers, into a pit of perverts.
No.
I have to explain that to him. Sorry, Johnny, I'm sending you
But you're
off
not-
to a bunch of
your
disrespectful.
child- No,
Weirdo.
but your child doesn't know that. You know that. Your child
Exactly.
doesn't know
They're
that.
That's
counting
why
on
the
me to
child-
be. That's exactly the point, Sly. They're counting
Right.
on me as their guardian to make wise and sound decisions for their safety and their benefit. So I have
For
to
your
raise them
child.
with consideration.
But for your child, though, you have to explain to your child, right? Raging a war against different people that you would have to explain. Oh, well, if you dress like that, my child is gonna. If you act like that, my child is gonna.
Yeah,
If
but
you
Yeah,
behave like my
that's
child is gonna-
absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Psychological damage is created by teachers. Teachers create people.
They're the
We
authority.
send our
They're
kids-
looking
How
to
about
We
them.
at
send
home?
our
Who
kids,
creates-
hold on. Our kids spend the majority of their daytime there. I'm not saying parents aren't at fault, because parents are at fault too for allowing things to happen. But the administrators and the school teachers in these institutions push this shit on the children without parental consent.
Okay,
That's
can I ask another question? So we got these lawmakers, we got these people now that want 10-year-olds that's been raped to have children, that if they get have it birthed a child at 10, they want them to have they want them to go ahead and have the child at 10 years old. Do you see anything wrong with that?
Who said that? Where do you see
Well,
that?
I'm not too sure if that's even biologically possible there. If
It is. It's biologically possible. And
TYT just talked about it yesterday.
Oh, wow. Okay, so there's your point of source of information right there. You're listening to TYT.
But now we're taking this from a transgender to abortion.
It's nothing wrong with listening. I listen to you guys. I listen to a lot of stuff.
The problem is there's no facts behind that law. None.
There's no, we're not talking about the law. We're just talking about the conversation of a 10-year-old being great.
Let me get in here real quick, Sly. I just want to make a point to what you're saying. So if the 10-year-old got raped, and now you're saying
great.
What's that?
Talking points, great. Not the other one. Great.
Okay, sure.
Great.
I got you. Hobo code. So you're saying that person needs to have the ability to terminate the pregnancy. So we're leaving the transgender argument now about kids being surrounded by perverts, and we're talking about now when it's okay to terminate a child's life, right?
I think, because I think that's perverted.
Yeah, I agree with you. Ending a child's life is really perverted.
A 10-year-old child. No, I think to make a 10-year-old child carry a baby. We're talking about a 10-year-old child. We're talking about a 10-year-old child, not a grown woman carrying a baby. So I think that's perverted.
Well, it's a little mind-boggling. Obviously, it's not something.
It's perverted to me. My opinion, it's perverted. He said it was perverted. My opinion, it's perverted.
Both are perverted, though. Can you not acknowledge that? It's perverted that a grown-ass man had sex with a child and impregnated her, and it's also fucking perverted to then kill a baby as a result of that.
Yeah, but it's
perverse.
But we think
Can you not
about
see that? Can we be unilateral in what's right and wrong and use our discernment? Both are fucking terrible acts of destruction that are one kills an actual being.
But the people that are making this decision are other people, not the baby's parent that says, I don't want my child to go through that. We got other people saying, oh, well, we think a 10-year-old child should have the baby. That's what we believe.
There's not a very high majority that believe that. So,
yeah,
here's another thing.
Pull it up, please Google.
We're talking about a fraction of a percentage of a percent here too. This is not.
Please Google it. People in Congress are having this conversation.
But let's deal with it head on. Go ahead, Laced.
I can attest to that. People in Congress are talking about it, and the people in Congress that are talking about it are straight retarded. Number one. Number two, none of that shit will ever pass. You're lucky to see the shit that's going on in California. Believe me, that shit's going to change too. But the problem is none of that is true. They can talk about whatever they want. It's talking points to get the American people riled the fuck up.
Oh my God!
None of that shit is ever going to pass.
Okay, now
I'm
so glad you said that. Listen, I'm so glad you said that. Right? So, can I tell my husband, go ahead and dress up as a drag queen and go read some books to the kids because we're gonna start this new talking point. We're gonna start this. Listen, we're going to start this new talking point of drag queens and transgenders teaching your children, because that's what's been going on for the past 3 years, that they've been pushing this, transgenders and confused people and they teaching your children. So why? So you don't
push it even further than that. They push it even further. They even put it into the governmental institutions here in Canada where you're not allowed saying Mr. or Mrs. anymore if you work for the federal government. So when people walk into the governmental establishment, the people that are working there are no longer allowed to identify you as Mr. or Mrs.
You're not a pregnant woman, you're a birthing person.
But who is making, this is what I'm saying to you guys, who is making all of these things up? Other people, not us. We're not saying it. They are saying it. They are pushing the fear. They are pushing the division. They are doing all of this. We as human beings think for ourselves and we say, hey, I'm going to teach my child. If you don't want your child to be like that or act like that or whatever, I'm going to teach my child right from wrong. I'm not going to blame other people for my child's growing up. And then when your child grow up and say, hey, well, I don't like being this way, I want to be that way, then what you going to do? You know what I mean? But you have to be responsible for teaching your children. We can't keep blaming other people and other people's behavior, other people's issues.
We can blame.
Yeah, but you're a
people in the world.
hypocrite, Sly. You're
How?
a hypocrite because
How?
you want to use government to fund abortion. So in the same breath, while
I
you're
don't
saying
do
you
that.
don't,
Wait.
of
There you
course,
go.
we've had this
I don't do none of
conversation
that.
before,
I
Sly.
don't do
It's all
none of
on
that.
record. We've had this
I don't
conversation
do
before.
none of that.
You're all
I
too
don't do
fine
none of that.
for
I
the
don't support
government to
abortions. I don't
extract
support the
from the
government.
people.
I don't support the government at all. So
Okay, so
stop
then let me
that. Don't put
we've
me in
had
that
this
box.
conversation before, Sly.
No,
It's all
we
on
never
record. You
had
can
that.
go back and you could listen. We've already
And I
had this
said that
conversation.
I
Let me
said I
throw
support
something out to you.
abortions. I said I
Let me
support.
throw something out to you.
Go
Let me
ahead,
throw something out to you.
because you never
So
heard
then
me say I support anything.
let me
Sly,
throw so you
I
don't
put, excuse me, Freedom. Sly, when I put somebody front stage, please let them speak.
Yes, sir.
okay. So the government, right, is going to tell the people what they can and can't do with regards to these things. And so everybody's looking for the government to create legislation and tell us what's right, how to handle these things. What if this was just dealt at a communal level where people like me who see when that scenario you presented happens, you know, if I'm aligned with OTW or someone in a community, we come together and we say, we're going to come around that child and help them and give them all the support possible. Now, if there's a health issue there or something, of course, you got to contend with that. But I would see it would be better to surround that entity with love and support than try to kill another child, create another harm as a result of that. But likewise, you can have the autonomy where a community, if they want to engage in terminating the pregnancy and that's how they want to handle it, why can't you have different working examples of this going on in society instead of having government regulate it and let it just play out and see what works the best, what creates the best society?
That's where I agree with that 100%, right? This is what I'm saying. Everybody listens to the government, right? Because when they start pushing out these talking points, people jump on the bandwagon. Yeah, we're going to stand up for the children. Yeah, we're not going to lie. Yeah. And instead, I think that we should get, like you said, get in these communities, talk to the parents, right? Support the parents, support the adults, the people that are responsible for these children. Maybe they got some issues that are going on with them that need to be dealt with, right? See, we want to rage war and stand up because we don't like something, but that's where we come with the divide. Instead of, like you said, we get in our communities, we talk to the parents, we come together in peace and not want to fight and rage war. We come together in peace and we hold our communities responsible, right? We don't let this shit get in our community. We stand together as a community. We don't rage war on YouTube and say, hey, or we don't stand in the street across the street from the deletion center and oh, you're a bad mother. That's not how you fix it. You don't fix it like that. You know what I mean? People are arguing and fighting and dividing instead of coming up with solutions to help fix
Let's
it.
press into this though, Sly. Let's talk about this on practical terms, day to day, like how this works out. 13-year-old girl gets pregnant, wants to have an abortion. She goes to her teacher in her public school and says, I got pregnant. I don't want my parents to know. I'm scared and they'll kill me. I got to have an abortion. What is the teacher supposed to do in that case?
I think the teacher should call the law and get the law involved.
Exactly.
See,
you didn't say that get the parents
wrong,
involved.
That's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer.
Let me drill into
Get
this a little
law
more,
involved?
Lace. Let me kind of expose what I was leading to earlier, because she was obfuscating that and trying to deny that, and I think it needs to be drawn out a little more. So you go to law enforcement. So what happens next? Now what?
So we explain the situation. This young lady is fearful of her parents. She's had gotten to a situation and she's fearful of her parents. So what other things that we could come up with to help her, right? And then then whoever will, be able to contact the parents and maybe sit down and explain it, help explain it, or get some kind of worker or whatever to go with the child and help explain it to the parents. Because if the child is fearful that something might happen to her from the parents, then the child needs help.
And the parents say, we will not support our child having an abortion, and we will not engage in anything that allows that process to happen, and we will fight vehemently against it. So get the fuck out of our lives, and we'll handle our business. Now
they have a right. They have a right. That's their child.
But that's the thing. That's not the way it's going right now.
We already know, but still.
I'll tell you. Let me speak from a personal experience that I dealt with yesterday. My daughter got bullied by a boy in school. My 10-year-old daughter got bullied by a boy in school. Pushed. My daughter has social problems. Talks weird. She says, "Oh, I don't want to be here. I wish I wasn't here." You know how kids are sometimes. It sucks. But when the boy told her, "Go ahead, kill yourself." You know what I mean? And what did they do? They pulled my daughter in, talked to her for 15, 20 minutes, then call us. No, what you need to do is call us first. Go ahead, bring her in, make sure are you going to kill yourself? No? Okay, let me call your mom. Boom. Not talk to her for 15, 20 minutes. You're not a counselor. You're not my parents' counselor. I need to be well aware of this instantly. I need to be let known this instantly. They don't let parents know shit. They are allowed in New York State, in my state, the children, my son, my 6-year-old son could walk into school this morning and say, I want to be identified as a girl. I want to be known as Caitlin, not Caleb. And they would have to do and conform with that and not even tell me. That's bullshit.
Well, that's
okay, hold on a second. Wait, Sly, hold on a second. I just want to answer that because see, the issue is the fact that you leave your kids at the school, you're already giving them authority over your child. All right, so right. They're the ones that are actually responsible, and they're ones that are become the how do you say that? Like okay, it's like when you leave your child at school. All right, they are the legal guardians of that child for the time being that they're in the school. So they have all the authority. They don't have to call you. They're their own authority. That's the whole thing. The child does not belong to you anymore in a legal sense. Okay, the child belongs to the school because you went there, brought the kid to school, either put him on a bus, sent them there, and you transferred your authority over to the governmental establishment. All right. Mm-hmm. So this is what happens. So even if you don't agree with the fact that they don't call you, it's irrelevant because that's how the establishment functions.
Works. Okay? Right. That's how they work.
But if the community got together, the community in whatever school district, and went up to the schools and had meetings and put your foot down and say, hey, we know that we pay taxes. Y'all pay them to take care of your child. Right?
None of that means nothing when you.
I already know, baby. I'm 60. I'm 60. Right. I already know.
I just want to.
There's definitely never been enough standing up in my community. There's just been
right.
Just push over.
That's because
I want to get this on record, Sly.
Go ahead.
One more time, just to be clear.
Go ahead.
You do not support, because this would be progress from our last conversation. You do not support 1 cent of my blood, sweat, and tears being extracted to go to Planned Parenthood, right?
Could say that shit to me in layman terms, man. Stop being trying to be all intelligent.
Do you think taxpayer dollars should go to fund abortion?
No, that's not what I said. Planned Parenthood, because that's a big differentiator. Because that's where this is the slippery slope.
Oh yeah, you're right.
They'll say, "Oh no, I'm not. Shouldn't support abortion." But yeah, of course it needs to support Planned Parenthood. That's a community.
But you've been supporting it all of this time, though.
That's not the fucking question, Sly. Come on,
right.
stop sitting there avoiding what I'm asking. If I asked it in an intelligent way that you can understand, and then they simplified it even
All right,
more.
ask it one more time, damn it. Ask it again. God
Do
damn.
you want taxpayer dollars to go to Planned Parenthood? Should a part of my blood, sweat, equity go to funding that organization?
I'm going to have to say that's a choice of yours, Dick. I don't support it.
So it's currently not a support. It's not a choice of mine, right? All federal.
It is a choice. It is a choice of yours, Dick.
It is not a choice of ours.
I cannot pay taxes altogether,
Right.
and find creative ways to do that.
You don't go to jail if you don't pay taxes. You need to learn the law.
So you support the system in its current state, though, forcing me, not voluntarism, extracting from me to do what I consider murder to other children, because that's what that organization does, and you support that. That's the reality behind this. That's where the rub is when the rubber meets the road. You're not for limited government or anti-government or communal solutions. You're actually for having the government be the dictator of this stuff and
no, not me. Not me. I'm totally against the government telling you what to do. I am totally against any man having dominion over another human being. I'm totally against it.
So then just state it for the record. You don't want any of my resources forcefully extracted to support Planned Parenthood. Because last time you said you wanted it to be, and you wanted it forced, and that you were fine with that, and that I should be okay with that. And I'm not okay with that. So let's have some progress here today.
Okay.
You're not okay with it, right?
I'm not okay with your blood, sweat, and tears going to whatever you dislike. No, I'm not. Okay. Did I say that clearly?
Yes.
Did you understand me clearly?
Yeah, that's better than where we were at last time. At least we got some progress. You know, we're moving in the right direction.
I don't support none of that shit. I try to support the government as less as possible because I don't believe that the government should have dominion over your life, right? The government shouldn't tell you how much money you should spend, how much, the government shouldn't have anything to do with your human life. Really, you're supposed to govern yourself. You're supposed to govern your children, not the government. That's how I feel. I've been governing myself for the past almost 30 years, right? And I feel good about who I am. I don't support none of that shit, but I'm not going to go and rage war and say, hey, you shouldn't do this. You bad person. I'm not doing
raging
that.
war. Nobody's raging war here.
Not you, baby. I'm talking about people and the people that you see doing that. When you see the peaceful protests and you see the buildings burning and stuff, and then you say, oh, that's Black Lives Matter, that's Antifa, stuff like that. Like people go around and carry signs, and put on t-shirts doesn't mean that they necessarily part of that group. You know what I mean? People cause
it's Hegelian dialectic. I mean, it's divide and conquer. It's propaganda. They present it to us so that we'll do this and have, two opposite polar ideas. But you and I fundamentally agree now, which is cool. We found common ground. We want it to be solved communally. We don't see a one size fits all forced type of scenario that's going to work. It's going to have to be people following their conscience that sears them and like minds coming together and forming support networks to deal with those situations when they come about in the way they deem, intelligent and fruitful.
It's not a one size fits all situation.
No, it's not. It's never. It's not. We're all individuals, right? We are one.
But that's what government does: is group it into a whole as everybody has to do this, and that's what creates the division.
Thank you. Yes.
Or what you can't do. Not what you can do, and also what you can't do. Just like the situation of a 13-year-old being pregnant. Well, first and foremost, I'm not going to be able to say shit because I'm going to find this guy and I will murder him. And now I'm in prison for the rest of my life. And it's not a joke. I mean, my daughter, when she was 10 or 13, if this shit happened, I would lost my mind. You know what I mean?
I wish you had been around when I was young.
They almost
I have 4 kids.
Call security on me 4 times. She's like, "Do I need to call security?" I was like, "Go ahead, do what you got to do," because I am not happy right now.
I have 3 boys, 1 daughter, 2 21-year-olds, an 18-year-old, and a 14-year-old. My 14-year-old just got searched at school because a teacher saw him come out of a bathroom and put something in his pocket, and grabbed him into the office with a school resource officer and searched him. He immediately texted me, "Hey, I just got searched at." I'm like, "Well, did you videotape it? Did you allow them to violate your Fourth Amendment right?" And he understands that, but he did because he's a child who's just doing what he's told. And they're supposed to call the parents and say, "Hey,"
100%.
and I said, "What did you find? What law did he break? What did he violate? I want to know why his rights were violated." Well, sir, I have a right. You do not have a right to search a child. You have to call me. It's in your code of conduct, which I read. Went to the Florida statutes. It's in the same thing in the statutes. You have to contact the parents. So same thing with drag queens reading literature to children in school. They're going to send a letter, or they're going to call and say, "Hey, if you want your children to participate, fill this form. They can participate." That I don't think they should push that on the kids in whole. But if you're a good parent, you're going to teach them what you think is right and wrong. Because they're too young to decide. But hey, laced up. Happy birthday, buddy. Dick, monogamy is the way to go. Polygamy, no way, Maddie. I got to get to work. I'll follow on my way to work. So
Sly,
you guys have fun.
Yeah,
you got a big echo. Sly's got a big echo.
Okay, guys, I'll come back. I'll come back.
Yeah. That was too bad. Would have enjoyed talking about that more. Cheers, Steve.
Yeah. All right. You're always welcome, Steve. Thank you for being here. We have a new addition to the stream, Mr. Moose. Welcome, sir, to the stream. The Grand Rising Show number 18.
Baby.
Moose on the loose.
Can you
What's
hear
up,
me?
everybody? Cheers.
Yes, you're coming in loud and clear.
I think it's time for one of my first birthday dibs.
You sound like a small, still voice in the back of my mind, Moose. You're a little nudging voice.
I think the thing's kind of bigger than my face, so it's kind of making me feel uncomfortable.
Is it? It's directional though. You got to point it towards you. What pattern do you have that on? Is it bipolar right now? Cardioid, hypercardioid? What are you doing?
He doesn't know. What are you talking
Let's
about?
stop the whole broadcast and let's help Moose with his audio because he's had pathetic audio for like a year now. So
yeah,
we'll
for a whole
have,
year my audio sucked.
Yeah, but you're sounding really good now. But since that looks like a unidirectional mic, so you should. Oh no, it's not. It's
that's a directional mic. Yeah. You got to have the part where the speaker is facing towards you, right? You got to make sure the right part is facing
box doesn't
towards.
help, folks.
If this was your mic, dude, you got to talk to it this way, like this,
like this.
No, yeah. There you go.
There you go.
Talk into it that way. Let's see if it's better. Talk.
All right, so I gotta
Moose,
like
it's
this.
gotta look
Does that
like
sound
this.
better?
Oh, way
Yes,
better.
Lots
That's
better.
Amazing.
Oh
Amazing.
shit! See, you guys
See,
are
you're
teaching
welcome.
me shit. Teach me.
You're
See, now I
welcome.
got the little like.
It's because we're musicians. Musicians know how to do that kind of shit.
Well, see, I've never smoked a pole, so I've never like felt comfortable getting my mouth.
Oh shit!
Mic check. Mic check. Do I sound better?
I don't even eat hot dogs, so like.
Yeah, you're good, Sly.
It's just it's my
Man,
life,
I shake
my
every
life
time
way.
I eat a hot dog.
Yeah, that was good, Moose.
Does
Nice
that
work,
remind
buddy.
you of something when you eat a hot dog? Is it what
Yeah,
does
that's
that?
what I'm saying. It's like a horrible memory. Like,
Good morning, Moosey.
I remember my first
first day
interesting.
of college. I ain't never been to college. Well, I did go
I
to
mean,
college. I just never.
The hot
finished
dog
it.
making you shake and stuff. There's a
Oh.
lot of
Oh.
weird things going on my campus too.
Turn your level up a little bit, Moose. Like the peak level there.
Are we getting there?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's wow,
Yeah.
dude.
See, I can't
you're
hear my own
rocking now.
voice. That's the problem.
Exactly. it is
That's
the
what
problem.
earphones are for, bro.
Right.
I was
He's
gonna
too
ask-
small to
okay.
reach the mic.
Are you
Let's be
guys-
honest. He's too
He's
fucking
too
small to reach his mic.
First
Yeah.
of all,
Hey, that's why I got this little like ladder thing. There we go.
You got
now
some-
it's too low.
You got some pooper steps. I
There
got
we
some
go. We
squatter
this
steps.
Professional shit right here. We went on eBay after searching the YouTube streets, looking for all these scam artists that want me to buy product. I spent probably like 12 hours researching which microphone was just plug in.
well, you're sounding great, dude. But if you like, let's say you have a phone aside from your PC, then you can, go listen in real quick on how you sound. Then you'll know what your sound is like when you're speaking. Just listen in on another device.
Yeah,
But
but
then-
then I would take up a spot on your show if I did. You know what I'm saying?
I
You
don't
don't have no
understand.
problem with taking up spots. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean,
No, like if I log on my
I mean, your
phone on the
voice is
StreamYard.
terrible, Moose. It is
no.
absolutely
You don't log
unconscionable. It's
on.
really, really difficult to listen to, but it does do a good job of amplifying your tinfoil, just gnawingly, agonizingly difficult to listen to voice.
But I
I
meant
was
like
really hoping it would give me some bass, throw some chest
No.
in there, but
no, but
No, still sounds
Say it
very
with your
feminine.
chest.
Timmy's
Yeah,
laughing.
you're not saying it with your chest, Moose.
Timmy shows up in his prison attire.
Oh no, you took the words right out of my mouth. I said, is he in his orange jumpsuit?
He's out on what it's
On parole.
jail
Work release.
or whatever.
Work
He's
release.
supposed to be cleaning the bathrooms
She said work
right now,
release.
but he's on,
Work
he's
release
on
is
YouTube
right.
here.
It's the weekend.
Got 3 days out.
So what are you bringing this morning? Besides the mop and broom, Timmy.
Hold on a second, Sly. I just wanted to tell Moose about the fact that his mic is working really good, and that if he wants to listen in, all he has to do, he doesn't have to log into StreamYard. All he has to do is go open up YouTube, and open up the Grand Rising Show, and then listen to himself. He can rewind the stream and go listen to the part where he was speaking, and he'll know if he sounds good or not.
That's a good idea.
Also, anybody at any time can go to vocaroo.com, VOCAROO, and you can just test your audio. So you can just set your mic up and then press play, record something for 10 seconds, and then play it back, and you'll hear how shitty it is. That's how I fixed mine. You guys kept complaining about my audio. I just did that, and then I said, all right, I got to restart my computer, and then it was
Let me
fixed.
know, let me know it's going.
I knew Timmy was a genius.
That is correct. That is correct.
Oh, that was a good day.
Crazy. So Moose, you didn't hear my God bit that nobody appreciated yesterday on Jack's stream?
See, I didn't hear any of that. For some reason, my audio was all like I couldn't hear you, but I could hear everybody else.
I came in like this and said, Jack, it's God is here.
And he said,
it got everybody all triggered.
Wait, and he said, yeah, well, what is your purpose? Did you hear that, OTW? He asked you, what was your purpose?
He kicked me out after. I didn't even have a chance to respond because I was having audio issues at the same time, and I wanted to, just do a bit, and I never got a chance to do the bit. So
I love
he
when
did.
people
He
boot
kicked
you.
your ass right out.
I love when people boot you out of their streams when you pop up with some truth or something, and then they're like, oh, and they boot you right out of their stream. I've had that happen to me before.
Well, he was popping up to make some jokes and maybe, do a little bit. But the thing is Jack Talcott's trying to get serious. And I think the more serious he tries to get,
the more funny
farther
OT
away
gets
from the message, that we.
Right, and the more funny that OT gets.
yes, it's like I can't help myself, guys.
It's just like you even get to throw the joke out. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I wasn't even able to get the fucking the bit. No, nothing.
The execution was there. Just the bullet just came like this out of the gun. It was like,
yeah, something like that. When you have a really, really beautiful woman in front of you and you're just about to have sex, but you're so stressed out because you're afraid that you're not going to perform and it just doesn't go up. It's like, oh no, oh shit, oh fuck, whoa, what am I going to do?
Come on, I never had that problem.
I was getting ready to ask Dick. Could you
Sounds
you
like
have
a
any
personal
remedies?
problem, OTW.
You have any remedies for him, Dick?
I'm good.
Yeah, eat some bison balls, but you'll probably run off to Big Pharma and have them give you a little blue pill or give you fucking ball sack cancer. So have fun with that.
Viagra.
Have you tried the Piz Knob? Have you tried the Piz Knob?
It's overrated except for that holiday extra fermented edition. That was pretty sweet.
Can somebody get that child off?
I'm a micro Piznog maker. I make it myself in my basement. Don't tell the government, please.
You mean don't tell O'Shea? He might want to cut.
True.
Unlicensed Piznog dealer.
We might already be working under the table together. You never know. You never know whose Piz is in the Piznog. You just know it tastes right. It's our signature recipe. So
Just when I
Hey, you
thought
guys
it could
brought
get
it up.
worse.
I'm just going with your bits. I mean, fuck, take it whatever direction you want to go.
Yeah, I guess sometimes we can expect that here in OTW News. We sometimes have serious conversations, and then sometimes we go into bits. Well, maybe not Dick's bit, but you know, I mean, I was gonna say, what is that? A bear? Fuck. No, it's a dog.
Actually, that's funny. That's his name. It's a blue tick
Sick
hound.
bits. Blue
Dick
pit hound?
Blue tick hound.
Tick
And his
hound.
name- Yep,
Oh, I
his
don't know
name's
about that.
Bear.
What do you got? Ticks?
No, it's a blue tick hound. It's the
Oh.
Yeah,
breed of
it's
dog.
because it's the kind of dog that attracts the blue ticks.
Yes,
That's
it's a hound dog. It's a hound dog. It's a coon dog.
Do y'all feel like we should be calling the animal control services or something? There's something weird going on here. Kind of suspect of laced. I don't know about his relationship with his dog.
I love my dog.
Me too. Dogs are
Oh,
great.
They are.
You love laced up dog?
Do you
Dick, you're starting to sound strange right now.
do you love my dog, dude? Are you guys? Do you guys
Lace
got something
dogs?
going on? Do
I
I need to
feel
talk?
like-
Do I need to have a talk with my dog?
From the moment I saw that dog was meant to be mine. She might want to keep a short leash when you're walking her.
Doggone Dick.
Doggone! Damn it!
Doggone Dick.
Dogs
Hey,
make
I
life
got
better.
a question for somebody
I
in
love
the
that.
chat. Yo, what's,
I love
well,
that.
not even somebody in the chat. Laced up, what's wrong with me watching TYT or anything on these YouTube streets that I watch? What's wrong with it?
There's nothing wrong with watching whatever you want to watch. I have no qualms with anybody watching what they want to watch.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just stay away from false propaganda. I stay
Okay,
away
but
from propaganda.
what is this Y2W whatever thing? What's it called?
The Young Turks.
TYT.
TYT.
It's
The
Young
Young
Turks.
Turks.
Okay.
They talk about a different stuff. I believe that Fox
Straight
News was
propaganda.
propaganda.
Young
Fox
Turks.
News is
Fox
propaganda.
News,
MSNBC is
Right.
propagandist.
all
Tucker
of the
Carlson
news is
propaganda. All of them.
all of
Same
them,
thing with
all
TYT.
of them are propaganda.
Jimmy
well,
Dore,
all of them.
propagandist.
But I can
all
look up
propaganda.
when I watch these things. When I watch these things, I can research on my own because I think for myself, right? So I don't have to follow everything I see, and I don't believe everything I see or hear, right?
Very
It's
useful. Right. It's
research.
very useful to download PDFs and read what the Congress and what people are actually talking about when you see some of these. When I've watched the Young
Exactly.
Turks and I've seen some of their things, I've looked into it. I've done my research, and there's not one thing that I can say that I really
They're
trust them on.
jackass. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just like Vice.
Timmy, yeah, just like Vice.
I feel like
Propaganda. It's
every
just
take
the
I've ever
other
heard.
end of the arm. It's like, hey, we're gonna fight over here and make up all these, and we're gonna come up and make all these, and then we're gonna blah, 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 blah. That's all it is.
All
It's
of
the
them
same
are
thing.
to keep division. All of them are to keep
Yep. And
division
yet you're
for
watching them.
headlines.
Right. You're watching.
Well, duh. I watch
don't watch
y'all
it.
every fucking day. I watch
Yeah,
y'all
or-
every day. and then
Are-
y'all,
are
some
any
of
of us-
y'all is crazy as fuck, right? But I watch y'all every day.
But I'm not. But here's the difference. I don't think anybody here
And
is
y'all
paid
got
by
different
and here-
propaganda.
No, listen. There's a difference between propaganda that they are bought and sold to sell to us and what we are doing here. Listen, and then what we are doing here is discussing things. We are not.
How do I know y'all? No, how do I know some of y'all ain't bought and paid for up on this damn panel? I don't know all of y'all. Y'all characters. Y'all can say what the fuck y'all want to say. How am I supposed to know in this damn YouTube box?
You're absolutely right about that.
Well, there's a certain level of discernment, you know. I think you can,
yes.
I think you can feel if you use your empathetic powers as a human being. You can feel, understand when you listen. You can read the person, your body language. There's a lot of things that you can check to see the authenticity of the person who's speaking to you, and use your cognitive abilities to fucking, you know.
Is that why I fought? Is that
so? The answer to your question is yes, you can.
You don't have to explain it to me. I already know. I'm trying to get y'all to understand, right?
Nah,
I go to
clearly you
these
don't.
places and I watch different people and I learn different things. I take what's needed. I leave what's not. I know how to do all of that, right? It's just some of these other people that get so involved and engaged that they don't know how to think for themselves and separate the whatever. You know what I mean? And then too, 7 months of watching most of these guys, right? I kind of do know these things. Like Lace, you're new, so I'm going to pay attention to you and see what you bring to the table. You know what I mean? Like, but I follow you guys because of what you do. All of you bring something to the table for me, right? All of you bring. Go ahead.
I think, and Timmy said it the other. If you're not gonna bring anything of value, there's no sense on trying to bring anything. If you're not in the realm of bringing truth, like actual truth, like facts, and not opinions, then there's no value in bringing anything. Until you have factual, or until you have facts, you don't bring anything of value. There's nothing of value in. I mean, I don't.
But how do you? People have opinions. People are opinionated, right? How do you have discussions if you can't have opinions and then maybe your opinion get somebody else bring up the facts to help your opinion? Help me understand that one.
Right.
Everybody's got
entitled.
opinions.
Yep. Everybody's entitled to opinion. Once the facts are brought, if the facts are brought, then the opinion can be dealt with. Right. And then it can be,
there you go.
Okay, I was wrong. You were right. You were right. I was
That's
wrong.
why we have these broadcasts and panels, because we want to teach each other. We want, you know what I mean? That's why I follow y'all, because, I see that you guys want to teach along with have fun, do bits, be different characters, play guitar, show dick. I mean, I understand everything that goes on in these YouTube streets. It's how you deal with it.
But the thing about it is, and what I meant was the thing about it's like the TYT. It's the same thing as Fox News, MSNBC, Jimmy Dore, you name it. Any of these people that are, and I'm not trying to say anything about you, OTW, because you now you're at 1,000 subs. But the majority of people that have these 2 million followers and stuff like that, none of them are speaking anything of truth. They're not they're speaking on their propaganda, on their
corporation.
Right.
Corporation talking
bought
points.
And paid for. Right.
Corporation talking points. Yes, I already know.
Exactly. But even if I did reach 100,000 or 200,000 or whatever number of subscribers, the people that started with me would know that I had started from nothing, and that that they followed the journey. They would know that I'm authentic. And even if people would come out and say, "Oh, you're just an agent," you have 200,000 subscribers, I'd have proof. I had people that have been following me for that number of time, and they would back me up. I know it would, because they had followed the whole journey from start to that point in the timeline.
Well, right? I missed some days. I'm just letting you know.
There's a lot of YouTubers out there, though. They start and they're authentic, and a couple years in, they start to blow up. And so you got to watch out for that.
Just like money corrupts people, right? They would solve all the world's problems. Oh, I'd go solve homeless if I had $500 million or whatever. Then they get all this money, and it's stretch limers and hookers and cocaine and fucking fancy, lofts in the Hamptons. And so that's,
or they start these programs. Oh, I'm going to help. And then they end up being crooks in their own damn programs that they started. They start stealing money and start, not taking care of their responsibilities and greed. It's just.
How many unnecessary programs does the U.S. government fund? I think they did a report on it. Wasn't it like over 1,000?
Too damn many.
I feel like Timmy's itching to say something.
They're using your money to do it.
What do you got, Timmy? Are we all in our imagination here?
We're all in the wrong matrix.
Boring competition.
How come you kept saying that was a weird question that I was asking Paul about polygamy and polyamory, where I was saying if the woman comes and asks the man, I'm going to go, or says, not even ask, says I'm interested in sexuality outside of my relationship here and I'm going to go explore it. Why was that such a weird thing for me to propose?
Oh, shit. I got a live.
Yeah, I just don't think it just doesn't happen when a man's doing what he's supposed to do, in my opinion and experience.
Yeah, so agree,
part
but
of what
is it?
He's in Thailand, used to having multiple.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
So,
I do have to say it's my.
If she didn't do that, if she didn't communicate to the man that she was wanting to go explore other relationships, then that would be cheating, right?
Well, she's not telling the guy, yeah.
Yep.
And
Okay.
I believe Laced Up just wanted to say something real
And so
quick.
I just want to make that point. The only differentiator that makes it polyamory would be communication and honesty. So if you don't have that, you don't have polyamory. So that's why I asked the question, because you can't even, it's textbook definition. You couldn't even have the conversation of polyamory unless it was an open relationship on both sides where both people can communicate openly and honestly. If you don't have that, that's not polyamory. That's why I characterized it as polygamy.
Right. I mean, maybe polyamory isn't even a thing that actually exists then, if the woman's actually with a man.
Thank you. That's my
who's
point.
doing what he's supposed
Polyamory
to
doesn't
do, and
exist in a family network.
maybe it doesn't.
It doesn't exist. The only viable options are polygamy and monogamy. Those are the only two that work.
No, I'm saying polyamory it's not really a thing, because women
Exactly.
don't want multiple partners. So
it doesn't exist in a practical sense. That's why I asked the question. There's no practical example of polyamory working in a family-oriented scenario that's healthy. You can't show me it. It doesn't exist. That's why it's absurd to keep espousing that whole idea to people. And that's why I called Paul on it. That's why I took him to task on it, because it's fucking bullshit. Like words have definitions. They have meanings. And you guys were all yes manning me up there like I'm a weirdo, and then he's sitting there yesterday calling my wife a hoe and saying how I'm all triggered and stuff. But the reality is, words have definitions. They have meanings. So that's why when I didn't understand why you guys couldn't see the practical sense of what I was saying and were just kind of yes manning along there. I mean, you guys are more intelligent than that.
Well, that's why I asked you, Dick, because you said something about, well, if DD 214 was a monogamous, then I'm going to be a polygamist. I wasn't quite sure what you were directing that towards.
Because those are the two viable forms of a family unit, are polygamy and monogamy. That's what we see expressions in nature of that actually work. We see both expressions in nature. There's even a version of gorilla that actually maintains monogamy. And monogamy is not to say that there's not multiple partners through a lifetime. It means it's one partner at a time. So there are, animals that choose to stay together during the child rearing years. That's a creator designed or element of our reality that we can observe. And it's the only two healthy examples of a family unit that we see. Polyamory is not a healthy or even it doesn't even exist in nature in that respect. So to your point, it doesn't exist in our relationships either, because we're a part of nature. So the only way it exists is if it's perverted and it's been programmed into us. So then you see these documentaries where they'll show some family where they're all fucking each other with the kids there, and they're saying, it's healthy. It's not fucking healthy.
Great.
Doesn't fucking work.
There was a story, Dick. You're right. There was a story 60 Minutes did on a guy that has multiple wives and children, and they take turns of nights. They got different nights for different wives, and it's a story out there.
I just think that we can't really look at society in any way to see what is a good model for. At least I speak for myself. I don't look towards society or pretty much anybody to see what is true or what is right.
Look to nature.
So, well, I mean, I'm
what
not
do you
a fucking
observe in
animal,
nature?
right?
Nature will always reveal itself.
Well,
you see both
first of all, I'm not an
expressions in
animal,
nature.
so there's that. And then the second thing with that is the different animals do different things. So
are you a part of nature?
Yeah, but I'm
So
what
not.
is
you're
your
a
role in
different
nature?
animal.
What's
What
your
is
role?
I don't know. Do you know your role in
Stewardship.
nature?
That's what your role is. Yes, I know your role and I know my role. It's stewardship.
Stewardship? What does
Yes.
that mean?
It means
you?
responsible, sustainable handling of the gift that you've been given, which is this reality. You're a man of the land. You're
Right.
to handle it with honor and responsibility. You don't poison your neighbor's well. You don't poison your watersheds for your
Right.
neighbor. You do things with dignity and integrity.
I'm kind of
Right.
shocked that you don't know
So
what stewardship means.
if
Timmy.
I
You
have
seem to be so
two
profound out
girlfriends at
here,
the same time,
and you talk like you're so
who's
important or
being
smart, or
hurt by
you've
that
done
on
so
my
much.
land if everybody's consensually happy? What's
Moose, are you trying to get
non-sustainable about
a
that?
word in edgewise? Your volume's still low,
Oh.
Moose. So when you come in, it's just kind of distracting. We don't hear you. It's like kind of some underground rumble.
Gotcha.
You guys
Yeah, well, I
that's
was
got
just
the
saying,
background.
Timmy's always like professing that he's like something great and something, he's done something so profound, and he's like this character who has philosophical beliefs be our measure, and yet he doesn't know what fucking. I mean, that's just a basic principle of life right there.
Just asking what his definition was, Moose, you dickhead.
No, but
Just
the thing is,
wanted to
dude,
see
is
what he was.
you guys all talk about definitions, and then you say it's not what your definition would be; it's the definition, and it's
I just
the
asked him what
way,
his
not
definition
your
of
way,
stewardship
and
meant,
all
since he
that
was
shit.
making that the point of the conversation at that
You know
moment.
exactly what I'm fucking talking about. You guys try to steamroll people with good points all the
Just
time,
asked him
and
a
now that Daddy's
question.
not here, you don't have his balls in your mouth, so you're not trying to steamroll him, and that's my whole point.
Moose, stop.
I don't dictate anything that I
Moose
do
for the
based on
fucking
Paul, dude.
Moose for the high five. Kapow.
I don't dictate what I fucking talk about or say or my beliefs based on what Paul says, Moose. I know you think that everything revolves around Paul. It
No, but your
doesn't.
behavior changes
How does my
completely,
behavior
and you have
change?
his balls in your mouth every single time he comes up here, and you steamroll other people who have good points, like Dick yesterday, and you sit
How am
there
I
in the crowd
steamrolling Dick
and you
now?
cheer it on chaos, dude. And you're not a philosophical. You haven't done the thing you need to do, and that's why
You
you're
don't
here
know
on
a
the
fucking
internet with
thing.
us.
What do you know? You don't
Exactly,
know if I
Timmy.
did or didn't do
Exactly.
anything, Moose. What are you even
I'm
talking
doing the
about?
same thing you motherfuckers do to everyone.
Okay, me and Dick are having just a
interject here?
simple
Can I interject?
conversation, and like Moose, you're coming in for what? What is the point of what you're saying right now?
Can I interject? Can I please interject? Can I change
Steve, you're muted, man.
dynamic? Can I change the dynamics of this?
No, I don't need you to change the dynamics, Slash. I mean, why?
Anybody who gets on Paul's panel agrees with Paul because they don't want to deal with Paul yelling at them. They'll agree what he says. That they may have their own opinion, and he'll give his opinions on your opinions. But the fact of the matter is everybody is a different person on Paul's panel because they don't either want to have the altercation of defending themselves or offending themselves. It's just the way it is. Like on this panel, everyone is free to say kind of what they want without being ridiculed too much, and having an actual conversation without yelling over the top of each other. That's what Moose is saying.
But Paul, Paul yesterday admitted that he never even did that with me at all. It's like he's always respected me when I went up on his panel and never made fun of me like he did everybody else. There was just this little moment where we had this disagreement where I wanted to go to war with him, but I took a step back and realized that I was making stupid mistakes. But I think in a sense that he respected that, and I think in a way I've also proven that I can hold up, to my word. So I think somewhere that he has some respect for that, and doesn't necessarily do with OTW News that he's done with other panels or other places. I've never seen him diss this channel or disrespect
What are you talking about,
me or.
OTW? Yesterday's display was horrendous.
It was
Him and
it was
Dick were having a
entertainment.
conversation, and you were
it was
letting
great.
him talk over the entire time. That was a horrendous. Nobody in the audience could hear, brother.
But that's
It
not the
was
point.
terrible.
That's not the point. The audience, maybe that's your opinion, but the numbers will contradict you.
Yeah, but the thing you're gonna understand soon is that those numbers, when the dust settles, they're not gonna be there because they're there for all the bullshit. And when all the bullshit stops,
what you don't understand is that the world doesn't revolve around just these people. This is a journey, so I'm going to meet other people and other situations and other debates, other discourse. It's not just going to stop with Paul. I mean, it's like you think everything revolves around him, but that's not the case.
No, it's not even.
Just look yesterday on the panel. I had Kizum here.
Horrendous. There was
yesterday on the panel, I had Kizum here who showed up. It doesn't matter that. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I don't believe that the dust will settle. I believe that the storm is coming.
If you want to actually get above where you are right now, you have to be better than what you are, and the show has to be better than the same.
I don't believe that.
What are you
I don't
talking
believe
about?
that.
His show is fine. Are you kidding me?
I don't believe
His
that.
numbers show otherwise.
Moose, from what position?
People come in and out of communities. Guys, nothing. Listen, people come in and out of communities. That's what happens. Do you think Timmy might not be here forever? Okay, in this community. Just saying. I don't know. You know what I mean? Christos might not be. people might not be here forever. People are going to come and go. That's his choice. This is his community. That's what he wants. That's what he's good with. His numbers are going up. He's doing better. It's going. It almost sounds like there's like some type of.
Yeah, Moose, mind your fucking business, dude.
let me tell you how to run your channel and get better numbers.
Right.
Like, no.
Right.
Can I say something, please?
Hold on, Slash.
I just trolled the shit out of you guys.
Hold on.
Can
Moose,
I say
what
something,
do you?
please?
No.
Please,
hold on.
can I say something?
No. Moose, you have no merit about being a producer with some amazing channel. So like, where are you standing from, looking down and going, OTW, you should do this. Timmy, you should act like that. Like, yo, what are you talking about?
Can I please say something? Can I please say something? Can I please?
Slash, you just say, can I please say
Timmy.
something when people are talking?
I literally trolled your
Because
ass so hard, Timmy.
Because he just did.
Right, you're a troll. That's all you got, Moose. You're a fucking joke.
Timmy.
It's a fucking waste of time.
Timmy.
What?
Timmy.
Sly?
Listen.
What? I don't want to listen to you, Sly.
I know you don't, but fucking shut the fuck up for a second, please.
No, I've heard you're fucking rambling forever.
This is the problem with Timmy. Is he runs his fucking
Listen,
mouth.
don't try to
He's
start
got
an
nothing
argument
to
with
say
me,
but
Timmy,
talk
please.
down to
I just
people.
want to say
No one is
something.
good as
I'm
that.
not trying to argue with you, Timmy. I just want to say something, okay? Please respect me. Thank you. So what I'm saying to you is all of y'all just fell for Moose. He just did it to all of y'all, and y'all ain't even peep it.
Great. It's fine. He's a fucking. It's bad faith everywhere he goes.
I just
it's the same
made
thing
my
over and
point.
over.
Though,
He emails
that
constantly
you
me
know what happens here. I'm going to troll your ass, and I'm going to act accordingly. I'm not going to act professional if we're not going to area.
You're trolling your own ass for that, Mike.
He's just having fun with y'all, man.
Conversation wasn't being fostered.
We're not. I'm not
I was
having
making a point.
fun all
Timmy,
the time,
Timmy,
Sly
nobody
Shy.
likes you, brother. Nobody
was
likes
great.
you at all. Like
I
you're
do,
triggered too quickly,
not to interrupt the guy with the
It's
bad
all
mic.
about giving a fuck
Not to
about
interrupt
the
the guy with the
conversation.
bad
Giving
mic,
a
but OTW, thank you for having
Get
me up.
angry too
It's my
fast,
birthday today, and I got to go start my birthday bash. So today I turned
Oh,
40.
man.
Everybody pray
Best
for me.
one.
I don't know. I can't believe I made it to 40. Timmy, thank you for being up here. Moose, Sly, Steve, Christos, Dick, OTW.
You're the best, brother. Happy birthday.
Happy born day, Jace.
Yeah.
Happy born day, man. Have a great day.
Happy birthday.
Timmy, sometimes I do see you. You do get angry really quick.
Here, man.
Yeah, because life isn't a fucking joke every day, Sly Shy. We're all just here around hanging out, joking around. I'm fucking having a conversation with another man about an important topic, and everybody's just gonna fucking be like joking or trolling. You guys are a fucking joke if that's all you do all day.
No, that's not all we do, but you just get triggered so easily.
I'm fired up. I'm having a
You get
conversation with
triggered
Dick,
so
and then Moose
easily. I
comes in.
watch you. I've been watching you
I
for
don't
the
give a
past
fuck
7
what you
months,
think,
Timmy.
Sly.
I know you
care
don't,
what
but
you
I
think.
still have an opinion. I still have a
That's
right to
fucking
speak
great,
on it
Sly.
because that's what you
Fantastic.
do.
Great.
I
I'm
have
sure
a right
everybody
to
wants to
speak
hear all your
because that's
fucking
what
opinions.
you do.
Great.
I know you don't, but I still can speak mine though. You don't have to care. You don't have to
Go
care.
ahead, ramble for 5 minutes about the
I'm not
YouTube streets
rambling.
for us. Great. Go
Timmy,
ahead. Tell us about the YouTube streets that you've been on for 10.
Let's get ready to
I'm sure that'll be real great for us all to hear. Great content.
Thank you, Timmy, for this proud display of nothing again. We appreciate your contribution of absolutely dog shit, and we hope you come back tomorrow for the OTW news.
Right, keep producing for OTW. That's gonna go well for you. Yo, Steve, I came up here to say, I appreciated hearing you like when you were on before, when you were fired up about the stuff in your school.
See,
And
now
I
he's
came up to say to
deflecting
you,
back to that swallowing. He loves to have that pole right in his mouth, right in his
I
mouth.
came
It
up to
doesn't
say
matter
to you,
whose
yo,
it
let's,
is.
I would
He's
love
got
to
to
have some
find a friend on the
resolution.
panel, and he's
Moose,
got to
shut
put
the
that
fuck
pole
up,
right in
man.
there.
Shut up. Nobody's talking to you. Yo, Steve, I'd love to have some resolution with you, man. Because I saw the authentic Steve before.
Yeah, but see,
and,
Timmy, the
I
thing
appreciate
is
that,
on
man. I'd love to have
OTW
some
News
resolution.
Network, you
Can I
don't
put
have to be
somebody front
talking to
stage,
talk.
Moose? Please keep quiet. Go, Timmy.
No, I was just thinking about it when I heard
My
Steve fired
apologies,
up
Timmy.
about the.
I'll shut up.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Moose. What do you want to say? Let's all give him a minute for fucking trolling. Go ahead. Bunch of nonsense. You're done, Moose? Oh, great. Yeah, no, I just heard the authentic Steve before, and I appreciated it, man. And I just figured let's have some resolution. I'd like to have some resolution with you, instead of just us constantly giving little jibs and ribs at each other. If you want it, I would like to seek some kind of resolution with you if possible.
I'm actually surprised to hear those words come out of your mouth, man. I've just everything that I've heard from you was always negative towards me. Everything that I ever had to say didn't mean shit, and no idea where that came from in the beginning. Maybe it's because my military background, which you know, it is what it is. But no, man. I out of everyone that I've met on any of these panels, I do have an animosity towards you just because of the way you treated me. So I give what I get. You see what I'm saying? So honestly, to hear you say something like that, which is the second, because Snafu was another big one. He came around. He came to listen and hear what I actually have to say, which is a grain of salt. But no, I can appreciate that. I'll work with anybody who's willing to work with me.
I feel you. Yeah, there's it really gets me the ex-military guys, and when you were like saying, oh yeah, I'm still proud of it. So I just feel like when I heard you being authentic, like from my perspective about the school thing, it's like maybe there's a lot of stuff I disagree about what you say and shit and in your past, whatever, but it's like I appreciate folks that will stand up in those situations, and it's like if we can disagree on some topics, but then agree on majority. I mean, I think that that's super important. So and there's what the fuck's the point of us just constantly attacking each other for permanently? It's just kind of pointless in my mind.
So can we do that with Timmy and Moose now?
Yeah, man.
Can we do the same with Timmy and Moose?
I now pronounce you man and man. You may kiss the man bride, Timmy.
Can me and Timmy get some resolutions, please?
Do you want to have what kind of resolution would you like to have, /that?
Every time, Timmy, I mean, I like you. I've never disrespected you. I always joke around. I call you Giggles or whatever. I have been watching you for the past several months as well. I noticed that a lot of times you do get really angry or you get hyped up really quick if somebody disagrees with you sometime. You always, when you only see me a couple of times, you've only been on a panel with me a couple of times, but every time it seems like I come up, you don't want to hear what I'm saying. You say I'm rambling and this, that, and the other. And I've never, ever disrespected you or did anything to you to show you that I'm not genuine, right? Even though I might come up here and I do what everybody else does. I have fun. I'm be me, and I bring what I bring to the table, right? But for some reason, every time I come up on a panel and you're there, you always block out. You block me out. And I don't understand why you do that.
Well, I mean, respect is something that has to be like earned. I don't think everybody just gets equal respect just because they're there. Like, I seek merit in folks about specific things and what they're doing and what they've done, and then they talk about what they did, and then there's some like lesson. I just see like I hear a lot of things out of your mouth, and like you're having fun, and like that's fine, but like it's just sometimes like I'm looking for something of value. So I don't know really what you bring to the table, to be frank. I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just
And that's kind of where I stand with you, Timmy, and that's why I kind of troll you a little bit. Sorry, Sly. My apologies.
And that's what I'm trying to understand. I show respect to everybody I come across, right? I carry myself the way I carry myself. I don't owe anybody in these YouTube streets any explanation about how I carry myself, right? I show you, I lead by example. So like I said, I never disrespected you. I laugh, I joke, I call you Giggles, like I said, but I've never disrespected you. So how for you to have this whatever imagination of me as not being able to bring anything to the table, you don't see how I do, you've only seen me up on panels a couple of times, right? With you, not with anybody else.
It has nothing to do with me. It's not about you disrespecting me or not, or respecting me or not. That's to me that doesn't even matter. It's
so
just,
how do you see me then? How do you see me then? So you're saying that you can't give me any respect because I haven't earned it. So how do you see me?
it's not about like me.
That's what you said.
Respecting you based on you earning it. It's just I haven't.
Why he had a mother in his life, so he doesn't want another mama, and he feels like you're trying to be his mama.
No, I just.
I'm just trying to resolve something so me and Timmy can have a respectable relationship when we're up on the panel with each other. I don't want Timmy yelling at me, telling me I'm rambling and shut up.
You ramble sometimes, and it's just like it goes on for like 5, 7, 10 minutes. And
I talk just like you guys talk. I do exactly what you do. I talk. It's nothing wrong with a female talking. I am a woman that likes to talk like you guys like to talk. I've seen you talk over people many a times. Right?
Yeah, but if you could just cover your head,
the fact that you're a woman or a man,
and when you're in the presence of men, slide.
I'm just saying. I notice how he treats me, and how he treats the men. I notice how you treat
the other
me.
guys
How you
on
treat the men.
the panel talk about like their life experience, and they talk about what they've done and haven't done, and then like I can't remember a single point of when you like told a story of what you've done for freedom, rights, principles, truth, or some life story from you.
You ain't been listening. You've been closing your ears, and you have not been paying attention. That's what that's where I'm coming from. I've only been up on Paul's panel with you one time, right? And anytime
I don't know. It's just we've been on like I've seen the panels of the community, quote unquote. Slides.
And have you ever seen me trouble? Have you ever seen me in any engaging in any of the bullshit, any of the drama? Have you ever seen me engaging?
Yes.
When?
You always engage with the drama.
we all have. Like, you cannot say you haven't engaged in the drama.
I'm talking about engage. I'm talking about repeating. I'm talking about engaging far as going into other people's shows and saying, oh yeah, well, yeah. I don't talk about your personal business. I don't talk about your personal business. I never talk about anybody's personal business. I will laugh. I will joke like all of you guys do in these YouTube street boxes, right? I laugh. I joke. I do all of that the same like y'all do because we're human beings, right? We all have different opinions. We all have different spirits, even though we're all one, right? But I do exactly what you guys do. So what makes me so different?
Nothing.
That's my point. I am no different than you, Timmy.
I know, but you're a gossiper. You're
never
a
see me get up on nobody's table.
Here, I think I can put this in layman's terms for you.
Saying,
listen to me,
you don't bring nothing to the table.
See, this
You're
is
not.
what you do.
I don't see you standing
will
for
you
nothing.
Stop, please. Stop. See, this is what Timmy's talking about. It's when you do that. Okay?
I'm just being funny.
There's another thing when we go on broadcast is the little comments that you make while someone is speaking. You understand? It's good to try to be able to hold yourself, hold your space, and listen to people when they're speaking.
Y'all do it all the time. Stop playing with me. I've been in these streets following all of y'all, and all of y'all do it all the time. You might got a joke at a point where somebody's saying something. You might come out with a joke, or you might say a little clip, or you might say something. All of y'all do it. So how you gonna try to put me in a little space? Well, Sly Shaw, you don't do it. We can, but you shouldn't do it. You should listen.
I'm gonna experience what you experience. I'm experiencing it right now. I'm trying to get a word in edgewise, and I have to talk over OTW and you to do it. So we all experience it. Everybody goes through that.
And I listened to it yesterday when you talked over Paul.
And that was my whole point of bringing it up today, guys, is because this happened yesterday, and it was sad.
So this is like eventually it's chaos. You know, I mean, I understand.
No, it's not, guys. Lighten up. We're just having fun. Lighten up.
That was my point of bringing order to this whole thing. Is just let one person talk at a time. Because I've been on plenty of panels where one person can talk, and then all of a sudden the next person's sitting there actually listening. And then bam, they have great conversations, and that's all I was promoting. I'm not saying your show sucks, OTW. I love it. I'm here I'm promoting it. I'm trying to help you, but at the same time, I want to hear what people have to say. If Dick has a good point on why we should be monogamous, I want to hear it because I'm on that side of the fence. If Paul has a reason why we should be polygamous, I want to hear it. I don't want to hear both of them yelling over each other. That's the only thing. It's not a diss to you. It's just a, hey, we should all have some common respect for the fact that we're broadcasting and people are out there in the crowd and people need to be able to hear what people are saying.
Agreed. I absolutely
also want to
agree
say,
with you.
OTW, I think what you're doing with the where you put someone up on the front and you make that rule that, hey, if you interrupt when they're on the front, I'm going to mute you or I'm going to take you out if you do it a couple times.
Yeah, I
Because
think
now
this
you
is
are an
one of
agent of
the-
chaos.
yeah.
That's a great way for you to control it. If you want someone to really have the stage, you just put them up on the front. It's like, everybody shut the fuck up and let them have the mic.
Yeah, I like that idea, and that's why I was starting to use it, because I figured that it was pretty evident to anybody who's participating that if the person's up on front stage, shut up. You know, I mean, it's not your place. You don't have the floor. That person's on front stage has the floor. This is kind of like not even a rule. I think it's kind of logical. It's just common sense. So when I put somebody up front, it's because I want everybody to hear, see, and understand what that person is trying to say. And when I try to switch cameras to go from one person to the other, so there'll be an actual exchange, and each person that are talking will know that it's their turn because they show up on camera up front on stage. So I think it's a good concept, and I'm going to roll with it.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So,
You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. So for the past 7 months, like I said, I've been watching, I've been observing, I've been paying attention to the different characters, different people, different human beings, and I've been understanding exactly what's going on in these YouTube streets. I know how to conduct myself, right? And that's what I do. I have fun. I be myself. I'm no different than any other human being far as in these YouTube streets. I don't know what more that I can bring to the table. You know what I mean? Like, I take care of me. You don't see me doing anything out of the ordinary. You know what I mean? So I don't understand. I don't know what else I can bring to the table.
All right. Well, for example, then it's like, for example, if me and Dick are going to talk about monogamy versus non-monogamy, and then I'm going to say, hey, I've had 4 girlfriends at the same time, and not with kids, but it just happened, right? And then Dick's gonna be like, oh, like I had multiple partners, but they were at different times. Cool. And then we're both talking about our different experiences. But if you've only been monogamous, like, yeah, you can talk about your experience of monogamy, right? But if you're gonna have basically the same point as all the other folks that were only monogamous before, then like for the sake of the conversation, it's not an equal conversation anymore about this topic. So like if there's 6 of us up here, I think it shouldn't be 18% of the time spread between the 6 of us. As an example. You understand what I'm saying, Slack?
Yeah, you're talking about power dynamics, which that's the natural flow of the conversation. But if
Right.
OTW wants to override that because he wants to create balance, or he feels for a reason someone maybe is not being heard that should be, he can go in there and kind of tweak that by doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
I think
Of
it's
But
course,
if you had
that's
4
how-
girlfriends,
proceed.
Timmy, if you had 4 girlfriends, it's not polyamorism unless you were openly communicating that you were both having multiple partners and there wasn't dishonesty in that. So of course you were open and knew that they were having other partners and that was communicated.
Right.
Okay, so that's polyamorism.
Okay, I'm not even having a
So
thing
it's not a
with you
stupid
about the
question to
definition.
ask. It's the only question to ask. How does that work out in a practical sense? Because unless you ask that question, it's not polyamorism. Unless the
Ask
woman or
what
the man
question? Unless they know about it?
or poses that scenario, unless that's communicated with honesty and integrity that I'm going to be with other partners or I'm exploring other sexual relationships or even just time with other people, unless you're communicating it, it is not polyamory. It's
I
called
think that's
cheating.
evident. That's
This is
self-evident
why
already.
he liked you getting talked over, because he has nothing important to say about this. And I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Timmy.
See, this
you
is what
you
I'm
have the
talking
floor,
about.
sir.
No, this is what I'm talking about. Practically speaking, that question is what has to be answered. So in the same situation as you have, it's like, how does that work out in a practical sense? And we were
It's
tying
everything's
kids into that in a family. So that's why it's such a pertinent question. And when you guys characterize it as weird or it's some kind of fucking odd thing that I'm asking, it's the only thing that would textbook define a polyamorous relationship? If there's not communication and honesty, it doesn't even fucking exist. So when Paul is espousing polyamory and you guys are, not you, Rob, but you, Timmy, are yes man and him, you're saying that you're for this idealism that you don't even understand, and you can't even explain in a practical sense how it would play out on a day-to-day basis in a family network with children and a husband and a wife, because it doesn't fucking work. And that's the reality, and you don't see that example anywhere in our reality. What we have is examples of monogamous and polygamous relationships. Those are the only healthy families that we have, and it's the only way it works in balance and harmony.
Again, polyamory is about, it's not just about fucking, right? So it's the idea of
exactly. It's about honesty and communication. That's why I said multiple times, even if it's not sex, if you're going to go be with a different partner for whatever reason, it's honesty and communication. If you don't have that, you don't have polyamory.
Right. So, but why are you presuming that there isn't honesty and communication in all of this?
Well, because if the idea is that the woman would never come to you because you're being the man that you need to be, so she would never stray, and that if she does, it's because you're not the man that you are supposed to be, and that it would be weird for her to communicate to you that she wants to have other partners. Well, for one, you're not holding a unilateral standard that a woman does have an obligation, if she's going to have dignity and integrity, to communicate and explain her situation, that she's not interested in the relationship, or she wants to part ways, or she wants to explore others, she wants to be in a polyamorous, she wants to be whatever it is. She has that obligation. Otherwise, she's just a cheating hoe. Just a cheating hoe. That's all it is.
I understand.
So either she communicates and she engages in something, or she does shit behind your back. And so if you don't ask that question, then you can't even have an honest conversation about polyamory
or a healthy relationship.
I don't know. You keep
people
presuming
throw words out
good.
there. How does it look in a practical sense? How does that fucking play out? And why is that a weird question to ask when it's the only thing that would denote it as a polyamorous relationship?
Oh, okay. Again, like I don't even really think polyamorous relationships, including sex with the woman having sex with multiple partners, I don't really even think that exists. So if that's what your whole beef was,
oh yeah, it exists. It's been programmed and propagandized into, and your children are being sold that that's an honest, legitimate lifestyle, and it's not. It's sick and it's perverted.
I'm saying in the positive, healthy way of perhaps man having multiple, however you want to call it.
I agree with you. It's not healthy. So why espouse it? And why make me out?
I'm not espousing it. I'm not even espousing polyamory.
Yeah, but you were being the yes man yesterday, totally being the yes man, and you can't deny that fact.
I was being a yes man. I was just laughing at the fact that Dick was getting super triggered by Paul, and then Paul saying
right. And then like, today you got triggered yourself, and then you got all mad and you were upset that I triggered
by you interrupting.
Just rewind the tapes like 30 minutes, brother. It's the same thing. You're a hypocrite.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick. I see where both sides are coming from in regards to Dick and Paul, and I see where Dick is coming from, and I think what you're not seeing is it's not effective in a non-communal type of aspect. You know, I think if we're in a more community-based scenario,
what's not effective? Polyamory is not effective.
Yes.
So, do we have any working?
So, and I think
communal aspect where it's a healthy relationship.
I wouldn't say.
I don't think, because that's usually why
I haven't really seen it here in the States, but I guess in different parts of the world that still goes on.
Yeah, it's typically what makes a community fall apart. It's what tears them at the seams is when they start engaging in polyamory.
Can you give me a specific example?
Yeah, there's a community in Ashland where that happened. They were a gigantic community and well respected, well known. They still exist in a shell shattered version of themselves, but you could look that up. There's a whole documentary on it, and that's what actually broke the community apart was polyamory.
Interesting. I'll have to check it out.
And polyamory, what that word is, because I smoke. Explain that word to me one more time, Dick.
Polyamory, many lovers. Textbook definition.
Free love, man.
I can look it up if you want.
Yeah, look up the textbook definition of it.
Okay. All right. See, Timmy, this is what I bring to the table. I ask questions.
All right, polyamory. Okay, listen up. Polyamory. from ancient Greek. Okay, it says many, a Latin armor, a love. Okay, is a practice of or desire for romantic relationships with more than one partner at the same time, with the informed consent of all partners involved. Is that good enough for you, Sly?
Yeah. I mean, I don't I don't do it, so I just want to
I
learn.
mean, yeah, it's in the word, right?
So
Poly,
next time on the
amor.
panel in this conversation come up, I can have something. I can bring something to the table for Timmy. I'm just saying.
Gonna keep reading them. That's
All
fine.
right. We got 36 people watching right now, so please make sure to hit that like button, share this out to the world, and click the bell to get all the notifications. Leave a comment in the description, and much love, respect to everybody. It is presently 9:14 a.m. Eastern Time here in Montreal, Canada. We are April 28th, sunny, 9 degrees Celsius. So don't ask me to convert that to Fahrenheit. I don't know. All right, so that being said, everybody, thanks for being here. You guys are awesome. The conversation has been absolutely informative and inspiring. Also, heated, which is also keeps things very interesting. The chat is on fire. Everybody loves the show. So, right, thank you everybody for being here right now.
Hey, did I miss something? We have a Mr. Chuck in Tennessee down there. He donated $2 in support of the no whistle policy. I didn't hear you
I
bring
put
that up.
I did not. I forgot to do so. Thank you, sir, for mentioning that. I did show it on screen, though. Thank you very much, sir, for the second super chat here on OTW News. So please, thank you very much, Mr. Chuck Tennessee, for your support in the non-whistle policy. But I have revoked the policy. Unfortunately, you paid $2 for nothing. Because he will be allowed to use the whistle in given circumstances where things are chaotic and we're trying to regain control of the show. So he gave me his perspective on that, and I also heard other people's perspectives and
hired
also
the police.
agreed.
Moose shining in with his seasoned co-hosting skills.
But that's what I paid attention to, OTW. Like I said, I've been watching all of these guys for like over 7 months now. And when he pulls out his kazoo, it's like, shut the fuck up and listen to him. I mean, or if you're not listening to him and it's getting all crazy and chaotic, then he pulls out his kazoo.
Yeah, but his argument was that he was interrupted and that he had the floor, and that's the issue. That was the issue at hand. And I did let Voynich, go off onto, I let things happen. I'm gaining experience in this YouTube universe here, so I make tests. I see how people react. I try to afterwards correct and in French we call améliorer. So make things better, if for lack of a better translation. Pardon my French.
See, that's the thing with you, OTW, is I'm not really sure. Hold on 1 second, Sly. I'm not really sure of your morality. And so I'm not sure if you're like one of those guys who would, just let it happen with like Epstein Island or all those guys in Hollywood and abusing all those women. And so, see, that's why I'm not sure if I can be your producer, because like we got to get down to this stuff. I have a lot of like hard stances in life, and if you're not on my principles and values, I'm kind of scared there. But as you can see, like Jack follows the way, the truth, and the light. And I'm trying to get him where he wants to go. And so if you can get on board there, OTW, I would like to work for you as well.
Well, let me think about it, man. Can I send you an email?
Of course. It's shootingtheshit@gmail.com. Shooting the shit with the C. C for shooting and C for shit.
Great stuff, Moose. Great stuff.
Ask for his damn resume, OTW. His nigga got to send a resume. I want to see his track record.
Well, see, I've done a lot of things over my life.
I follow his track record. I see how he works at Jack Talcott's industry. So, I have enough information to make a intelligent decision. Thank you for taking the time to let me pause and think about what I was going to say before I stumble on my words.
Moose realizing that OTW and I are not in a monogamous producer co-host relationship, and taking the means necessary to close that deal so he can join the family of OTW co-hosts. It's a polyamorous co-host relationship. I think it's great, man. Bring Moose on board. I can love with Moose. We can have a love circle.
Yeah,
I
but
can't
you
always
guys,
be there.
you're gonna have to be on time. I mean, Freedom, today you were.
I
on
can't
time.
be on time. Maybe Moose can be on time, and then
But you were on time. You were on time.
And that's one day. There's no.
I'm always on time, but
Moose is always on time.
I'm always on time, but that's the thing. You never start at the same time, so I'll never be on time. And I do suck. Like I am a number one ruiner of broadcasts out there, and I ruin something every day, whether it's my audio or my video, or I just get cut out in the middle of a sentence. My internet.
And I improve the
just
broadcast and
upgraded.
interrupt people when it's necessary. So if we go together on that, it'll create an equilibrium.
That's right. It's like Pinky and the Brain, but you don't have to like figure out who's the brain in the relationship.
Yeah, you both can be pinkies, and I'll be the brain.
Y'all hear me? Did y'all hear what I said?
What's that?
No, what'd you say?
If I talk over any of y'all ever again, I don't want to hear a damn word. You hear me? You heard?
Deal.
No deal.
I have to sit here and listen to this.
Timmy's like, no deal. I'm not down with that.
Timmy's gonna always fight with me. I don't know why. He's just gonna fight with me.
All right.
No,
but Dick, we can make this official though. I can actually. I was thinking of handing you partial control of the StreamYard so you can have fun playing with the thingamajiggies.
Slippery slope, OTW.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking of making this official. You know, like, what do you think?
Could get worse before it gets better. Better be sure what you're getting into.
Dude, the calm always comes after the storm.
I think you should make Moose and I both your producer, and then we can double time or tag team when it's appropriate. Because I can't commit that on that level. That's why I didn't do it. I never commit to something that I can't do wholeheartedly. But I do enjoy coming here and enjoying the vibe and all that. There just may be times or even periods where I just have to check out altogether because it's just the nature of my life. But if Moose wants to double time it.
Oh, no. Don't let me. I'll double time it with you, but don't let me take it over because just like you, I've got a lot of things going on in my life and I got
No, let Moose have the lead. He's going to be on time. He's going to be response-able, honor-able. He'll check all the boxes, dot all the I's, cross all the T's. I'll just roll in like a rock star. And
can either of you follow a schedule? Like I give like a certain time slot for you, Dick, and a time slot for Moose, and So
yeah, I'm gonna have to ask my daughter if that's gonna work for her.
Yeah, when you need to change a diaper or something. Exactly. It's all by the moment. There's certain things I can commit to, and YouTube is not one of them. Otherwise, I would put more into it, and I would pay for StreamYard, and I'd try to start a broadcast, and I get serious about it. But it's not my game. I'm here to talk and have fun.
That's my problem as well. I being as though my life and how my schedule is at times. I be wanting to do a broadcast too, but it's just that I have to not be doing anything to stick to it, and I'm not the kind of person that's not doing anything.
So you're
to be honest, OTW may want to forego both of us and say I want to find someone more dedicated that can really do it and be on time.
Wait.
And
I'm starting to think of going on the polygamy, producer
polyamory. Polygamy means,
yeah,
you
polyamory.
don't mind having a female or a male co-producer. Otherwise, we're just in a homoerotic polyamorous relationship. But that's fine.
So I'll go with that with the producers or co-hosts.
Homoerotic polyamorous relationship. Okay, that's what we're doing over here on DW News.
So why can't one be the co-host and one be a producer?
Because
whoa, wait a minute.
What you talking about, Willis?
I love it. Go ahead. So explain it to me though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like everybody went silent and like took 2 seconds to think about it. I think
because if I'm the co-host, then that means Moose gets all the control as the producer, and I have control issues, and so I don't want to be in that situation with Moose.
Then he'll put your ass out. Okay, I got you.
I want Moose to be forced to perform for his self-improvement and self-development because he needs more camera time. So he can really be a shining, polished example a well-seasoned producer, which he's moving in that trajectory quite quickly. I think he's doing a good job. I've seen some good things that he's done on the Talcott broadcast, but I'd love to see him partner up with OTW because I think OTW is going somewhere. I don't know that I'm necessarily going with him, but I'd love to help him in his trajectory. And if Moose wants to go somewhere, I think you guys should work together, and I'll work with you in the process in the capacity I can.
I think Moose is doing a great job. I think he found his niche. He's ready to put in the work.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So you guys are married, and I'm the flirtatious, polyamorous one that just kind of floats in from time to time, makes love, has a good time, gets the good feelers going, and heads on my way. Dances right out.
Okay, I
Dick
guess I can take what I can get.
He's saying he will never. Dick will never fail you.
I love Dick.
Dick is always welcome here. Timmy doesn't love Dick today, though. Why doesn't Timmy love Dick today?
What's up, man? You?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get some resolution here.
Thanks, Timmy.
Again? Oh my God! Will y'all kiss and make up already?
Yeah.
Come on,
we got to do it.
It's hug buddy.
Hug buddy camp cupcake.
Timmy. I'll give you a cupcake if y'all can kiss and make up.
Deny the offer.
You drive a hard fucking bargain, Timmy. I tell you, a tough nut. You are a tough nut to crack, buddy. I'm just saying.
Right.
But I ain't afraid of you. I ain't afraid of you.
That's good.
You ain't gonna scare me. I don't care. You always want to be serious. I don't want to be serious all the damn time. My whole life was serious. Shit, it's time for me to enjoy life now, Timmy. Have some fun with you people. Get it?
All right. Yeah, we get it. It's got 36 people watching right now, so make sure to hit that like button and share this out, everybody. This is
right.
awesome.
And I'm sorry, Larry James. I hope you okay, Larry James. I've been hanging out with OTW News for the past 2 days, and I know you cussing me out, but I love you, Larry. Hugs. Virtual
Larry
hugs.
takes that seriously. He gets pretty emotional and upset about that, doesn't he? I thought he was joking when he was saying that in my stream, but I think he wants some respect in these streets.
Yeah, he wants his spot. He didn't send you guys the memo, and I keep telling Larry, if you guys don't get the memo, you don't know the time schedule, the time slots, and everything. So OTW, if Larry comes in your chat and he says, good morning. You didn't know that I started at 5 a.m. So see, that's just Larry letting you know that y'all stealing his time slot.
Bruh.
There's 50 million, 100,000 million fucking YouTubers out there, and I'm stealing some time slot. What are you, fucking crazy or something?
That's
Holy
what
shit,
I said.
man. I'm taking my slot, man. This is my slot, and if people want to hang here, that's their choice, man. I mean, this is my time. This is my safe space.
Yeah. Hold up. That's what I said last night in the chat. The guy that was doing the exercising before Brielle got started. I said that's what he was saying. This is my safe space. Because he wasn't talking to nobody. He was just doing his little moves, and he was talking to himself, and everybody was wondering what the hell he was doing. He said, this is my safe space. Everybody got a safe space at Paul's. I got a safe space at Paul's too, Timmy.
So Christos, man, what's up with you, dude? I see you just popped in a couple of times.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah.
Christos is here to tell us that a polyamorous relationship is absolutely possible and fruitful, and he wants to espouse all the amazing benefits and features of said relationship.
Nope, not really. We gotta start getting some music to throw on back here, OTW. You know, like Paul was doing the other night. You know, when someone comes up, not necessarily me, but when someone comes up here and has a little monologue or something to share, you can put on the tavern music, you know?
You know, something we could marinate in OTW to drown out all our failures.
Yeah, well, I'll do everything you guys weren't ever able to do.
Hey, but you heard it here first. I'm gonna just say this real quick. I'm gonna talk about more tonight when I go live, but I will say I came to realize I think that the disdain that Illumitami receives is not undeserved. Because he did a couple things that night when I said, okay, let me go live with him that were big red flags to me. One including that before we went live on StreamYard, he turned on his camera. He said, "Oh, let me make sure I don't have anything open on my computer still that I might not want you or others to see." It was like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing. Because then right after flashes a picture of like animated. He said he gave it a name. I've never heard this, but he gave it a name. He said, "Yeah, you know, it's basically animated prawn." I'm saying prawn code word instead of the actual word. I don't know if YouTube's weird like that, but he he ended up flashing animated tranny prawn on the screen in front of me. I said, "Bro, what are you doing?" And he tried to play it off. He was like, "Oh yeah, sorry. See, that's why I want to make sure there was nothing on here." So that dude is a straight weirdo. I know how he did that on purpose, acting like it was an accident. I brushed past it, but in retrospect, you know, if he would have done something like that when I was, you know, pressing the live button, like, uh, I just got a lot of bad vibes from that dude that night. And then he ended up fucking, uh, I mean, he was already rambling and incoherent, but he told me he took a mystery substance. He said, "Yeah, let me take this tab." I said, "Okay, this dude's gonna take a little acid." And then he was like, "I'm about to astral project," or something he was saying. So it was a whole mess. I thought there was gonna be some good potential doing a one-on-one with him, but uh, yeah, it was a complete mess. I'm gonna talk about that more tonight when I go live, and kind of explain why I didn't keep that Tommy stream up, because not only was it a disaster, but the dude creeps me out. And when Moose and other people like Paul talk about Illumitami emailing them, I haven't checked my emails, but I've definitely gotten multiple large paragraph texts from that dude, for which I proceeded to delete his number and block it if I need to, if he wants to start acting like an insane person. So yeah, at first I thought he was just getting hate from people online because he's kind of weird, but he's more than weird. Like, he's creepy, and that's what I was thinking initially. I tried to give a dude a chance, come around, but yeah. So I just wanted to say a little bit about why I didn't keep that Illumitami thing up, and you know what the whole deal was with that. And I'll go a little more in depth tonight. Tonight.
Thanks for sharing, Christo.
Yeah, and just
Thank you.
towards the end, your mic started chopping up. Just to let you know.
That was the aluminum foil from Illumitami.
Okay.
All right, guys, this is awesome. The chat's on fire. Welcome to everybody that's here right now. Much love to you all. I mean, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day.
Thank you for that terrible audio. Always consistent, always on point with that.
Hey, I'm going to echo soon. Shit,
Mic check.
consistent. I'm going to echo soon. At least I'm consistent, right?
Lost in space. Yeah, I'm gonna get all kinds of fucked up gadgets for the show like that, guys. You're gonna see it's gonna evolve.
Curiosity killed the cat, though, Christos. Now I really want to watch that Illumitami interview. I had no interest in it whatsoever until you just talked about it up here and said that you had to take it down because it was such a shit show. So what does that say about me that I'm attracted to a shit show and I want to go spend my time watching something that's been characterized as unnecessary in a shit show? But I'm interested. You got me on the hook.
You love comedy. That's what it says about you. You love fucking comedy. That's what it says. Okay.
Well, not just comedy, but I think a drama too. Yeah, Christos, since you took the video down, did you just make it private or you deleted it altogether? Okay, so I guess the silence is that he.
Mic check. Yeah, sorry, the internet's weird. The internet
much
was acting
better.
weird for a second.
Sounded good.
Did you say? Yeah, I think I made it private or unlisted, one of those two.
Okay, because I think that unlisted, or there's a way that you could share it to certain people.
Unlisted. I can share the link to people still. It's just not, they can't find it on their own, I don't
Right.
think.
So you could actually share the link to Dick so he could go watch it and without anybody else going to see it, if ever you want to there. I mean, just saying if you don't want to, it's your thing. But
I got time on my hands. I'm open.
Yeah. I'm just giving opportunities and showing you that there's a way for you to be able to show it to Dick without necessarily making it public.
Well, maybe I'll cut it down or make clips of it and release some like footage from that night without releasing the whole thing.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I had fun making the thumbnail, but there's plenty more thumbnails to be made. I'm no like super good Photoshop type person, but I can do some basic editing and have some fun throwing people's faces on different images like the Jack Talcott pictures on Paul's and whatnot.
That's cool. Are you using an app for that?
I am, yep.
Hey, I saw in your most recent broadcast announcement in the comment section down there, or the description, you said that you had felt you had not been living up to your potential, just to paraphrase it, and that you were going to step it up and really bring the best of yourself to your work. Can you expound on that a little bit and say where you're kind of at?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna I'm not gonna start doing 5 days a week or anything, but or 7 days a week. But I'm thinking at least 1 or 2 days I should set aside just to do some type of stream every week instead of just going months or weeks without doing anything and randomly going live. I think some type of consistency, because I'm seeing it, with OTW and other people out here. They're making moves and they're setting something up a little more structured with their channels, and I think it's a good time that I follow suit. And I haven't really been giving my time or energy to this except hopping on some panels and watching some people's streams. I really haven't been giving my energy to quote unquote creating content or cooking things up that I could share in like a slideshow or some type of presentation, because I do have a lot of notebooks and stuff filled up. I got a lot of stuff I could share. I really have been kind of getting distracted by, I guess, the Jerry Springer aspect of these streams and the the Jack Talcott stuff, the trolling, just the whole goofiness of some of this stuff. But there's actually there's a lot that could be done right now, and I know there's people that are interested in my perspective. So I think I should set a standard so I can deliver not only for myself but people in the community, because I think that needs to be done. I should step into those shoes that have been waiting for me to step in.
What you talking about, Willis?
That's good news, Christos. You're a talented dude. I think you got a lot to offer, and I'm excited to see you're going to put more investment into your channel, and hopefully people will check that out and go over and see what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're modded, I think, so I guess you can go ahead and drop a link to your channel in the chat for anybody who wants to go ahead and go ahead and show some sub love over to Christos Deliopoulos, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that he deserves it. He's been hanging around for a while now, creating some content over on his channel and also participating in many panels. He's a talented young man and has got something to say, ladies and gentlemen. So please make sure you go over there and sub, like, share, do the whole thing, click the bell, get all the notifications. Thanks.
Yeah,
everybody.
thanks, guys.
Right.
We'll do a decode sometime soon again, OTW. I was thinking about that as I walked into work.
Yeah,
one
of the evening streams when I do an evening stream, those are the ones I want to do, like one-on-ones with people and decodes or whatever, talk about a certain subject in particular, just one-on-one. So
I want to give you guys props. I really need to give you guys props, right? Like I said, since Paul, for the past several months, I've been in this circle with you guys. And OTW, the first time I saw you, you was spazzing on Paul. I mean, ripping it, right? Then I saw you in his on his broadcast, and I did comment. I said, "Damn, look at the change. Look at the you came around, like, you know what I mean? You spazzed out, but then you came and you seen what he was about, and how you know, we all kind of came together. I really, really appreciate that because it gives me more to do as far as, you know, supporting you guys. We got Christos now. I'm going to start his thing. You know what I mean? So it just gives me more to do, gives me more time to get to know you guys and want to engage and be a part of.
All right. So we got Scott here.
Well, thank you. You're welcome.
I just want to present Scott. Thank you very much for your comment. I was just distracted by Scott. You know, I'm so sorry, Sly Shy. You have to forgive me. I was listening to you.
You gave me the floor, and then you put him up. How the fuck
Did you say something, Sly? I tuned out when you started talking. I apologize.
I love you, Sly. You're awesome, and thank you so much for what you said.
Timmy loved that, Dick. You see that? See, Timmy loved that part, Dick. You saw that? Because Timmy tuned out. You know he did.
I have to, you know, God, I feel so bad now. Tim, it's your fault, Scott.
She was just saying she's seen the development that you've grown, that I've grown, that Dick has grown. But Dick is larger than he was when he started, which just means he's being stimulated and things are going in the right direction, folks. Let's keep moving.
Excuse me, but I would like these words to be heard in my voice, not in Dick's voice. Okay, I don't want Dick in my mouth. I want to speak my own damn words. Okay,
Dick's just helping you out.
I don't need any help from your Dick. I mean, you Dick.
Or your dick.
I'm a philanthropic, altruistic Dick.
Wouldn't that be called a pecker?
Putting all that dick in my mouth. I didn't ask you to speak for me.
Or a cock.
Somebody's got an audio issue. I don't know if it's you, Sly.
It's probably
Sly.
Yeah, it's you, Sly.
I know.
You have to do something about that because it's really bad.
I'm leaving. Bye. I love you guys.
Well, you don't have to leave.
Oh, we see how you are.
Oh, no, I love you guys. I got
Okay. All right, then.
We love you too, then.
Good morning, Vietnam.
Hey,
GSR.
man, what's up?
How you doing?
I thought you were going to stay in the metaverse while you talked to us today with that headset on.
I was seriously contemplating it, but then my vertigo kicked in. And I was like, oh, fuck.
I just want to make sure you know I'm glad that's not a Terminator headset because I've heard those things are pretty dastardly nasty devices, and
I do have a
promote that
tinfoil
kind of
hat
stuff.
that I wear sometimes, you know, so maybe one day, you never.
Do you do that when you're grounding at the Five Guys and Fries towers?
Exactly.
Take on those frequencies?
That, and I've got a big copper line that I run over and put it into the fucking nail and wrap it around my finger.
Makes you more conductive, yeah. Ground yourself to the 5G.
Yes.
That's good stuff.
Wow.
I started hearing shit in like fucking Chinese and stuff like that. What's really strange is I begin to understand it. That's interesting. I feel like
how else can we improve, Scott? Tell us what we can do better. I know you always got some constructive criticism. You're always keeping an eye out, making sure we're staying on our toes here, walking on eggshells. And I saw your performance on the Unslaved one last night. You had a great
nose hairs. Everybody needs to get the nose hairs. Okay, I've noticed there's an issue. And I just want to tell you that that's probably first suggestion out of the box would be nose hairs. Yes, there you go. Okay, so if everybody gets past the nose hairs, then we can get on to the Hitler mustaches for anybody who's not got one. Okay. No, I don't know. I mean, you know, I just have ideas. I like Keith's whistle, although that's fucking.
You're on thin ice.
Well,
thin ice, GSR. Finger on the trigger with OTW.
All right, no, he's showing a whistle, people. No.
Exactly. That's crossing the line right there.
Wait, so is there a decibel limit to the whistle sound or any audible sound that any of us produce out of our square?
Yeah, there's an
automatic, there must be a limit, right?
There's an automatic microphone adjustment that I can put on all of yous. So even if you're screaming, it'll come out the same volume.
Would Wizard say that's censorship if you lower the lower the volume that he said?
No, but now I've realized that because I didn't put the automatic volume control, I didn't activate it. That's why fucking Wizard blew my fucking eardrums out. if I would have had it on, it wouldn't have made any difference.
Yeah.
And I just like when I went and I clicked after and I saw that it wasn't on, I said, oh God, that's, you know, it was my bad. I guess I didn't check all the mics when everybody comes in, because I think it automatically it doesn't set it. Like, let's say I'll go over to Freedom's mic. I think I fixed his already. No,
You're gonna adjust it. I adjusted. Yeah, I circumvent what you do and augment it because I don't like your setting.
Oh, okay.
I like to be heard better than
I didn't
like
know
the
that
other
you
day
had
where
control
Paul
over
just
that.
ran over me and nobody could hear me, but everybody could hear Paul. So, kind of nice
just
to
like
have a little balanced level. But hey, GSR, Timmy, if we were good trolls, we would coordinate and we would do a broadcast with OTW where we all came in with whistles, and he wouldn't be able to have anyone come on the broadcast that was not whistling. And that way we could show him the new form of communication that we prefer to have open dialogue with.
You see, Timmy, I just activated the echo cancellation on yours, and you had like a little kind of a background noise, like a kind of like a hissing sound going. And when I click that, boom, now it's all gone.
Can I give you a background on this? Nice. I've been in sales for years, real estate. In fact, I was the SOB of an office, son of the broker.
Son of a bitch. Okay.
I was going to say son of a bitch of the office. That's awesome. What a title.
My dad always liked trains, and if you'll notice, that's kind of like a train whistle. One of the things I did for marketing was I got a bunch of these, and I had these aren't the ones that had my names. I had to send a bunch out to get my name put on them, but then handed them out as whistles for women mainly, and said, if you're ever in trouble, fucking blow a whistle, man. Nobody that's doing something wrong is going to want to mess with noise. All right. And I've also told, and I'll just tell you guys this, if you have a panic button on your car, if somebody's messing with you, start blowing the horn. Even the craziest criminal most likely is going to freak out if attention's brought to him. So, FYI. But this ended up going wrong on me. This ended up going wrong on me. Not bad. It was just a joke in the office, but I was like, what the fuck? You remember It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? The one guy that ran the bar, I guess, in there started fancying himself. He had the black wife and whatnot. I watched a couple episodes to figure this out. But he started fancying himself the rape walker, I think, or something. So he would walk girls to and from class to keep them safe because something was going wrong at the college, I think, is what I was told. So then I was handing these out, and people at the office say, so you're the rape whistler. Oh, fuck.
Not fun to be called that.
I mean, I don't know how you call a rape with a whistle, but no, it was just a joke. But it was like, wow, okay, I'm not the rape walker, I'm the rape whistler. So
yeah, are you calling in someone to rape, or are you calling in a rapist? That's the question.
It was a joke, but the point is if someone
What you talking about, Willis?
This would fucking draw attention, and hopefully you would get out of that impending doom of having somebody's dick in you that you didn't want.
Yeah.
So that was the whole intention. I've still got a bunch of them. If you want me to send them out to enslave you so everybody has a whistle.
I think that as poor as this content has degraded to, this is a good opportunity to take it one step lower and have you finish that story that I so rudely interrupted you on regarding your family lineage and having to deal with a life of being brought up as a dick and the confusion that brought you, and how does that work out for you?
Let me just give you the heads up. I went on stage at the Improv and I started telling the story without any setup or anything like that. And then I saw some girls, and the girls were getting up and walking. I mean, I'm at the fucking little stage up in the corner, and the first thing I notice is the 4 hot girls are getting up and walking out. I'm like, oh, this sucks. But there's still 100 people in the room. So, I mean, I don't want to play to them, but I do look, and I said, hey, girls, where are you going? We got to go. I'm like, oh, don't leave just yet. We got to go. I'm like, hey, do you know what you get when you cross a donkey and an onion? And everybody's like, no. It's a piece of ass that'll bring tears to your eyes. Everybody laughed. All right. So I turned in the direction of the gay Richard stuff. I'm like, so my last name is Richard, which a lot of people, as you know, is Dick. So I went to the high school, and I'm didn't want to be known as Dick. I told you about the funeral. I literally had this voice in my head with my dad, and I'm like, okay, so this all goes away. I'm like, all right. So I'm on stage and I'm telling all that, and I go into. So mom goes on. She moves out of the area we live in to a retirement area, and she calls me up one day on the phone. She says, I found somebody. I didn't know you lost somebody, but okay, you found somebody, Mom. Who'd you find? Well, no, I mean somebody that I think I can settle down with. I said, Mom, you're fucking 80 years old. What are you talking about settling down? She's like, shut up. I'm only 65. You're an asshole. I said, no, Mom, keep this straight. I'm a dick, remember? She goes, stop that. So I've always made fun of our last name. Go ahead.
No, man, I'm just no, keep talking, dude. Never
So
mind me.
I've always made less. So I said, what's this guy's name? I said, I'm not going to tell you. I said, why aren't you going to tell me? She says, you'll make fun of it. I'm like, okay, fair enough. I make fun of our last name, but Mom, I promise I won't make fun of his name. All right. So what is his last name? She says, it's Gay. Gay. Mom, if you're going to settle down with something, that makes you Mrs. Dick Gay. That's just wrong. I mean, we can't. I'm not going to be a part of this, Mom. I mean, Mrs. Dick Gay. But she ended up definitely moving on and meeting someone else after that. But it wasn't before I.
All right, this is terrible. We got to move on now. Sorry, Scott. Appreciate
you. Did it again, and you blew it. So
no, go ahead. I apologize, man.
There we go out to eat with me, my mom, his son, and his son's girlfriend, and my son. We're out to eat at a nice fucking country club, and I say I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, and the son says I'll go with you. I'm like, you smoke? He goes, no. I'm like, well, come on. I mean, I'll go out. So I'm smoking a cigarette, and I'm sitting there, and I said, so what was it like growing up with a name like Gay? He goes, I don't know. What was it like growing up with a name like Dick? I'm like, touche. Then he steps up to me, and the guy's smaller than me, but he did step up to me, puts his arm around me, and goes, besides, it's gay with you in the middle. I'm like, the fuck? What are you talking about? This is all true, too. By the way, the story I'm telling is a bit, but it's all fucking true. So I said, gay in the middle? What the fuck are you talking about? He goes, no, didn't anybody tell you? It's spelled G-A-U-Y. I'm like, gay. That's Gua. Then my mom would be Mrs. Dick Gua. It would be fine. It's just like French. No problem. He's laughing. I'm laughing. We go on. So move on. Mom dumps this guy. He looked like a little version of Mr. Magoo. It was really fucking funny. And I was supposed to get his baseball card, so I'm really pissed off. That never happened. Needless to say, I move on. Mom comes to me, calls me up, and says, I found someone else. I'm like, and this is where I lost my fucking Vespa, so I'm pretty pissed about this. Calls me up and says, found somebody else. I said, who is he? His name's Dale. I'm like, well, what's his last name? Well, it's weird. He's, I'm not going to tell you. Mom, tell me his last name. You'll make fun of it, so I'm not going to tell you. She wouldn't tell me on this one, but I go out to eat with them, fucking come up. I drive 100 miles to go visit her and him, go to dinner and whatnot. It's Lewandowski. I'm like, this guy's going to douse my mother with fucking love. What's going on here? This is insane. So the names are fucking with me. She dumps him, but she dumps him after borrowing my Vespa because he had a fucking scooter and she wants to learn to ride a scooter. So then somehow or another, this ends up my scooter's on the chopping block being sold outside of my knowledge. And the guy that's test riding it runs my mom over with it. So that was the end of my Vespa. So I'm like, okay, well, y'all fucking, I really don't understand this, but it was my dad's originally before he died. So mom still had the title. There was the quagmire there. So she calls me up a month or two later. I found somebody. I'm like, oh, come on, Mom, you're 80. What the fuck is going on? What's his name? I can't tell you. Why? You'll make fun of it. I'm like, come on, Mom, are you fucking serious?
Oh, I missed that. Could you start over at the beginning?
No. I'll start right here at this part. So I'm on stage.
Wait, before keep that thought in mind 2 seconds. Thank you, Sly Shy, for your generous contribution. The super chat's awesome. And she says, I love all my brothers and sisters, even Timmy. So thank you, Sly Shy.
So let me wrap this up. The end of the story. The end of the story is simple, and it obviously when you have a room of people's attention, you don't have to fucking play with people too much, or have Dick over here being the hecklish one. It's easier, but it's not a big deal. So she calls me up and says, I found somebody. Who is it? I can't tell you. What's his name? Can't tell you. I swear, Mom, promise. I'm not going to make fun of his name. What's his name? His name is Don. What's his last name, Mom? No gay. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? Mom, that makes you Mrs. Dick No Gay if you marry this guy. And that's politically incorrect altogether. In this day and age, you will be canceled. She's like, you're an asshole. I said, no, Mom, get it right. I'm a dick. So at any rate, if you remember, I told you I was in love with the biggest dick the other day when part of this fucking spiel. At any rate, my mom ends up marrying this guy, so she became Mrs. Dick No Gay, which makes me the biggest dick no happy. Ta-da.
Okay, keep going. When are we going to get to the punchline? Is it coming up?
No, I'm just not happy, man. I have to stop there because I'm not happy. So, no, the punchline is unavailable at this moment.
Well, that was the punchline, Dick. That, no gay, no happy. It was kind of like and we just didn't. I don't have the laughing track, guys. It's just like,
oh,
do I? Hold on a sec. I think I have the laughing track. Hold on a sec. Wait a minute.
Woo.
Oh, no, Dick. Nice, man. I got it.
Go, Dick.
It's so much easier to laugh when you have other people. That's good.
It's tough to judge. People have such short attention spans these days, and it's really tough to judge what you can, keep people tracking with or not. I'm not a good judge at that. There was a time where I could go into a room and talk for 5 minutes straight and hold people's attention. Today, 30 seconds seems to be tough because people are.
Or you're a horrible storyteller.
Yeah, Timmy, that's it. And you don't know any of my stories, so I'm awake for I'm awake for 15 minutes here trying to, remember a bit that I did 20 years ago, 18 years ago, I think. So, well, no, it wasn't quite that long ago. I'd say the on stage was probably 8 years ago, but it all played out a lot longer than that, the whole story. So it was 2005 is when this started. So let's put it into perspective,
Well, thank you for giving us the short recap.
Yeah, well, it took probably a lot of your life. I hope if you don't get that back, you do some health-wise fucking motivational speaking stuff. You take in some things that'll add longevity to you so that 3 minutes you'll get back and not be affected too much.
I'm a giver, Scott. I don't mind donating my precious time so that you can rough it through your glory days and try to live vicariously of once how you were able to hold the attention span of people. And we all tried to act like we were
do that. It was just
interested.
It was just one of those dreams that I had years ago.
I think Scott has a lot to offer. I'm glad he's started hopping on all these streams here. I enjoy hearing from him a lot, actually.
How does Scott's dick taste, Christos? Do you like the flavor of it?
That's interesting.
It's like a cream pop or something? I think Scott has stuff to offer too. I just give him shit because he does like to do the constructive criticism thing where he thinks he's on a pedestal or soapbox. He can tell everyone how to do better and know better and be better. And I do that too. So I relate to him, but I want to have a little more bandwidth than him. So I try to.
Well, he's older than all of us, isn't he?
I guess, but I don't respect my elders. No, age has nothing to do with anything. There's a bunch of fucking slave handlers out here,
Yeah, I'm not saying that's the only variable. Obviously, you don't just respect someone because they're old. Yeah, of course.
I put in a lot of work that I've done, a lot of work. I've spent the hours. So when you talk about doing something or you actually have done something, I look at you and you playing the music, you're getting up and you're playing on your channel. I noticed just the other day, you have your own channel. I'm into music. You're a guitarist. I could sit with you for hours. I don't play an instrument at all. But if you were playing something and trying to come up with original bars here and there, I'd end up starting to write lyrics. It's just what I've done for years. It's what I would end up going ahead and doing again. And I love that. But there's a level of creativity that comes with that, and there's a level of insanity that comes with that. Because once you start delving into your own head, man, you never know what the fuck you're gonna find.
True.
All right, we got
in my
Mr.
case,
Brother
you might find
Yurt.
just an open void, but
All right, hold on.
Oh, sorry. So I was drying my feet off there. I just got a shower, getting up today. Good morning, everybody. Interesting conversations. I'm just kind of tuning in here. So,
hello, caveman.
I don't know if I'm ready for that front and center pressure at this exact moment, but I'll ease into it. I'll warm up.
We want more, Yurt.
You want more?
We want a full dose of Yurt.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Dick, I'll start with you. All right. I'm already warm up. So you call me out.
Chew me up. Chew me up here. I knew you had something.
Hey, wait a
bone to pick.
Hold a sec. Wait.
Yurt.
You guys got to wait.
Let's get ready to rumble.
I don't know. I just think it's a little interesting, Dick. If we're gonna go to you, we'll go to you because you're looking for it. I love you, dude, and I love all you guys. So it's not critical. And OTW last night, that Torchman portion of Paul Enslaved was just so funny and incredible, and that background music and all that was so funny yesterday. So I wanted to say that too. And then I got a shout out to Moose as well. Last night I was watching that new Elvis movie. And I don't know if anyone recalls, but a couple months ago, as Moose was on the road, he stopped by Graceland, and he had said he had watched that movie. And I was watching that movie. It was like one of those conspiracy theory scenes. Like all the things I've seen of the last few weeks started flashing before my eyes. It all started adding up. And I realized Moose went and watched that Elvis movie, was blown away by the character of Colonel Tom Parker. And essentially, I think that triggered this whole producer Talcott face. I don't know if anyone's seen that movie or knows the story of Colonel Tom Parker, but I think Moose went and watched that. I think it triggered something in him, and that explains his odd behavior of the last few weeks. Has anyone seen that movie or familiar with Colonel Tom Parker and his
Tom
role?
Hanks played that part, did he? Tom Hanks played the part of Colonel Parker in the movie.
Yeah, Tom Hanks, a very creepy Tom Hanks.
Yeah, I don't really watch Tom Hanks stuff,
Yeah.
After the Pizzagate shit and all that stuff, man, Tom Hanks dropped.
Yeah. I was thinking about that. I'm not trying to necessarily, find him like that.
It was for Elvis.
Yeah. It was for Talcott. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. The movie is really good. But then, Dick, I thought the interesting thing there, Dick, was so on this polyamory. I like your point that if it's not communicating, that maybe this polyamory term is another term that sort of is hard to define and then can mean anything and is maybe covering up some bullshit. But the one problem I see in that, it's sort of and you bring this up, idealism versus realism, right? Like, what's the realism of that situation? But if we're going to start, challenging people to actually create reality-based, that hair's a little crazy. If we're going to start challenging people to create reality-based perspectives on this internet thing, we might have a lot of trouble. You know what I mean? Like, why did this issue suddenly, Talcott, we'll humor Talcott for 6 months, but the polyamory discussion will sort of get up in our, feelers about and say, well, no, you have to show me conclusive evidence of how this works. Well, we don't see that for any of our ideas.
The reason it developed was, to answer your question, is I had stopped joining Paul's panel, and I was cornered in a broadcast. I think it was on, it was either OTWs or Jax, but where Lou had asked, why is freedom not coming up anymore? And I said, honestly and forthright, that I had an issue with what I saw as a perceived contradiction regarding the meat eating issue. And Paul had seen it that I had a issue with monogamy, or with polyamory, which at the moment I had not. But then I went and listened to the broadcast he did after that, and I realized he was characterizing it wrong. It's not, what he's saying is not embodying what he's actually communicating. So yeah, do we get into reality-based conversations here? I thought we did. I thought that was one of the premises of why we collaborate here. If I'm wrong in that, then I just, let me know if that's not what we're doing here. But I thought it was to have real conversations about practical outcomes and how they work out in a reality-based day-to-day basis. And I don't see that what is being espoused there does.
Right, but and I'm sure you recognize this point, but if we're going to hold an ideal, like everyone should do X, Y, Z, that sort of necessarily implies that things aren't like that at this moment, or we wouldn't even be suggesting the alternative path. So then to go, oh, well, that, we don't have good examples for this. Well, it's sort of begging the question, right? Because it's like the food system, all these organic farms where you could be like, oh, well, that'll never be able to scale up. We'll never have.
No, that's fair. I get your point. That's fair.
Yeah. That would be all my point. But I think you're raising a good question there. And I do think it becomes challenging with the family and all that. And there is a problem with idealism at some point. If it isn't ever going to amount to anything, then you're just sort of engaging in intellectual masturbation. And what's the point of all that?
It's totally dysfunctional, Yurt. I mean, the idea that you're going to have some community where everybody puts aside any emotion or ideas of allegiance or formed bonds, boundaries, that it's just going to be a free love, and that there wouldn't be issues with that is absurd to me. And some of the obvious ones that we've talked about, like STDs and children formed out of wedlock, not knowing who the father is, all the finances that come behind that, that's just the basic surface level shit, not getting into the social dynamics of, a bunch of different emotions and personality types trying to work it out productively. Now, can it happen? I'm not here to say it can or it can't happen. I'm just saying, in a general set of terms and conditions, the way our reality works and what we observe happening in nature, which I think is our best benchmark or thing that we can observe that works sustainably, and we should glean from it because it does work sustainably. So it actually warrants that observation. We see the two expressions. We see a form of polygamy and we see a form of monogamy. And that's because that's what works in a healthy balance with nature. And I think that's worked out. You could say it's God. You could say it's just the nature of reality. But if we're going to have something else be espoused, then show and prove it. Then Paul can do that if that's what he wants to do. He can go show how a polyamorous family with children can be done healthy and works well, and that's a very productive way of handling things. But I see him presenting a contradiction, because he will say and present his argument to family-oriented men that we're weak-minded because if our wife went and had sexual relations with another partner, that we're somehow weak-minded because we wouldn't be able to look past our ego for what she did. But yet in the same sentence, he'll say if that happened to him, that he would tell the goofy broad, that I hope the guy can pay for you because I don't want nothing to do with you. And so it's kind of this double standard where he sees himself as a silverback, 800-pound gorilla that a woman would never choose another man over him. But the reality is if we were in a community, a lot of the women would look at him as a bombastic asshole and say, I want to be with Dick. Dick's a nice, well-rounded. He's a better provider. He's got a lot of things to offer that are more even-keeled and in general better to be around on a day-to-day basis. So how's he going to feel when all his women want to come over and fuck me? And if you tell me there's not going to be a weird social dynamic with that, of course, the first thing he's going to do is, you goofy broad, what, do you don't respect who I am as a man? Well, no, you're not being honorable, Paul. That's why she left. So this comes back to, well, then, so we're not going to communicate anything. How does it work out in a practical state? If the woman's honorable, she has to communicate it. Otherwise, she's just a cheating hoe.
But
if she can't communicate it, why can't she communicate it? Because that's not polyamory.
Those same criticisms apply to our critique of government and all that. Because even right there, you said a form of monogamy. Right, because that the pure, there is no purist, there is no purity test on this monogamy thing. So it's the same thing for government, right? That was my initial and Chuck was in here and I hadn't even commented. I just literally clicked and I see Chuck talking his shit, calling me a flip-flopper. But these are literally the points I brought up to Paul on day one I came on his show. Sort of the practicality of the things that he advocates and all that. And we go right behind pushing that, or a lot of people do. And I see the power of it now more and more. We push that even though it's an ideal, right? Even though, it's fraught with peril and all that. So why does this issue suddenly we're like, hey, no, we need to see, the exact
But
detail.
wait, I got details and practicality. Dick, are you not aware of for example, the Italian culture for the past 100 years, at least in America, I mean, it was pretty well known that most men had a gumad. They had the side girlfriend, right? And the wife knew about it, and everybody knew about it. And a lot of those situations, like my grandparents' time, like everybody just kind of knew about it. Sometimes they'd be traveling together. This is like a standard thing for them for a long time. So like, and I'm sure it's not only the Italian culture that did that. I mean, isn't this
but that's a form of
isn't that evidence of
pseudo-polygamy.
that?
That's a form of pseudo-polygamy. It's not even what we're talking about. What happens if the woman chooses the relationship? What happens when the woman says, I'm going to go fuck a bunch of different men? And you guys say that doesn't happen. And I say your heads are up your ass. It happens every fucking day. What the hell are you talking about? Most of the time, they don't tell you. They just go fuck other men and they cheat on you. And they act like,
oh, getting like angry though? I don't understand.
Because the conversation is so obvious and you guys keep asking questions that are not pertinent to the discussion. You're talking about pseudo polygamy, which I'm actually espousing as a legitimate form of marriage. Now, in that particular way that you characterize it, sounded pretty backhanded and deceitful. Like, maybe they're not really talking, the husband and the wife, but he's got a mistress, and I don't see that as fruitful. That seems kind of fucked up and demeaning to the wife. So why not just make it on board and do polygamy and say, we're all working together as a community and family here, because that actually works. We see working examples of it. You don't see working examples where the woman is out entertaining a bunch of men and the family network being solid and healthy. That does not fucking work. So why don't we just call a spade and call it what it is?
I'm not promoting that, by the way. I think
that's polyamory. It's good for the goose, good for the gander. It's not just a male-centered, polyamory is not usually religious-based or family-oriented. It's oriented around romanticism and sexuality. Polygamy is more family-centered and based off of God.
You have to look at the age. Age is a big deal. You're talking about a 40-year-old woman, 50-year-old woman, 35-year-old woman. You can't compare those women to a 25-year-old woman. They're growing up in a different social construct than we did at that same age. So whether you're a monogamist, you want one man, one woman, or two men, two women, or having one partner with multiple partners, it's all the communication with your significant other, right? So I mean,
which is the textbook definition of polyamory: communication and honesty. So if that doesn't exist, you don't have polyamory. You just have deceit.
I'm just talking off my personal experience. Like, not to bash Paul. He does this thing. I'm going to watch his channel because there's a lot of stuff to learn there. But when I first came on his channel, he told me that I was going to be divorced in 6 months. That was a month ago. My wife and I, our 12-year anniversary is tomorrow. You know what I mean? And so for her and I, it's a joke. Like, hey, babe, we only got 5 months left. We're getting divorced. Like, wherever he come up with that idea, it didn't make sense to me. So I was always defensive. Like, what's this fucking dude talking about? He didn't know shit. But when it comes to the fact that,
Steve, would you say that most marriages that you see, would you say that they're like really fruitful and the two people are like really happy to be with each other? Would you say that?
That I don't honestly know. I know that like this my buddy here, Max. We did. He's been married to the same woman for 24 years. 24 years. He's been married to the same woman. He's only been married one time. And we were talking about yesterday. How many people do you know that's only been married once?
I know. Hey guys, I know of myself and him, and that is it that I know of that are so-called happily married men with one person for as long as we have been. Now, I will tell you, I look at women all the time, and sure, yeah, they're beautiful. They're great creatures to look at. But what I factor in at the end of the day, is it worth me losing my lifelong companion for 15, 20, 30 minutes, maybe even 20 seconds worth of fun, right? It's not worth it for me. So.
It's not common to me. I see it more and more that people either get married too young, they're still growing as a person, and people change over time. But it's just an opinion. Like all of us, we have opinions. Paul has opinions. Timmy has opinions.
Maybe the point isn't monogamy or polygamy or polyamory. Maybe that's the point. Maybe it has nothing to do with it, and it has to do with the people and how developed are the people.
No, exactly.
How developed are the man and woman.
It's exactly.
Right.
I believe.
Right. And right.
Mm-hmm.
That's the common denominator. And it seems that most men are fucking inept, right? And then they're not even beginning to do what they're supposed to do, even to have, quote unquote, have one woman to even begin with. So two is kind of, it doesn't even begin to, make sense. So.
No, don't get me wrong. When I was younger, I dated a girl. She was bi. She would pick and choose all these girls and bring them home, and it was fun. I mean, it was really fun. But I could never be in I did marry her. You know what I mean? So it's just there for me, my personal opinion. I want one woman to want me and only me, let alone if she wants another man or another woman. So it's all your personal preference. You know, I mean, like if you want to experiment or your wife wants to experiment, well, either you're going to be on board or not. You know, so whether it's all about love. You know, it's about love and communication. You know, what can you guys get through? You know, here's another challenge. You know, so it's just respect and communication really is what the success that we found. Maybe we're the rare, the few, but if you don't have love and respect for yourself, let alone the person that you're with, that you need to look around and shop around and see. Let me throw in something here too. I think a lot of people, when I say a lot, I say the majority. I think the majority of people jump into marriage. Me, I wasn't looking for marriage. My wife, I guess you could say maybe she was, I don't know. But long story short, she wanted to get married within probably 6 months after we met. I waited 4 years. I said, I'm doing this one time only. It's either going to work, it's not going to work. But I knew when it was right, and it felt right to both of us. And here we are, 24. It'll be 25 years July 1st. So, and I'm going to tell you, yeah, there's been ups and downs. There's been there's been battles, but we still love each other as much today as we did back then, and 24 years ago, and neither one of us ever led astray from each other, or I don't even think thought to. So I don't know, man. It's different for everyone, I believe. With that being said, Max and I, we've been streaming, or going to start streaming on my channel every night at 10:30. We're going to talk about all kinds of shit. So you guys are more than welcome to join and talk about shit like we're talking
appreciate
about.
His name is Max. Did you say his name is Max?
What's
yes,
your
Max.
channel?
I appreciate your contribution, sir. Thank you for your opinion. It's a great way of putting things into perspective, in my opinion. Coming from a man who's been with the same woman for so long. Yeah, I think. I enjoyed hearing that, sir.
It can be done. I mean, it's just, I think a lot of it too is times are different, guys. I mean, we're talking 25 years ago now already. Okay, so and then my wife and I were both born. We're from kind of deep Southern roots, so we came from families that grew up off of monogamous relationships, and they were husband and wives. Like my parents, well, I lost my father at a young age, but her parents are still married to this day, and they've only been with each other, and that's it, literally. So that's just kind of it's common here. So this is what we see. This is what we do. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of divorces. I'm in Florida, even though we have Southern roots, and Florida is not a very Southern state because most of the people here aren't from Florida. But I'm a true Floridian, born and raised, been here my whole life, and so is my wife. So those Southern roots, kind of, that's just any Southern state you go to. That's kind of the way it is. It's monogamous based relationships. I don't know why. It just is.
I was transplanted from Illinois, but from 4 years old on, I was a tampon.
Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, that's the thing. Most are transplanted here. There are very few born and raised. Even this guy right here, you've been here most of your life, right? 35 years. Yeah. You came from where? Chicago? Chicago, bitch. LTW, man. This is good stuff, man. We're going to get to work. Yeah. Glad we could add to your guys' conversation. Like I said, DD214 audits, YouTube, stream live. We're going to do all that StreamYard stuff. So we'll talk about when everyone else shuts their stream down, come jump on us, smoke some weed, and talk about some shit.
No problem, dude. If you're not modded, did I mod you? Are you modded here?
I think
if you
so.
are, drop a link to your channel so everybody can go ahead and sub over there and go check out your stuff. We got 44 people watching right now, man. Make sure to hit that like button, share this out to everybody. Click the bell to get all the notifications. Leave a comment in the comment section. Participate in chat. If you really, really want to help support the channel, go ahead and click that link at the top of live chat and buy OTW News a coffee. Obviously, I'm not speaking about myself in a third person because OTW News is now affiliated with YouTube as well, which is a great thing. Congratulations for all the hard work that I've done to make this channel a success. So, and that's also, it wouldn't be possible without all of you people watching right now. So thank you everyone for being here. Much respect and love to everyone. The panelists are awesome. It is presently 10:21 a.m. here in Montreal, Canada, April 28th. 12 degrees Celsius, sunny day. It's beautiful outside, guys. So I hope you guys take out your barbecues and, for all the vegans, have your barbecues ready and start cooking those vegetables. And for all the other meat eaters out there, pop out those cheeseburgers and those healthy steaks there. And let's get those barbecues rolling, ladies and gentlemen. So much love to everybody, man. Thanks for Yurt to be here and also participate and give us your perspective on things. I'm loving the conversation. It's actually absolutely awesome, and I'm captivated. I also have my own experiences. I don't really like talking about them, so I just don't mention them, or and I'll leave it there. So, what are your thoughts, panel? Expert panel, as Paul would say.
I want to toss this out here, and I brought up Chuck in Tennessee calling me a flip flopper, and I wanted to just bring that subject up for a second, because in my heart of hearts, I've not flip flopped on anything. I've literally not changed my mind. I've learned things about myself. I'm growing. I'm evolving as I participate here and in my own life each day. But I've literally not changed a critical core belief since I've been here. Steve brought up this idea of, when Paul or anyone jumps out the window and says, you're going to be divorced in 6 months and fuck you, your whole world's burning down, and then says, look, that's wrong. And I had that.
I'm going to come fuck your wife. Your wife's a hoe. He's done it to every one of us, to you, to Moose, to all of us.
Yes, absolutely. So what do we do about that? So the flip flop, right? Initially, when I encountered that, I'm like, fuck this dude. He's an asshole. You shouldn't talk to people like this, yada, yada, yada. I still agree with that. I don't talk to people like that. You won't find
I had the same reaction.
Right.
from me. Yeah.
We all have. We all get triggered by it. It's natural. But if you didn't get triggered, I don't know. Maybe you just were a fucking Buddhist monk that sat by a tree your whole life, but that's not me.
Exactly. But then the nuance of the situation, as you reflect on it, is, well, if he didn't say that to Steve or to us, that doesn't allow Steve or us the opportunity to be like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? I love my wife. We have a great marriage. This is how it's happened, right? It doesn't allow us to have the whole conversation about monogamy. It doesn't provoke OTW like he was just about to do, to start maybe diving into stuff that he didn't really think he wanted to talk about here. But now, because it's brought up, and now he does, he's sort of like, damn, I could add, my life experiences to this. So it becomes this whole thing. Is that a flip flop? To then say, you know what, maybe at some level, though, it's not right for me. And at some level, I think he probably needs to watch a little bit, because when we jump out the window like that, sometimes if we do that so much and get comfortable, sometimes we can manifest that in life in really bad ways. But at the same time, it's producing the conversation. So it's like, is that flip-flopping for me to think about that whole thing and acknowledge that?
I just look at it that's when you got Paul triggered,
so.
That's basically his defense mechanism. You probably got him on the run. That's the way he runs, because like he says, he's too fat to get up and haul on ass out of there. So he just amps up his volume, speaks over you, and then starts making personal attacks. And I always thought that was rooted in integrity. In this particular scenario, I'm not saying that he's intentionally trying to act out of integrity. But I'm not here to attack Paul. I don't want to stoop to that level and say a bunch of personal insults. However, I will if we end up going into it again and we're just going to start yelling expletives at each other. I got a whole bunch of shit loaded to fucking say to the dude, because that's how I know he operates. So I know going into it, you better be prepared to have your fucking ducks in a row and be ready to go to battle. But the problem I have is I just want to have a productive conversation about it. And I feel like, coming here to talk about it doesn't need to be about Paul. It's about monogamy, polygamy, polyamory. Paul's not the final consensus on this shit. We all have to make decisions, because what Didi was saying there, I didn't resonate with everything he says. He's a monogamy guy. I thought some of what he said was pretty weak-minded, to be honest. I'd probably resonate a lot more with Paul on that particular evaluation. So it's to each their own. But when you start attacking people who have working examples of a family network, and they're, despite all the challenges in this reality, keeping it together and making it work productively, and they have things to offer that are productive because they are doing it and they do live it day to day and they've been doing it for decades. Maybe you want to listen to those people, because we're actually successful. We actually have results to speak from, and that matters. Cheers, Wizard.
Everybody, welcome Mr. Wizard, Word Wizard himself, ladies and gentlemen, to the stream. Welcome, Wizard.
Greetings, everybody. Just to touch on the topic, I heard you talking about the marriage situation. And I just want to remind everybody again, the perfect thing to look at in regards to the marriage situation is Isaiah 54. Isaiah 54 starts out with sing. The man's job in singing is to protect the women. It ends with verse 17, says, let no tongue prosper. This is our duty in any marriage, whether it be with a woman or another creature. And if you read that, you find out it's speaking about the flood and God's promise that he would never do that again. And that when he did that flood, he forsake mankind and he would not do that again. So when people come with this apocalypse theory that he's going to destroy the world again, he said he wouldn't. He didn't say he wouldn't do it by flood. He said he wouldn't. And that's the forsakenness. We have to do the same thing in our duty to protecting women and children, no matter whether you got 9 wives or 1 wife. Okay. It's the marriage, the covenant that counts, the promise to protect, the same oath that he shewed unto Abraham, he gave unto us to seek his counsel. If we don't show that to the women and the children, then they are lost. This is Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. You're supposed to sing out about all the knowledge to protect the women and the children, no matter how many you got. In that verse, it tells us there are more children of the desolate than there are of the married wife. There are many people that are not meant to be married. They're meant to be whores. There's supposed to be a positive and a negative. The only way the good people can learn what is bad is by experiencing the bad. The only way. Otherwise, you know no difference. So it doesn't matter who you listen to. Doesn't matter how you operate in life, as long as you're protecting the women and children. This thing about do no harm, that's what it's talking about. Replenishing the earth, to replenish, replen. It's not Jewish. It's not Germanic. It's not American. It's plenish, plenary, plenipotentiary. It's plentiful already. Why are we struggling? Because of the greed and gluttony. And because of the greed and gluttony, we forget all about the protection. I yield. And Rebecca, you didn't hear me come up screaming, did you? So get rid of your preconceived ideas about each and every one of us. See, like in the past, you don't see me getting all irate and angry until other people start disrespecting. And that's the only thing I ever give any issue about, is the disrespect and the lies. 2 things in my life that have harmed me the most was all the disrespect and the lies, because everybody's selfishness and greed and gluttony. Are you?
No, you brought up seeing the men are. I'm sorry, OTW.
Oh, I was just saying thank you, Wizard, for your wise words, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, that just reminded me. You brought up. You said something, and I forgot the passage you just quoted there about men singing the song to protect the women and children. And that just brought a memory up to me that I recently read. I think it was in that John Lamb Lash, Not in His Image book. and the Queen Boudica of the British Isles, and these ancient Druidic traditions where the women actually sang a song that was so powerful that back in the day had a hypnotic effect. These old medicine women of ancient traditions. I just thought about that. That's funny that again we see the Abrahamic tradition. I hadn't even thought about that. The Song of Solomon. And some of these different things, and the difference between that. It's sort of a tangent. We don't need to necessarily humor it, but I just thought about that. People should look into that. The Druidic singing, Boudica of the British Isles, and the power they had with word and song and all that.
I think they bring that into focus when you watch the movie Wakanda Forever or something like that. That second movie there, the Black Panther. Right. So they have a scene where these beings come out of the water and start singing, and there's one of these big cruise ships, and people are like walking right off the ledge of the ship, jumping into the water, all zombied out and freaking because they're hypnotized by the singing of it's like sirens in the story of Ulysses. So yeah, I resonate with that, man. I understand what you're talking about, and I agree.
And some of that, and again, I get accused of being a leftist when I go down these sort of angles, right? But I'm really, again, it's just like the flip-flopping. It's just like every other issue. I'm just trying to explore the knowledge I have and share that with people. But some of this patriarchal concept, and I do believe it is a masculine divine duty to lay your life down for your women, for the women and children. I do believe that. But then some of this, forced monogamy and the dysfunction that it's bred has been brought by the Judeo-Christian tradition as well. Catholics are just notorious for this shit, right? Growing up Catholics and the way they try to annul marriages, and even, into the 80s and 90s, like divorce was still a pretty big issue in the Catholic Church, even though they were all doing it and having, the mistresses and all that. You brought up Italian culture earlier in that regard. And I believe the French have a pretty big culture of this sort of, an acceptance of other partners. And then it also made me think of, there's a great book, The Dark Side of Camelot by Seymour Hersh. Think of another example of the Kennedys. And Joe Kennedy was a complete fucking scumbag in the same tradition. Not holding these people up as great examples, just saying that even in the most conservative times, there's a culture of people, exploring other options, or whatever. Not right or wrong, just these things exist.
Because Joe was such a fucking misfit, they thought they could control John, and that's where they made a mistake.
Yeah, and I was kind of doing a little shot, and I'm glad you picked that up, Scott. I don't believe in the romanticizing of the Kennedys at all. At all. They were all scumbags. They were Irish mafia scumbags. They weren't good guys at all. That Seymour Hersh book, The Dark Side of Camelot, it claims Joe Kennedy is having intercourse with these random women while the whole family's in the house moving around. Like Joe's up being a complete scumbag upstairs, and the whole family's in the house downstairs. That's how open it was. Joe Kennedy's villainy.
I wouldn't doubt that at all. Power leads to fucking just total corruption. I mean, but then you get to the complete power. You say no, Timmy. When you go to Italy, think about you. Those guys don't want anything. The mafia, the leaders there, they're sitting in small houses, smoking their big fucking Cuban cigars, drinking the finest fucking cognac, whatever they want, the finest wine. They're not worried about having big opulent palaces like Saddam Hussein was. The true power elite, they just want the control. That's what they live for. That's what they fucking thrive on. Sure, they can have the limo pick them up, but they're going to wear their Guayavero or whatever, and they're just going to sit there and fucking smoke their cigars, have their fun, and know they have complete control. Now, that's not across the board. I haven't sat with any of these guys. I've been told some of this, and we're speaking out of fucking, secondhand knowledge, if you will. But I know people that know how this works. In fact, the guy that just called me, I'm literally going to call him back. I've got things to do, is sitting in Cyprus. This is where he lives, right on the Mediterranean, in the midst of where a lot of money goes, where people hide their shit. Okay. If you don't know that, there's a few people that do. There's a few places around the world that people do shit like that. Now, my biggest thing about relationships, getting back to that, is, I mean, there's good, bad, and indifferent. I think part of the reason that government was created was to keep trade going smoothly between the states. It was created long before this country here, but we had a lot more monarchies and empires and, you know, emperors before. But when we created the government here, it was just to kind of manage trade. And then it got very invasive. Somewhere along the lines, it came into the lives, into the bedroom, into every fucking thing. And I think private should be kept private and public should be kept public. And, you know, the two aren't supposed to mix, but our overlords, as inept as they are, they don't believe that. They think that they should be able to fucking put a chip in your arm and monitor you if you walk through the fucking line at the gas station. It doesn't make any sense that we, the masses, are putting up with this handful of people literally pushing this shit. I do have a lot of stuff I got to get to. I'm going to listen in on my phone doesn't come onto this very well. So while I'll be listening in, I won't be able to chime in too much. So you guys, peace. Have a good one. I'll check in maybe on another cast later. And
Cheers.
thanks. Nice talking to you.
Peace, man. Thanks for coming up, man.
Later,
It's
man.
always a pleasure. All right, ladies and
I don't
gentlemen,
think
that was
power.
Scott.
I don't think power automatically corrupts. Do you guys think that?
Yeah, I don't
Ultimate
know.
power ultimately corrupts.
Let's see.
So, you know, when you give away free will, it usually doesn't work out. If you give your autonomy away, it doesn't usually work out too well for you, in my experience.
Give me some of that power, and let's see what happens to me. We'll do an experiment.
Yeah, it never worked out for me when I gave up my power, whether it be in this commercial system by ticketing and not knowing the rights and how I'm supposed to respond, as well as contracts that I got involved and let somebody else do the dealing because I had faith in them. When that contract turns out and I'm the one up on that stage having to tell everybody I'm sorry, but the talent didn't show up, you know, then that's on me, you know. So we really do have to be careful of what we're putting out there and who we're trusting. Again, the Bible tells us to trust no man. We're not supposed to be shaking each other's hands. We're supposed to be giving each other hugs and letting the life around us exist as it is without having to contract. He's a respecter of no person. So again, I urge everybody to get back to your actual nature and realize that when you give up anything to this commercial society through reading and writing and arithmetic and all that, you're giving it all up. You're giving it up to be indoctrinated. You're giving it up for your own children to indoctrinate them out of your own damn convenience. That's why I love you. Austin, you're doing a great job in that sense. I love people that homeschool their children and bring the base foundation of nature to that home, because that's the true connection. It's not really just the spirit. It's the connection, like we talk about grounding. How do you think we get that spiritual sense? Do you think we get it without the grounding? We got to be grounded. We live in this world, but we're not of this world. That's the grounding. We were grounded. We descended. And now we're on our way to ascend, but we have to use that spiritual connection to do so. That's the electrical units. And everybody, and surprisingly enough, everybody thinks it's electromagnetic. It's not. It's magnetoelectric. Everything's upside down and backwards. You think that toroidal field works on a flat plane? No. It works in a globular fashion as it circumvents everything in it and goes through everything. Goes through everything. Unlike electrical currents that can, yeah, there you go. There you go. What's that look like in the center, guys? Does that look like a fucking hourglass or not? You've been delusioned by time.
Hey, Wizard, Keith, I want to hear your response to this too, because I know you're a well-read and pretty intelligent person from what I see. But what you just said there, you said we're in the world, but we're not of the world. Well, this connects to Timmy's point about power. I see priest class morality, and that's sort of a Nietzschean term, but I just use that as an offhand. We could talk about it however we want, sort of demonizing power. And then even in that statement that you just made, that we're in the world, but we're not of the world, To me, this is one of the initial bifurcations of ourselves when we have to demonize the material world, because it puts us at opposition, right? Like, how do we resolve that contradiction where we need to ground, but then we say, but the material world is some sort of trap? See, I don't believe.
Yeah, and see, that's the problem. People think the material world is evil, and it's not. The material world, as far as I can see, is our teaching ground. Instead of sending our children to the schools, we're supposed to be sending them out there in nature so they can learn, like it says, to replenish the earth. Pure and simple. And I think people think that it being evil is because they're lazy and they don't want to do the work that Mother Nature requires for you to be in this world. Because if you don't do the work to be in this world, guess what? Most creatures ain't going to allow you to live without doing what you need to do. Because once you get done suckling mama's kid out there in the wild, you're done. No more social welfare, guys. None. It doesn't happen. We're the only creatures that do that. Why? That's the evil. Placating that you can be lazy and placate to the conveniences of somebody else. This is profiting off of the loss of another man. And again, it don't happen out there in the wild.
And I'm sure I'm belaboring the point, but wasn't that imposed by the Judeo-Christian tradition in our historical
yes.
reality?
So, that was the tornado that brought religion to man. Judaism. Not Hebrew, Judaism. Everybody forgets the Hebrew language and where the scriptures were written. It wasn't written because of church. Judaism didn't come out until long after Sanskrit, which was teaching morals. They came out before the Bible.
Yeah, the laws of nature were way before the Bible.
This is what all the Hebrew scholars and everything have a problem with when people like me come out and talk about that etymology. Again, we're talking about caveman. Where was the Bible when the caveman was around? They were able to express their trust in this world.
According to the Bible, it was in a bush.
Yeah. And everybody just walked around and missed it. Well, I never saw that. Whoa, there's a Bible. What's the first Bible? Anybody know? No, where's it come from? What culture?
Oh, what culture? The Sumerians?
Ethiopia. Hunter-gatherers.
Israel.
Bush people.
Israel don't take too kindly
Bush
to the Ethiopian Jews.
It took the bush people to find the Bible in the bush. It's all when you get back to the origins and the roots of everything. Again, I tell you, this is where you're going to get your knowledge. By sticking into the Spanish etymology like Voynich and trying to convince everybody that El Perro means the dog, that's fine. But when you hear it from me, I'm the one that created that pen name for me. And it's not just El Perro, it's El Hotep Secondwe Perro. Now show me where Hotep Secondwe is in Spanish. Anyone?
But what blows me away, and I'm just engaging, if I'm over, and I'm not trying to overtalk you or interrupt you, blows me away is with your wisdom why that even bothers you. Why would that even bother you?
No, it's just part of the drama. You know, everybody likes the drama.
Okay, I got
you. I want people to come to my page, guys. I got to be involved in some of this drama. So that when they come to my page and they see me sitting back there reading right from the sources, they might have a different aspect of me and they might actually fucking learn something. Okay. That's the only way I can put it out there. So I don't give a fuck whether you scream and yell or not. Like I said on OTWs yesterday, right? Or the day before. Yeah, I can speak. Okay. And I can speak in so many more languages than most everybody else. And I even created my own. So why are
you could you just give him the front page and let him blow that whistle?
Yeah, all right. I could do that. Here, hold on a sec.
No, we're not gonna no.
Oh, come on,
about,
guys. Jesus, man, come on, Wizard. We
No,
can't fucking get him to blow the whistle.
I may be a dancing monkey, but I dance when I want to, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
It's not
I ain't no dog.
Not Burger King with Wizard.
All right. Okay, guys.
And
so
I would say the Bible was pre-Egypt, though. I mean, I don't have my source material in front of me, but Sumeria had the Christ crucifixion in it as well. I think as far back as we can go with available data, it's always been there.
This is what Voynich has a hard time with, is that it's just a story. Now, he wants to sit there and say, I don't believe in Jesus and I discredit Jesus. No, I believe in Jesus. I believe Jesus existed. I believe many other men existed in the same concept, just like Gary Davis. Remember Gary Davis? turned doorknobs, guns into doorknobs. The man with no country. Yeah, he got pissed and walked into the UN. You know, the same thing Jack Talcott wants to do. Okay. But he did it in the concept, the same thing as Jesus. And Jesus walked the same way as prior men that were trying to instill morals into people. So, yes, we are Jesus in Eucharist, according to that story. But we are also other men embodied in the mentality of how we carry ourselves. This is the importance of having a good dad in your home, because that's what teaches us how to carry ourselves.
Snap your fingers and do the twist. You can do it all by yourself. See, I was trying to get the slave whistle and he started dancing, damn it.
Moose, I want you to keep it right now. I want you to keep it real right now, Doc. You went and watched that fucking Elvis movie 2-3 months ago. You were completely inspired by Tom Hanks' Colonel Parker, and this inspired this whole fucking Talcott mess. Say it isn't so, Moose. And you did a sacred ritual when you went to fucking Graceland, right? And you came back a completely twisted ass person, dude. What did that movie do to you, man?
So hold on. First off, if I went and did some crazy ass ritual, if all I got was Talcott out of the deal, I think I got sold short.
Yeah, you did the ritual of waiting, right? I remember you said you said there was lines to leave Graceland. You said there was a line to leave. And I think in that line is where you're like, fuck it, dude. If Elvis could be this big because of Colonel Tom Parker, I got a little bit of that in me. And I'm pushing this Talcott shit to the top.
Oh, he froze.
Yeah, exactly. Convenient.
God. Just that, it was just like, it was written in the skies, I guess. I don't know.
That's a great way to run without running, though. I got to figure that out so I can do a freeze button. Everybody be like, oh, yeah, he just froze. He's not actually a coward.
No, I had to switch to the Wi-Fi. My bad. So no, I think I'm better than Colonel Sanders, and I think I can do it better. And so I'm actually going to do it for multiple people. I'm not going to take just Jack Talcott. I'm taking everybody with me. And, as many as I can hold. Like, we're talking, like Paul's talking polygamy and polyamory. He's really talking polygamy, like Dick pointed out. But so, yeah, like he's talking like that. Like, I'm going to have my team of people that I'm pushing to the top. And, yeah, I mean, if you see me on a beach somewhere kicking back with my feet up, drinking a mango juice or something, I mean, why would you be jealous? I worked for it.
There you go.
Exactly.
The snow show, right, Moose? It's all about the snow show, isn't it, sir? I see it. And I love Elvis. Elvis is actually a good example for the polyamory shit, right? Like, it's sort of what you're saying, Dick. We watch it, like, we love Elvis, whatever, but, we watch, and there's a little bit of us is like, fuck, he's going to steal all the women. He's going to take all these women from us.
And Moose just mentioned something perfect in regards to Paul and all these people that sit there and complain about him being in a car or a trailer. Why the fuck are you complaining? Are you jealous? Because otherwise, why would you complain about him getting what he wanted out of life? He's on the path that he wants to be on, and you're jealous or something, complaining, trying to make it look like he's doing bad?
Success. He's achieving success defined in his own mind. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Same with me and the bike. Somebody stole my bike. Thank God they didn't steal my car, right? Huh? It only cost you $1,000, right? Huh? That's the way this system works. People use it all fucked up. And like I said earlier, they're using it by making a profit off of the loss of another man. Why would you do that? That is pure greed and gluttony. When I learned that, I had so much shame. I spent 10 years selling entertainment tickets to people. Now I realize what entertainment is about. And it shouldn't cost you a goddamn thing. You should be able to entertain yourself. That's what entertain means. So yeah, it's strange how people operate in these panels. I was just astounded when I started realizing these different things because I'm relatively new to this. I've been doing videos for a long time and I've known about people's personalities, but I've never been subjected to it or subjected myself to it in the degree that I am here on these panels. Pretty much 24/7, like you see with Peniel. I'm on here, all these different channels and checking everybody out, talk to everybody. But I'm still managing my own private life as well. Don't ever dismiss that. And you'll see me disappear here now that we've got nicer weather. I told you I want to get back out there. I was wanting to go on a trip around the country again and go visit a couple people, but because of lung cancer, I got to stick around in the area and deal with that first as a priority. So until I'm completely healed, I won't be able to go out and about. But I'm still going to live my life. I'm still going to do the things I enjoy. I'm still going to go have that drink on the beach if I want to. I'm still going to go get that motor home if I want to. It just depends on what's available and how diligent I am at seeking out those particular types of goals. And again, I'm not here for a margarita on the beach. I'm not here for a motor home. I'm here for different things. So it doesn't matter what I attain, and it shouldn't affect you. That's just those material things in this world again. What should affect you is my thoughts and beliefs and opinions. And even then, like I said, it's a comment. So why are you taking it like it's real? It's meant for you to be able to think about thoughts in your own mind so you can see how it applies in your life. That's it. Nothing else. I'm not here to control anybody. I'm not here to tell you the truth. I'm here to tell you what I experience. And that is my truth. Nothing else. I can't tell you the truth. I really can't. I can show you where I see everything, show you all the sources, show you how in plain writing it says this, or it says this, the different languages that they use. I keep trying to point that out. Comment, that's one of the basics. That's an English term made out of two Latin terms. It is a contract term. It is a commercial word. People don't understand this. They think it's a word. No, it's a commercial word made of two Latin words that make an English term. So anyway, I got to go warm my bike up.
All right. So that was intense. I felt like I was like learning. And then you cut it off.
Don't be doing that. You get yourself in trouble there, boo-boo.
Man, I got to stop this learning thing. It's not good for my health. All right. So, we got 47 people watching right now. So go ahead and hit that like button, share this out, like, share, subscribe. The whole YouTube, you know the deal, guys. So go ahead and do that. If you want to help support the channel, there's a link at the top of live chat. And there's also available the super chat, which is really cool. I like that thing there. I was wondering if ever one day I was going to see that on my own channel, but I see it now, and I do believe that anything is possible. So thank you, everybody, for being here. It's much appreciated. I'm very grateful. And this wouldn't be possible without all of you. So thanks, everybody here on the panel. You guys are awesome, creating great content here for the viewers' enjoyment. So this is awesome. I'm like, I don't know. Let's have a party. Fuck. It's like, so what I'm thinking is like, we should have a party. Like our fucking everybody on each of their side, like with fucking lights and everything and the music going. And then obviously the main music would be here on OTW, but we'd have like a fucking mega party and everybody on the panel, partying over at their place, and it would be great. Right.
I think I would prefer to start streaming one-on-one sort of cage matches between parties. I don't know. I like what you were saying. I like your idea there, OTW, but
yeah, you're just talking interviews then. And
it's almost that.
Do an interview, that's fine, but you better make sure you have some good questions and know your panel.
Yeah, I agree.
No, a party would be fun too. I was just joking around. But on some of the comments, I see these reoccurring comments now about like nobody doing their own content or whatever, or the other day, Provo Kid was taking shots at me. And I really don't understand these comments at all, especially like making your own content. So when I started YouTube, I was making completely my own content. I wanted to do it around books. I was doing that. No one cared. No one paid attention. I could have kept maybe doing it. Maybe you'd get the slow growth, but nobody wants that. If you have some subject you're interested in and you're coming here to complain to us that we're not doing that for you, all you have to do is go do it. You just search on YouTube for whatever you'd like to learn about independent content, and you just go do it. You don't need to tell anybody. I do it a lot, and that's just what you go do. You go live your life. And same thing with us talking and about like other people, and I get sort of not talking about people when they're not here, but there's nothing that says that we can't talk about like our interactions on here as a subject of conversation. And a lot of people find that interesting. I find that interesting. But then I find myself, you know what's so interesting is you start self-censoring yourself based on comments you don't even agree with. Like, what's the psychology of that? A little bit, you know? Well, I know your comment's wrong, but it still just has a subtle nudging effect on like choices.
Well, I think a lot of people, when they get involved in these conversations, and I hear it all the time, and that's why I say everybody's babbling, because they don't know the first person from the second person and the third person. So they want to sit here as a third person talking about a first person as if though that makes any sense at all. You cannot hear Tom Sawyer reach out of a book and start speaking about Mark Twain or Samuel Clemens. You will never see it done that Tom Sawyer writes about Samuel Clemens. Yet people believe in many things in life that happen or believe that they happen like that. No, you cannot get a creation from a fiction. Just because somebody wrote something down on a piece of paper and said, you are now applicable to this, that doesn't mean shit. And people think it does. First person, second person, third person. I don't care if it's coming out of my mouth or at the end of my fingertips, written or spoken, it's still fiction. That's why I tell you, I can't tell you the truth. People don't understand that. Technically, you're supposed to keep your fucking mouth shut. With that, I yield.
Your thoughts, panelist?
Yeah, it kind of goes. Yeah, I was just listening to Benton, and he was doing a Krishnamurti reading, and what Wizard was just saying there, it kind of goes back to some of those writings in that book, and I think that's. I'm not sure if he's aware of that as well.
Benton's in chat right now, actually. Hey, why don't you go ahead and click that link, Benton?
Shout out to Benton.
Yeah, shout out to Benton. Would appreciate you coming up. You always have a great perspective on things. Always love to hear your opinion. So go ahead and click that link if you're interested to come and join in on a conversation with us. Amazing panelists here. Wizard, we got Mr. Yurt, we have Rob, Timmy, Dick, Moose. This is like all the heavy hitters here. So, it's your chance to come and chop it up with these guys. These guys are this is what they're waiting for, man. They're just waiting for the opportunity to get deep into any particular conversation that resonates with them. So come on, go ahead, click that link. And that being said, maybe we'll move on to a little laughing.
I got nowhere else to go.
I was gonna say I want to hear what Yurt has to say. I like hearing from him.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, thanks. On the speaking or not speaking. So the greatest wisdom is just shutting up and not saying anything. But then if we are going to begin to speak and share, and we understand there's an inherent foolishness in that, maybe that there's some comfort in that too, that we should be more free to express ourselves, knowing, if you could be with mature, like-minded people that there you go. That maybe we could acknowledge, what we were doing here and not want to start crucifying people and witch hunts. And I know that's part of it too, right? Like how are we going to?
Yeah, there's a massive balance between the negative and the positive. Like you said earlier, people think about this world as being evil, and it's not. We're supposed to be giving each other pats on the back for doing good jobs. We're supposed to be giving each other hugs. We're not supposed to trust each other, and we're not supposed to shake each other's hands in contracts. Why is that? Because actions will always speak louder than words. So if you go contracting with a man to build something and it falls apart in a month, and you contract with another man to build something and 10 years later it's still standing, who did a better job? So did the contract matter at all? Same contract. One lasted a month, one lasted 10 years. Actions will always speak louder than words. Always.
Yeah. So, but it all begs the question, and I keep going back to this, like, what is the value then of these engagements? Like, the values in truly interacting with the world and our strength and our wisdom is in our silence. And it's like, I wonder about that. I wonder coming up here. It's just fun. It can be just fun. Girls just want to have fun. So maybe it's just that.
Well, yeah. Well, me personally, I get a lot of value just from hearing the perspectives, because there's not a lot of people in my surrounding areas that are sort of open to these sort of different ideas or even thinking. So I'll yield there.
No, that's what's so funny about the haters is like, they're like, oh, I'm not getting any value out of this. And then we're showing up creating something because we're getting value out of it. Like, I like showing up to check in with you, Rob. I like seeing knowing what's going on with Rob and all of you. up here today. Like if we don't talk for long, and I've heard a bunch of things you've said over the days, I like coming up here and checking in. It's a good sort of process. It's a good thing to start the morning, checking in with like-minded people. And it is community. That's the funniest thing. With all the hatred that goes on, the people that are actually participating, we're getting something out of it. Like I never get off this and I'm like, oh, complete waste of time. Not at all. And a lot of times I'm sitting listening and I'm like enjoying the conversation so much I don't even want to participate. So I don't even come up. That's like, like yesterday I had a bunch to say about the Paul Jr., Paul Sr. shit, but it was just, enjoyable and entertaining and, handling my own business. It's like I didn't even want to come up.
Yeah, that's sort of the same space I'm usually at as well. Because the conversations are so good and the interactions that go on. I get more enjoyment just being an observer than sort of participating in it. But just to go back to this little monogamy polygamy thing, I don't want to go too deep into it and bring it back like that. But being involved in the conversation on Paul's yesterday, maybe like the first 2 hours, actually being involved in it, I think it helps work out the different triggers that may come up in oneself. I yield.
All right. So we got 48 people watching right now. Please make sure to hit that like button, guys. It really helps with the algorithm. And it is presently 11:06 a.m. here, Montreal, Canada, Eastern Time. It's 15 degrees Celsius, still sunny. So make sure to bring out your barbecues and have a great day, whether hopefully it's not raining where you are, but if it's sunny, and go outside, enjoy the sun, and have a great day. This is the end of the week. It is TGIF, ladies and gentlemen. Thank God it's Friday. So I hope everybody enjoys their weekend. And don't forget to stay tuned because we will be back Monday morning, bright and early here on OTW News. Will be the Grand Rising Show number 19. Today is the Grand Rising Show number 18. So I hope everydy's enjoying
Wait
themselves.
a second. You're telling us that you take weekends off, bro?
Well, I do streams, but not the Grand Rising Show.
Dude, I'm definitely working for you. Talcott makes me work 7 days a week over here.
Fucking
share some detail. I want to know some detail. Like, are you guys really interacting a lot outside of this thing? Like, share some of the dirt on the Talcott. Like, is he really? I bet he's a demanding boss. I guess is what I'm getting at. Is he a demanding boss?
Not a demanding boss, a needy boss. He can't do it himself, so he needs other people to do it for him. He's never going to do it for himself. Sorry, Moose.
I didn't hear you. Sorry, I got a phone call right there. People don't understand when I'm streaming. I don't want you to call me. I'd really appreciate it if you just didn't call me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry, Moose.
Was that Jack calling you?
I thought it was important.
Was that Jack calling?
Hey, I understand what you're saying, brother. I understand. You
No,
think you
hold on.
summoned
Was that
the Talcottian demon. You did no, it wasn't. But I know you tried to summon the Talcott, but it's not going to work here. And I'm not going to tell you the secrets to the sauce because I'm the one cooking in the kitchen and I'm putting the secret ingredient in.
So I want to go back to what you were saying for a second. And Hard Hat, I'm not getting at you personally. I'm just using this comment as an example. Hard Hat just said, it's all entertainment.
Moose, can you please mute?
It's all entertainment for me, folks. I pick up some good shit, but this is all entertainment with a lot of good people that are down in the bullshit of the world. And like, that's fair. But like, for me, that's definitely not why I appear as an apparition on these streams. Like, I'm seriously looking around for other men and women that see the insanity and have good shit that they're being strong men and women in their reality and their world. And then they're coming on here or other places to discuss about how they're navigating certain situations and what they're doing and the value that they bring. And that on some level, I do that as well and bring what I've learned to them, and we trade, skills and value. And like, I definitely am not just here for entertainment and like just acquiescing to being like defeatist and saying, well, it's all fucked and everything's fucked. So gonna George Carlin my way to my death and just be miserable. Not saying you're a miserable fuck, hard that, but I'm not saying that to you. I'm just saying like that's not my style. Just be like, I'm not I'm losing the word, but the like giving up and just being like, this is a shit show and I'm just gonna enjoy it. So that's just my
I
perspective.
hate that shit, Timmy. I absolutely hate the defeatist attitude that come up in a lot in these circles. Like, it's just like, there's no point, to have family or, the whole world's fucked. We have no ability to do anything or change anything. Yeah, I hate that shit because I don't resonate with that at all. And I think the challenge, though, Timmy, is like we see the potentiality here, but there are so many of these bad systems like circling, and then it's like you try to get something going, and it's like they sort of infect it. Like, can you see that? That's why you almost have to do the jump out the window crazy drama shit, because in that like process, you can at least maybe sift out the real ones, maybe. But I don't think there's, what other process is there? Because if you just come totally straight, and like if you made a business proposal right here, no one's jumping on board for that shit, like an investment. I mean, no one ever presents.
I think there would be a select few. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I just didn't catch what you said, but no one actually presents anything that operates as a plan. And to give credit to even someone like Moose, right, who tries to take on like a title of a producer and start, behaving in a way like that, even that, and it's goofy. He's not the best example, but that's, an example of one person trying to sort of do something that looks like something. And it's like sort of the best of the worst, I guess. But you know what I mean? Like, how do we take the potential here and make it into something of more value than just entertainment?
Well, I mean, I take value from here and then go and apply it to the real world, and then make myself and my world better, right? Which I think some of you guys do, but but I mean, everybody's got their own thing that they do anything for.
This shit makes my life worse.
Okay, hold on a sec. See, this is where I lack, I'm not quick enough.
That's okay. Hard hat smile makes my day every time, though. Love you, brother.
Hey, guys. Timmy, I didn't catch half of what you're saying there when you called my name. I was listening, but I definitely couple points. The one and then one with what Yurt was saying. This is definitely entertainment for me. I kind of, under the guise that everything on the internet's fake and gay, and I get a lot, and I've learned a lot, right? And a lot of it has meshed up with what the rabbit holes I've been down. So it's like, okay, there's truth here, and then there's a lot of people that are open on these panels about what's going on, and I appreciate that, and I get that. But honestly, with how this whole setup is, I've said it before, if all of us right now were sitting around a fucking coffee table having coffee, our interaction, our conversation, the respect level, what is said would be totally different than how it is. And sometimes we get some good constructive shit going on, but a lot of times it's a fucking shit show. And because it's like I'm anonymous or whatever, right? So that's why I'm smiling all the time. It's entertainment for me. I get some joy in a world of fucking shit. Now, with what you're saying about people that are black pilled, you got to understand, when I say I'm black pilled, buddy, there's people like us, our group, 40 years ago that were sitting talking in another way that learned about shit. It's just that this information has been opened now. This can of worms popped out over COVID, where they had to tell so many lies so many times over and over. Like, people are like, what the fuck, right? And me included. So for me, nothing's going to change. This system is so entrenched and has been going along and planned. It's all about your personal fucking growth and personal life here, and learning and the nature and God. Like, there's so much. Life is good, right? Like what Buddy says. So it's not about, black pill, I can't do anything. It's about improve yourself, improve your spiritual self, be happy inside. Build your little fucking castle, cabin, whatever, you know what I mean? Build your life, enjoy it, get the best out of it. But in terms of this mass movement happening, like, buddy, I'm around millions of sheep every day, like that are just they have the mortgage, the kids need shoes, vacations coming up. Like, it's sick. It's fucking nasty. And when I'm in a city of over 1 million people and there's 1,500 people going to protest at the beginning of that bullshit, come on, man. If you had maybe one day a week on a Sunday, everyone went down, 300,000 people saying, fuck you, this ain't right. You can't fucking shut us down, shut our work down, and yet let the big box stores keep open, right? And crumbling business and lives. My ex-wife lost a fucking 15-year career from it because she wouldn't get the fucking ding dong, right? And so anyway, I'm black pilled, but it's about keeping your bubble good in a way, you know what I mean? And we're all doing that here. Like, we're all learning and going in different paths and oh, I didn't know about this and that. So it's not, but I don't think this big mass movement of changing everyone's mind, man, buddy, this world is fucking Babylon. It's going down, but kind of.
Yeah, I guess I'll say for me, I'm sort of more on the entertainment thing, although I've gotten so much value in the last few months and I've been applying it in my own life. But like for me, I've been on my own path, so like kind of this whole come together thing. It's not really for me, and like I said, I'm just speaking for me personally. So that's sort of where I'm coming from.
And Timmy, quickly, I just heard the thing. You just had a kid, and I just want to fucking congratulate you, buddy. Is that your first?
Thanks, brother. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Your first kid? That's cool. Anyway, super congratulations.
Thanks,
I always thought I've never had a kid, never got a girl pregnant. And I was like, I think the creator was like, buddy, you got a lot to learn. And maybe the next time around, I'll have a kid. But my best buddy has an amazing 8-year-old, smart as fuck. You can bring him in an antique shop. He's so good. And it's how you raise him. And it is special. And fucking, I think that's awesome. And good for you.
Thanks, brother. Thanks. Yeah, that's another reason why I appear, and like maybe people say I'm too serious, but like I do entertainment like somewhere else. And I value you guys, there's not many places where fucking men come and talk about shit straightforward in 2023 anymore because everybody's a fucking pussy. So so I do take it more seriously than not, because I want to figure out the best way to give my son the best start in life. So
yeah,
that's another reason. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, same here, brother. Congratulations. And Hard Hat, you mentioned something about being in your own bubble earlier. And I think on these panels here, I've come to conclude that a lot of people are like the bubble boy. Okay. The difference is that instead of having this little bubble, they think that they're so entitled that their bubble should be huge. Instead of that 3 foot apart, they have this bubble that will extend 100 fucking yards, so that they see something in the distance that offends them. Oh my God, the world's going to go to an end, and they're going to make an issue of it. Same thing with people like Voynich and stuff. They get caught in this bubble, but that bubble is so small it doesn't allow them to expand anything. So they sit there and with this rhetoric like El Perro means the butt or the dog or something like that. And you can tell they absolutely do not know what they're talking about, and it's a shame, because most of us that are up here, like Timmy says, he's here for certain things. The ones that are out there putting that stuff out for people like Timmy, there are no bounds. There are no bubbles. Like I said earlier, we're in this world. And that includes the whole world. Whether you think of it as a globe bubble or a flat earth, it includes the whole thing. It is a thing, and we are in that thing. So we need to learn how to take care of each other. Like I said earlier, we're supposed to be hugging each other, not shaking hands and making contracts, because that's what causes the problems. Well, he built the house that lasted 10 years. Well, how come you can't build a house like that? I demand that. Well, you'll have to go get him to do that, because not all of us are equally talented. We are not equal. It tells us this in the scriptures all over Again, the parable of the talents. Tell us some of us have 5 talents. Some of us have only 3. Some only have 1. And if you have 1, you certainly aren't supposed to bury it and try to save it in that little bubble. You're supposed to let it expand. And that's a big problem. That's that language, that going forth with your talents, being able to express that talent to somebody else. That's what I do here is I try to express my talents, and everybody keeps violating your right to know. That's what upsets me. I yield. So yeah, again, congratulations. I think you're going to do a great job on raising that little man.
Well, and I would just add too, it's interesting to think about, and speaking of families, I'll be in and out here, but I'll probably be hopping back on in like 10, 15 minutes here. I got to handle something. But just for something to think about, it's interesting in these conversations, and when we try to build true trust, how big the impediment to that really is. It reminds me actually of like 1984, the book, how the distrust that's portrayed in that novel, how we really have reached that point. I mean, we spend a lot of time on these panels with each other, but, you know, would you loan me, you know, Timmy, would you loan, and maybe Timmy would, you know, because he's can see and whatever, and there would be a process, but, you know, would Timmy loan me $1,000 if I needed it today for an automobile fix? You know, but I don't know if I would loan Timmy $1,000, right? So we've now spent 6 months together listening to all these, you know, highfalutin concepts and all these things, sharing it, going through all this drama together, and we still wouldn't even loan the $1,000. But at the same time, on a positive, I know, like with Wizard, you know, you got support from the community when you needed it, so it's there. But it seems to have to be a crisis or a, you know, again, priest class,
right? A gift,
a
gift versus a contract. See, and there is a big difference. And I'm telling you guys, holy shit, as Jack would say. I put out a call for some help, and I was expecting it because of my attitude and the way I know who I am and the people that I'm around. They don't like me, and I'm telling you, you don't want to be my motherfucking friend. Yeah, here I reached out, and so many people responded in such great attitude that I had to shut it down within 24 hours. I checked the first thing I got up the next morning, and oh my God, I had superseded my goal by twice as much. And that was because I asked, and it came back. It's that scriptural part. You don't have to contract. If you're asking in earnesty, and the other people have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, that message, not the messenger, the message goes out. When you talk about a message versus comments, gratuity, gifting versus contracts, there's a big difference. Every one of those comments in a contract is a comment. It's fiction. When I asked, I was telling you something that was truthful in my life, and you saw that. You had the eyes to see and the ears to hear it, and you gave because of that, not because I made a contract. Think about that. So how important is a contract now? I yield. And again, I am still blessed. I mean, I even got my bike out of it. You guys are the ones that helped me get back into a bike because somebody stole mine. That's what goes out and comes back. I put the information out. I don't need it to come back in money. And the end result, despite the money, is the things that I end up with that help me in my life. The medications, the machine, everything. And that's the only reason I do this, because it's the only way I can get anything back in this life. I can't go out and get a job and work for a regular employer. They're going to want to take taxes and everything. And it's going to take me a couple months just to get a goddamn job. Even, you know, from a guy that wants to hire me, it'll take me 2 months of educating him on how to do the paperwork. It's pretty fucked up.
But that's what I'm asking
for educating you.
Is why are we stuck in the altruism loops? Like, why can't we create true power and enterprise for mutual benefit among like-minded people? Why do we just have to ask for donations? Why can't it actually be a system that can build, you know, benefit for all, beyond just what we can kind of swirl away for ourselves from the conversation? There seems to be a big blockage there that stops that.
It's everybody, like I said, everybody gets involved in that greed and gluttony, and that's multilateral. And if they ever want something, they shake hands with another man and make a bilateral contract, and nobody wants to get involved in the multilateral trust and fuck those contracts. Nobody understands that. They think they got to climb from the bottom up. No, you're already in a trust. Multilateral trust. Express it. Start acting like it. Well, they got this unilateral contract. Fuck them in that unilateral contract if you come in from a multilateral level. Everything trickles down, even water.
Are you saying come in with equity, with trust, and then say,
No!
hey, I have X idea, and then start doing it even before you have some formal shit? You start doing it. I mean, because this is what I do. I don't even know your specific idea on this, but like when I work with anybody, that's how I start. We start doing shit. Let me see how you do. I'm going to do this. You're going to do that. All right, cool. And then we see how it goes over a few weeks. And then maybe we formalize it later. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. See, what I've got right now, I've got a bike, right? It's got an engine on it. It would behoove this community if they found me riding around with 3 wheels one day, and then eventually 4. But when I get to 4, they want to call it a car or a motor vehicle. No, I didn't call it a car or a motor vehicle. I call it day sleeper. You want to see its number? It's a unique identifier because there is no identification. It only has an identifier, and that's a number, a unique one created by me. That's the difference. People want to go in and they think they're coming with equity when they're using everybody else's shit. Go out and buy a fleet vehicle and don't even know that it's a fleet vehicle. That's a shipping term. And that is a military contract. And yet I've explained, how can you get an automobile manufacturer, have an automobile dealership, an automobile salesman, and end up with a motor vehicle? What happened in that contract that changed the name? The enumeration stayed, but somewhere along the line, they changed it in title form. Direct from the manufacturer. When you get that MCO, it says motor vehicle. Excuse me, I thought you were an automobile manufacturer. Well, we manufacture motor vehicles too. Well, what's the difference? Well, according to the law, motor vehicles 10,000 pounds plus. Oh, really? You mean this little Nissan that only weighs 3,115 pounds isn't a motor vehicle? No, you have to have a special contract called a commercial driver's license. You mean this residential driver's license doesn't count? Well, yeah, because you're still you got an oath of office or a contract.
What you talking about, Will?
It's all babble. What you talking about?
What's up, Patrick?
Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Not too sure who
Salutes to
spoke there.
everybody.
Was it Vara? Okay. All right, another audio issue. Woohoo!
Sounds like Drew almost.
Drew?
Yeah, from Chalk Buddy.
No. That almost sounds like fucking Voynich.
It's European someone.
Nah, man. You're gonna have to pop out and come back in, sir, because we can't. We have no signal, sir. No, nothing's coming through.
They always give themselves away though with the picture though too.
All right, so please come back, Vera. I'm sorry, it just didn't work out there. You're having audio issues there, so I just I had to take you out.
All right, fine.
But don't hesitate to come back. It was a personal, trying to get a broadcast going here, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have time for audio issues. Sorry. Okay, so so I was doing that reference to Arnold from Different Strokes to that policeman, in other words, because sometimes they don't even know what's like. They're not even informed with what like the knowledge that you have, Wizard. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're muted, sir.
I think a lot of them are specifically instructed not to look up the laws, that they're supposed to follow the policy. And they're instructed that the policy follows the law. Well, if you look at the policy is written by what's known as municipal publishers. So all they're doing is the cities are contacting these municipal publishers that will take the state statutes, rewrite them for the municipal code, and that changes the terms and conditions because you're changing the terms that are used. And so when the municipal gets the code and the municipal publisher says, well, it's just translated from the state statute, everybody believes that that's the same thing, and it's not. Look at it. It says totally different things. But when you look at their structure, you look at their corporate structure, that tells you who all's involved. So it doesn't matter what their code is. You go by who's involved, and you bring them the scripture, every last one of them. Because like I said before, when you get a multilateral agreement and trickles down to that unilateral level, now you got each and every one of those individual people involved in a, quote, unilateral agreement, showing that 9 people in the local community involved in a unilateral agreement doesn't make it a unilateral agreement. It means it's a multilateral agreement because every last one of them is a foreign entity to the other. Therefore, you have a multilateral agreement on the lower level, and that means they have to follow them peace treaties. Fuck all them statutes and codes. They got to follow the peace treaties and the Treaty of Berne, protecting all literary and artistic works. Why is it protecting literary works when comments are fiction, inventions, and fabrications? Because everybody has a right to protect their creation. See what you're creating? You think you're creating life. No, the only one that creates life is him, and you're just a pass-through for that life. Anything you create is fiction, secondary to what he already created. You go out and cut that tree down, and you slice it up and make a fucking chair. You invented that chair. You created that chair, but that chair is fiction. It exists real life, and you created it. But when you killed it to make a chair, now there's a difference, isn't it? Or if you picked it up off the ground when it was already dead and the life had already passed on, you gave it an extended life for usage of the structure and not the energy. Again, a difference. When they use that paper cut down from that same tree and they use it to take your energy, again, a big difference. And that's what I see as the problem. That paper that used to have life, it no longer has energy, and yet they're putting energy back into it and controlling you with it. Have you been displaced? Do you remember that disposition hearing?
All right. Does anybody would like to add anything to that? I guess not. See, when Wizard speaks, it's like the silence is important. I think it's gotta sink in. I think Tommy appreciates the silence, or is it Rob? Yeah, Rob really appreciates the silence. It's like, let the silence live. Like, don't let the silence be a distraction.
Indeed, the dead air is a meditation. Shout out to Benton.
Yeah, Benton was here earlier, but he kind of like, I don't know, he's not here now. I haven't seen him comment. Too bad, because
Hey,
I would have
Wizard.
loved to have him up here. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Wizard, though, so the thing that I don't get though is, for example, you take the automobile or motor vehicle, whichever term you want to use. When somebody else buys it and then there's a purchase agreement, aren't they transferring any like presumed or assumed like?
Are you capable?
It's like
Are you a transfer agent? Are you a trustee? Because if you're not a trustee, you're not able to transfer it.
I'm saying a man made a thing and then I'm giving him X amount of property and he's giving me his property. Isn't it just my property now? Why is it more complicated than that?
Oh, yeah, it's not. But that's what they do with their paperwork. Again, when they do that paperwork and everything, they convert it from an automobile to a motor vehicle. They've stated a security interest in it as a fleet vehicle for the military use. So you have you have to be a trustee of the military of some sort or have a contract with the government as a military on either side. It's all military because you're using it for offensive uses. That's why they have penal codes called offenses.
So you're saying regular folks shouldn't even be buying a car from
correcting the purchase method, which is not a matter of purchase, but a matter of full acquittance and discharge for general welfare and domestic tranquility. What they're doing is they're selling military equipment to military personnel on this land where you were born. Don't you have the same right or a superior right? So if they're providing it for the military, why aren't they providing it for you? You're the benefactor. This is a problem. Everybody steps up as a benefit as a trustee, not knowing that the data information they're giving them as a trustee is now a contract rather than the beneficiary demanding his gift.
Yeah, you have to make the judge the trustee. If it's you make sure that he keeps his position.
Yeah, you express the trust as is, and don't let them create a new constructive trust as a springing trust from that trust.
Exactly, because they use that language to deceive you, and they get you to take that trust, and then you're screwed. Yep. Then they have absolute power over you. Yeah, I've researched a bit of this, so I understand a bit of the concept of how it works. But it's really not easy to apply.
Is there an honorable way for a man to buy a new car from one of these organizations, one of these manufacturers?
I've seen a guy named Brandon Joe Williams teaching people this. I've seen the receipts of people doing that.
Yeah, it's a custom order. In other words, you don't buy it from a dealership. You get a custom order, direct manufacturer, drop shipping.
Okay. And what does that do? How does that work exactly?
Custom. It's not a security. It's a customs brokerage. So you're dealing directly with the custom before it gets imported. You are the customer. You are the one ordering the customizations. And when you order, it's not a promise to pay. It's an order. Look at the UCC. A draft is an order.
Okay.
You know.
So that means what? You get a brand new car for free, or
yes,
what does that?
Full acquittance and discharge. You're not paying for it because you don't have a way to pay for it. You're not part of the military. You're not allowed to use the military script. So you have to use a negotiable instrument and put your terms in there versus their terms. Remember, yesterday I spoke about contracts are your words versus their words. So when you go through that and you find out motor vehicle is on the MCO, you have to give them notice that it's not a it's not going to be for use as a motor vehicle. It's strictly for agricultural use, therefore not applicable to the statutes of traffic, transportation, and trade, which is commerce, household goods for specific use, agricultural.
Okay, so that's why they always ask you, what are you going to use it for?
Yep, agricultural purposes. Well, what do you have for livestock? Well, me. Well, what do you mean? Well, 7 USC 136 says animal includes man. Therefore, that's the agricultural code. Therefore, man is an agricultural thing. I'm using it for agriculture to get me around where I need to graze. It's all the terms and conditions of the words that you're using.
No, but I'm loving this. This is great shit, man. This is great shit.
You tell them that you're an animal. They already think of you as an animal, so prove it. They're already in agreement. Why be the one bringing the controversy? Learn what they're talking about and use it against them. Can you license an animal?
You can register one, but a licensing one, I don't know.
Can you license an animal? Well, no. Well, then can you please explain 7 USC 136 when it defines animal as including man? And you see a man before you, right? Well, yeah. How do you expect me to compel me to hold up to that license that you say you can't license animals for? Is that not a driver license? Can an animal be a driver? Can an animal hop in that car and go drive? Can an animal go hop in that automobile and drive? Can an animal go hop in that truck and drive? Can an animal go hop in that motor vehicle and drive?
Well, a human can. That's what I understand. This is what's controversial here.
That's just the color of man. So it's still a man, right? And a man is included as an animal, right? So it's just a different color man, just like a different color fish.
But the license isn't for the man. The license is for the estate, no?
Exactly. So how does an animal have an estate? What's the estate?
The land that he walks on.
It's the estate.
Yeah, the land that he walks on. Of course, obviously, that was the answer. Because obviously, there's territory fights between different groups of animals. But
can you prevent geese from migrating?
No.
How about salmon?
Not either. I guess not.
Okay. Now God takes care of his greatest creatures, preserving their going out and their coming in from this time forth and even forevermore, from the beginning of time to the end of time, right? Which is eternal, right? So how are they restricting the migration of man? Remember, I told you they came in here and destroyed and slaughtered the native people. And now we don't have but maybe a few migratory peoples left on this planet. One of which is constricted or restricted to an island. So they migrate up and back and forth along this island. There are some down in Southern America. There are some in Africa. You see them going up on tribes or prides of lion and taking their meat. See, even the lions don't violate their migration.
Dude, you know what? You just made me realize something. You know, in life, there's always a point where you don't feel you are where you're supposed to be. And I often had that feeling where, damn it, why is it I don't feel like I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be. But now I kind of make the correlation to the fact that, well, maybe it's the instinctual part of the animal aspect in us that wants to migrate. Maybe because the instinctual animal aspect of my humanity is calling out to go somewhere else, travel to another land, because I think that would explain why I have that feeling that comes over me sometimes, and I really, really feel like I'm not in the right place or I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. But that would explain the migration aspect of humans that has been completely erased from society today.
That's that lunar and solar cycles as they adjust as they move across the earth. Springtime, it's a little bit farther east in the perspective of rising and setting of the sun. And then you have the lunar eclipses and everything in the lunar phases, and that's your migratory pattern. As that tilt or axis is changed, the animals follow that because that's a toroidal and, like I said earlier, magneto-electric force, and they follow that. It's easier to go with the current, just like a fish does, than to fight the current. This is why when you have flooding, it's easy to find the fish because they're going to be out of that current in the shallows. And it's all, the world is a big message to us if we just learn how to observe it. Every creature on this planet migrates. Everyone. Man's the only
besides the ones that hibernate. I mean, but I do believe that maybe there was, some humans or tribes that would dig holes in caves or in mountains and spend the winter there and maybe go hunt some animals. And this is where the meat eating start, because you can't grow anything in the wintertime. So what are the other means of you feeding yourself besides, fruits and vegetables? Well, it's animals. So this is where I think the meat eating industry started from, was the fact that people didn't have any food to grow in cold temperatures, right? So this is how it was installed into this society, and probably eventually became something that they propagated onto everyone as a way of life, right?
Right, and that's
in actuality, it's a way of survival and not a way of life.
Right, and that's where the thing changes, because when they start hunting for the winter meat and they gather up enough stores, and they end up with too much stores, and then they have to eat the meat. So now they're eating meat out of season.
On top, that's true.
This relates
and
to
we're also
fish in season.
Oh, go ahead, Timmy.
So you're supposed to switch the meat. Red meat in the wintertime, the fish in the summertime. Fish in season, red meat in season when you're coming up on winter, and you need to fatten up your women because you're going to be out hunting. So you get enough to store up and you give it to the women. You go out on your hunt for you.
It's always fishing season in Florida, brother.
Yeah. Exactly. That's why I said I want to come down to Florida one of these days. So
so you're a fisherman there,
Hey, wizard.
Yes, big fisherman.
Okay, so when I say that polyamory does not exist in nature, and that all we see are monogamous and polygamous relationships, and in particular here we're talking about polygamy. I'm just bringing it back to this to present something to you. But polygamy encompassing two different versions there, right? Polygyny and what is it? Polyandry. Polygyny we see predominantly, 90% plus of the time. Polyandry we see less than the 1 percentile. Maybe you see it in some bees, some bird species, and some ants. So looking at that, what do we do with that information? Should we be looking at nature? Because I know we're not animals, but we're part animal. We have that animalistic nature in us. So how do we evaluate nature, in your opinion, to ascertain a well-balanced view or something productive from it? Because you see all these different expressions. So is it just your conscious intention that drives you, or is there something else that's an indicator?
Muted.
Well, the thing about the polyamorous and all that, it's about, again, survival of the next generation. Bees do it through protecting the queen bee in the center of the hive, and they do a very good job of protecting. Again, so we see the protection of the women and the young ones. This happens in all animals, and it's a natural phase. When we come to this thing about men and polyamorous and everything, again, like the Isaiah 4 says, there are certain women that are married and have valid children, but it's very few, very few. You think these marriages today under that license is providing that scriptural marriage? No, it's not. What they're talking about in that Bible is the spiritual marriage, where you have the multilateral agreement between husband and wife, and we are both, as husband and wife in this world, wives to the Creator, just like the earth is a wife to the Creator. We are still in the womb of the earth, and therefore we are the wife or part of the wife of the Creator. So it doesn't matter. Let's put it to you this way: the thing about survival, we see in Jurassic Park, reptiles will find a way to give birth so long as there are females. You can get rid of all of the males. Same with birds. You get rid of all of the males, and they will create their own eggs, and they will be fertile. They will create, just the females alone. This is the Immaculate Conception in the Scripture. If he provided this to the smallest creature, the birds, what makes you think he didn't provide it to the man? See, the man is the greatest creature because it incorporates all of the different talents and skills of every other creature. As a man, we can make extensions for our legs that act just like ostriches, and we can run fast. We can build suits of armor that carry us simply by a flex of a muscle. And now we have this strong cage that moves forward just from Transformers, you know. You got a joystick in each hand, and you're moving this huge transformer. That's our ability to mimic everything in nature. But that's what we use it for, is destruction rather than creation. That's the problem. People don't understand their talents and being able to recreate everything that nature puts before us. And instead of doing that and using it for good, they're using it for destruction and their own self-greed and gluttony. Does that help, Dick?
It does. I seem to simplify it by just saying it comes back to the conscience that steers you. You have to be guided by the internal compass that you are provided with by the Most High, because you're going to look at nature and you're going to see a dog eating its vomit. Does that mean you're going to go eat its vomit? You know, eat your vomit? You're not going to embody what that animal's doing. You're better than that. You know more because the Most High imparted you with more. So you have to be faithful with what you've been given, which is conscious, objective view. So at the end of the day, I think it just comes down to following internally what your introspection tells you and listen to that small, still voice that nudges you. And if you do that, you're going to end up on the right side of these things.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have gotten rid of that voice. That's that intuition, that instinct. And they'd rather refer to somebody else, because many of us nowadays in these modern times grew up with low self-esteem because everybody kept pointing out our mistakes. And therefore, we became more and more dependent on other people telling us what to do so we wouldn't make those mistakes. Cupcakes.
100%.
Well, I'm out, guys. I'm going to go enjoy this awesome day again.
Later, Wiz.
All right, peace, Wizard, man. Much love and respect to you, man. Thanks for being here. It's always a pleasure to hear you bring us your great wisdom and knowledge. It's always informative and brings us to a certain, perspective where we realize that we're not being told everything that we think that we've been told. And, when you bring this knowledge to us, I hope it gives people the initiative to go and research this for themselves. Because, the truth will set you free, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I wanted to say. So go ahead and follow that rabbit hole. Please make sure to go like, share, and subscribe over to Wizard's channel. Great soul. Thank you for being here, sir. Your thoughts, expert panel. I love that when he says that. I just got
meaning very loosely when you use that word, right? Expert.
Yeah. I'm just very loosely. I'd say my panel of passionate about journalism.
Well, I just want to throw it back to what Wiz was saying about the traveling thing and the sojourners of the land, right? And yesterday or the day before, I think I was yelling at Scott, and I think Steve, maybe not sure, but definitely Scott, about, I asked him, why the fuck does the Constitution apply to me, right? And he said, oh, because you were born on America, right? And again, it's like, well, I thought about it today. I'm like, well, what if I was born in a Walmart? Am I permanent property of Walmart now for the rest of my life? And I'm subject to the jurisdiction of Walmart's policies forever? It's like that kind of thinking is insane, right? Like, that's insane. So that can't be the thing that, ties any of us to any, fictional government.
Right, because
so
even if you're born
else,
in the Walmart, you're still born on the land, right?
Right, on some land that, just because I came out of my mother, in Walmart, doesn't give Walmart any right to anything, right? The only
but you're making a great point.
It's a great observation.
Yeah, Yeah. The only rights that anybody has really is my quote unquote, well, my mother and father, right? To steward me until I can steward myself, right? So they have a claim to me as their property in a sense, right? To steward for me, and nobody else does. So yeah, I continue the crusade for somebody to tell me and show me why any man or woman is actually subject to any local, state, federal, or international shit. Please show me where it says that. And even if it did say that, why the fuck would you follow it? Even if it did say that, even if it did say, "Oh man, all spiritual be like," even if it did say that, why the fuck would you follow it anyway? So there's two layers to that, and like, what else can we say, right? It's clearly just out of fear. So I think the only way out is in, right? Is to get rid of
I
that fear.
essentially agree with you, Timmy, but the argument, to play the counterpoint, the argument would go something like this: that your family protected you and nourished you. And I forget the term you used. You used a good term there for that. But it essentially, the state follows a parallel function, right? That's why it was patriarch, right? The fatherland, the motherland, the homeland, is that it's an extension of that. So just like your family incubated you and provided for you and raised you up and created a system, that the state is doing that as well. And so it's a parallel sort of thing. The family protects you, the state protects the family, and then you owe allegiance all the way up. Would be the counter argument, not what I believe, but
yeah, I mean, if my parents have allegiance to the again, I always like to go either extremes, like all the way to all 8 billion of us, or like to just 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, right? Like if the 7 of us were in a, well, there's no women here, but let's say there was 4 women and 4 of us, 4 of us men that are here, and we're in a tribe, right? And then there's a baby appears, right? Like that baby is tied into whatever agreements and trust that mama and papa have, right? So on some level, right? Like that's obvious because by virtue of the baby being there and being someone involved. But again, like you can't tell me that like it doesn't work in any example that once the baby, like Wizard always says, you know, in nature, you know, 12, 13, 14, the age number doesn't really matter, but it's, you know, being able to fend for themselves. My friend from Kenya, they when he turned 12, they brought him out to the forest and said, hey, don't come back for 2 weeks. If you come back, you know, you're a man. If you don't, you know, well, that's life. So like once you know a being, it turns into a man or a woman, like you can't keep him there against his will, right? So I don't see any scenario really where it's only voluntarily. The only conclusion I can come to, it's voluntarily. Folks are staying in the castle, and then they just complain. They're complaining about the policies of the castle when they didn't create the castle, and they can leave at any time.
That's a point well made, sir. You know, I mean, who can argue with that? I mean, unless anybody else would like to say something, I can't argue.
Well, and it's
I agree. It's all voluntarism.
And not to change the subject too much. Well, actually, I won't. But Provo Kid is now accusing me of LARPing, and Provo Kid, I was going to type it. Maybe you can just write it in the comments for me. What exactly is my LARP that I'm doing out here? I'm a little confused by my own LARP, I guess. But if you
another being that
I'm doing great.
Another being that like devotes his free time to provoking others, like for entertainment. It's just like, I mean,
that's what it's all about, man. I don't know, man. This some people enjoy that sometimes, and it also happens. You know how it goes, man. It's like nothing new under the sun here on YouTube.
And he says it's cult member.
Under the bridge.
And you're right. I am definitely LARPing as a cult member. That is 100%.
Just so everybody understands what LARPing means, will you please somebody give us a definition of LARPing?
Live action role play.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pretending.
Oh.
Like you in your costume and doing the Civil War thing.
Okay, so I was the stupid one here. I was the one who didn't know what LARPing meant.
It's a Gen Z thing, kind of.
Okay, so you're in other words being a hypocrite. Is that something like that would resemble?
I don't even think he's bothered by that. I think it's more just an interesting thing. Me and Provo Kid have talked before. I hung out with him a couple months ago on his channel, and I like him. I get it. You know.
Yeah.
Like if you know I'm LARPing, then you should be hip to the whole conversation. But he seems to be at one level a little offended by, I don't know, Unslavia in general, or I don't quite know what his issue is.
You know, the common theme I see with all the folks like Pro Kid, no attacking you, Pro Kid, but it's just like I really would love to see, like, where are you just like a permanent defeatist, black pill, like nihilist, like atheist, like hate yourself, hate the world, cynical? Is it that? And you really got nowhere else to look but just like see a few beings like climbing up, and you just want to shoot them all down? Like, is there, or is there, where are the, you know, these brilliant genius men, they wise, you know, ripped, rich, like even when like Wes Watson comes up and I see throwing stones, right? And they pick up the few, you know, the few negatives, like where are your amazing, brilliant, you know, wise role models that you would point to, since clearly you're not the role model, that you don't come up here and like discuss and out philosophize or show proof about what you be, do, or have. So like, it's just laughable, man. Like, is it just you're a cynic and you got nothing better to do? It's like,
Timmy, can I come up with just a brief thought? I don't have much time. I just wanted to pop in and give a little answer to your question. And from my opinion, you know how when you go to jail, you don't want to sign anything. You don't even want to eat an apple or a fucking sandwich if they give it to you. You know, that's basically because they're going to get you under a term called usury. And when we're out here in the world every day, even Paul or anyone else who's saying, I'm stepping away, I'm not doing this, I'm not a part of this, I'm not contracting with anybody, but then you take that dollar bill and you go to fucking Hamburger and you buy it at McDonald's, you are now part of the system, and that's a trust operation. You just created a trust right there at the fucking cash register, and you're guilty of usury. So if they want to pull you right back into their system, you allowed them to, and now you're complaining. I yield.
And it's even worse ever since they installed the debit cards and credit cards and all these stupid cards, you know, because now they can even track every single transaction and know where was bought, when, what time, what date, you know, the whole thing, all 9 yards. So especially when you have like these stupid point cards where you accumulate points and they give you benefits, but it's not for your benefit. It's so they can accumulate the data on you and use it against you.
You want to do yourself a favor with that? The rewards cards. Remember, you go to Walmart, you go to Shell gas station, you go to Speedway or anything like that. Now they're going to give you something to fill out to get the rewards. So write your middle name as WM, so you know that it was Walmart that you put that address on. Write Circle K for that one as your middle name. You're shaking your head. No, why would I do that? Why would I do
it's and I'm doing it to trigger a shaking the head from Timmy as well, because I just know me and Timmy just feel exactly the same on this sort of shit.
Hold on. The reason
I'm feeling the same too. Man, what do you mean?
I'm going to tell you if you'll listen. Okay. So if you put your middle name sign up for rewards, they're going to give you a rewards card, and you're going to save a little money every time you go there, or fiat or whatever. But if they sell your information, as soon as a piece of mail comes to your mailbox and it says Joe Walmart Blow or Joe W. Blow, you know who sold that information. The Free Privacy Act of 1974 says they can't fucking sell your information like that. So if you look into
but don't you give them consent when you fill in the form? Don't you give them consent when you fill in the form?
No, they don't have the consent for a reward card to share your information and go fucking violating your privacy.
Yeah, when you sign up for it, you give your information and your
look
name.
At the contract, read the contract. If there's something there, you have a right to cross right through it. You change the contract based on your desires. Don't sign it without reading it now. But I'm telling you, if they sell your information to a third party, they're on the hook. If you win in federal court, for up to 2% of their annual revenue. It's a big fucking deal. So I'll leave it at that and let you know. That's just track where mail's coming from. If you find out somebody's giving away your information, they do not have a right to do it.
And respect, Scott. And I'm not trying to hate on you, but I just say no to any shit like that outright. I don't humor it at all. It's always just a no. But my reality is I often say no, and the people at the counters or whatever, they usually go ahead and put their number in or whatever little shit they do just because I'm a nice person who says hello like a human being. And I often find they offer that. I just say no nicely, and then they just put the
I
code
believe
in.
that's going to
my
change because
reality.
of the tracking that they want to do. They're not going to let the grocery stores put their numbers anymore because they really want to track you, not the grocery store. So look for that to change as other things are changing.
Yeah, but
I go back to work.
The bigger point is I don't give a fuck, Scott. Who gives a fuck about that? Like,
The
I
masses.
care about the sharing
The
data,
masses.
but it's all data at this point. We're on a public platform sharing our innermost thoughts. I don't give a fuck if they know how much almond milk I bought in the month of whatever. I don't care about that. Like, I'm sharing my whole life and soul here, Scott. I don't care if they know my grocery habits. Who cares?
The NSA probably already knows.
They have all the information. They collect. That's all they're selling right now is data. Data became the fucking new bank. If you're thinking about why is banking going away, because there's more value in data to them, knowing who you are, what you're doing, where you're going, when you're going, who you're going with. That's what they're selling. So now your new future banks are going to simply be data banks.
And that's what they use to sell to these high corporations, man, to collect data.
Does
And
that scare you, Scott?
But then the thing is like I do advertising from time to time, and it's I mean, folks are giving away their data voluntarily again. So it's like people are like on Facebook and they're like, oh, they're writing about everything about their whole lives, adding all their real life friends, showing all the life log, NSA, giving up everything, agreeing to the TOS, the terms of service, when they sign up. And then on the back end, they're like, "Oh, Facebook's selling my data." It's like you signed an agreement that said, "Please sell my data for profit." And it's like, where do we go with that? I mean, it's manage your own
Yeah,
privacy.
I actually saw some. I wasn't sure if it was an article, but saying something you can get compensation if if your privacy got let out or
I saw
whatever.
that.
Yeah, if you signed up before like 2007 May. Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting.
When
Not
I
too
sort
sure
of
what
look
that's
at like
about.
the data collection, sort of like advertising, like I had this realization, like advertising doesn't work for specific products, right? Think of how many products you've seen advertised, you never went out and actually bought that product. All advertising does is it creates the desire and the demand in general, right? And then capitalism or the market or whatever supplies all the things you might particularly desire. But all advertising just works by stimulating that desire. It's the same thing on data. It's the particular data doesn't really matter. It's the desire for data collection and then data supplying. It's creating that atmosphere of the data. It's not really about, they don't care about who you're hanging out with. They don't, who you go golf with. They could care less. It's about creating the atmosphere of data collection, which they do utilize probably in ways that we're not even really noting here. The data is used for, more meta formative things than, specific things. It wouldn't even make sense.
That's interesting, and I would agree with that. I like that hot take.
Yeah, they could be
Yeah, we can go
having
really far
artificial.
with that.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
very far. Yeah. I'm just building on that because they could have artificial intelligence right now with the facial recognition, our voices, everything we say. They can, in my opinion, they're on the verge of recreating us virtually, and it might even be
That's
able
not
to.
even opinion anymore. That's fact. I've seen it
Right
firsthand.
there, you go.
It takes like a couple hours. You feed it the audio of somebody, and then you can just give it a script, and it will sound pretty close. You can like kind of tell here and there, and they're getting pretty close with video too. And so it's like, what the fuck? Where do we go with this? I mean, what is this going to look like for a crime and evidence? Fucking insane.
Well,
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
even the news. Think about the news. If they use Hollywood studios now, okay, for the news, how do you think it's going to go on for the future? They could get anybody to look like a criminal. They could use anyone and say, "Oh, well, this guy, any guy who says anything against the system at hand or anything, they could recreate that person digitally, having them rob a bank. Boom, you're gone." It's over.
Yeah, it reminds me this episode of Black Mirror. Excuse me. Yeah, I was.
This is why.
Yeah,
Sorry, Rob.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I just had to clear my thought. But
I
go
was
ahead.
just gonna say this is why what the fuck we're doing here is so important in my opinion, because like, I mean, if a news report tomorrow comes out that says Rob robbed a bank, like, and then I see some fucking video, like some video evidence, like, I don't know if I'm gonna believe it. You know, like I don't think I'm gonna believe it, even if there is some kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Because I fucking spent maybe 100 fucking hours with this guy. It's like I don't think that he has that in his heart, right? So it's like these kinds of things with trust between us. Like if this isn't done, you know, like Yuri said, that $1,000. You know, it's if I won't loan you $1,000, I mean, we got a problem, man. If I won't loan you $1,000, then you know, it's because it's gonna happen. Some kind of bullshit story or something said about some of us. If we if I keep going on the path that I'm going, like I know it's gonna happen. There's the 3 steps, right? Fuck your reputation, then they try to throw you in prison, then they try to delete you. So it's like if I don't have any fucking men that I trust around me that don't trust me and on some level know my inner space, like I'm fucked, right?
Yeah, I think it should go beyond just the fact of trusting. I think it should go beyond the fact that he's like, you know, let's say you would loan him, but I would think it would be even better to give it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we should be able to say, "Hey, dude, do you have an extra $1,000 lying around? I really need it, and I don't think I'll be able to pay back, but please, you know, could you help me out?" I think that if the person is well off and able to do it, should have the good heartedness to, and especially if that person appreciates the other person, and there's stewardship, like Yurt was saying, then you know, no, not Yurt, Freedom was saying before, stewardship. So I believe that would be the best course of action, in my opinion.
Well, and more than that, it shouldn't be just a loan. It should be all right, let's create, you know, the freedom, and I'm just picking this out of whatever, this product, this service, this whatever, that could come together where we would have to mutually invest. That would be a better sort of thought experiment to work with, like we were touching on earlier, instead of a loan, right, where it's all truism and, you know, this crisis thing. What about if we wanted to start a service, you know, or I've been thinking about a practical example is you know, an online homeschool program, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, that would take levels of trust and communication and partnership, which we're not currently, you know, achieving yet, but we seem to be sort of in the sphere at least. And so that's why we got to talk about what the impediments are and what programs are running that stop us. And we don't even trust the grocer to, you know, take our email.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's sort of the issue. Is I mean, there's this like such a select few people that I really have that trust with. You know, and you wanted to do that online homeschooling thing. You know, if I had children of my own, you know, that's something that I would consider trying to get myself involved with, and you too as well. To me, I think most of the gentlemen here on the panel. Now yield.
Well, a lot of the schools were
I
online
have
after COVID. All my kids, they were in high school. They were taking online classes. They had to do online schoolwork. They started getting a deprivation of socialism. You know, they weren't able to see their friends. They didn't even get to graduate. They didn't get to walk the stage. So mentally, it's tough on the kids if you're going to change. Now, if you start them that way, well, they're not going to know any different. You know, they're not going to know any better. You know, but being online school, you know, forcing the parents to be more of a parent with their children instead of letting them go off to school for 8 hours a day with some teacher that may or may not be treating them properly or educating them properly. It has its advantages for sure. I would believe in it.
Yeah, I would like to thank Niall for his super chat. He says participation in the system is promotion, agreement with of the system. Congrats on the 1,000 OTW. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for your contribution. Much respect to you. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, I'm liking this super chat. Super chat.
Super chat. Wait to see how much they take from off of it. They take a lot.
Yeah, it's not the money necessarily. Actually, it's just the fact that you know, it highlights up in a different color and everything. I think it's cool. That's
yeah. And I was just sort of thinking back to what I said. It's sort of selfish of me to sort of say that I would get myself involved if I had children of my own. I should just want to do that regardless. So I just wanted to take that back and say that. I yield.
I feel you.
Well, yeah, and the
Yeah,
homeschooling, the homeschooling thing would be one of those things that would be super complicated, like doing an online thing because of all the different, policies and shit for the different states that people are involved in. You can't just claim to be a school like that. So that's where the trust
Right.
and the like mutual partnership, right? Where I wouldn't even, it's like to do things the right way, it takes that higher level of trust. We can't rely on old forms. So that's the whole challenge.
That's the whole crux, right? That's the whole crux. Why the fuck do people go to the bank? Okay, now let's suspend disbelief or suspend Wizards military script conversation for a second. Why the fuck do people go and the people that do go to borrow money, they go to banks? Why do they do that? And then they sign this bank contract that's 20 pages long. That's like insane, right? And then they can raise the interest rate whenever they want, right? Wherever the centralized bullshit does, raise the interest rate, and if you can't pay it, you lose everything, right? Why don't people just go to their fucking community and do it that way? It's just that's why they go to the bank, because people don't even trust their own fucking neighbor for X, like you said, like OTW said, what just give it to them, right? Like, or on some level, if the being can't give it to him, it's like, okay, well, I can loan it to him and get it back in a year or whatever. It's like that's why these things are the way they are in the first place, right?
Well, I think that when you give, you have to when you're lending money in any given sense, is you have to expect to not get it back. So you already have to detach yourself to it when once it's given away. If it comes back, fine. It's like marvelous, but you have to, like, in my opinion, that's what I always do. If I ever lend money, because it's happened, and I as soon as I hand it out and I give it, it's gone. So that means, like, I don't attach myself to it and I don't expect it back and I don't harass the person to give it. It'll just prove to me that that's how much it costs me to really get to know the person. Because then that way, if the person ever comes back and asks me for more money, I'm going to say, well, no, look, dude, I mean, I helped you out once, but you never like showed me your appreciation or nothing. So I guess I won't be able to help you out again, man. But that's a little bit
friend button, right? When you can't give them money, it's basically unfriend button if they don't pay you back and want more.
Kind of, yeah. But no, I would still talk with the person. I just wouldn't do any like I wouldn't go with the money thing. Like, don't go ask me for any more money. It's not that we're not friends anymore. It's just that, you said you were going to pay me back and you didn't. So don't go and ask me for any money. I still like you, can hang out, do stuff. It's not a problem. It's just like, now I know that I can't.
Hold up, OTW. If someone robs you still be friends with them?
Not rob me.
Well, that is robbing you. If I agree to pay it back and I don't, then I stole your money. That's
a man is bound by his word.
Yeah, that's not a friend.
This is why I was fighting Flow State the other day about the concept of, like, you have to have alignment with your values and principles before you fucking do anything with somebody else. And when you do have that, I mean, it makes everything a lot easier. Because and I was gonna say to Yurt, I have on less than two hands relationships with folks that I've been quote unquote doing business with for around 10 years now, and we don't do contracts. We're at the point where we don't do contracts, because I say X, I tell him the plan, and he says, yeah, let's fucking do it, and property is moved. You know what I mean? And so we already agree there is no third party for arbitration, because we have to figure it out ourselves. And because we have good faith between each other, that's just the way it is. So we're gonna figure it out because we know we are in long term. So we're in it for long term. So there is no need for a third party. There is no need for a paper. Now we'll put some stuff down on a Google Doc, right? To what is being done, sort of like a plan. But like, we're both saying we're not gonna subject this to some third party, and because we know, even if it does, because shit doesn't work sometimes, but we both know we're both going to have good faith on it to do it. And like, I even have an agreement that my son was born. My shit is hitting the fan over here, like literally with the baby shitting, but like metaphorically as well. Right. And I'm behind on some shit. And I texted him. I only had to say a few things. Yo, here's what's going on. We're a fucking week behind, but I'm gonna hit these promises. Like, and he's like, it's fine. So, so that I try my best to be developing those kinds of things. It's extremely valuable. And man, I don't know, some of those guys that I do that stuff with, it's been really, really valuable for me.
Yeah, and
but we've the same values and principles, though. We all like mostly and most things. We're like, yeah. On the things that matter, like we're not gonna break our those morals and ethics that we agree on.
Yeah, and when it comes down to those quote personal relationships, I had a friend named Dan Hill that passed here a few years back, and I considered him my brother. We knew each other for 30 plus years, and in that kind of relationship, I go out and I get 5 dozen crawlers at night. I call him up and ask him if he wants to go fishing. He says, sure. He's going to come over and pick me up because I don't have a car. So do I charge him $5 for a couple dozen crawlers so he can fish? And does he charge me $5 for gas to give me a ride to the fishing spot so I can fish?
Right.
It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? That third party a trust does not fail for want of trustee. So why do you need the third party? It just never made sense to me. It still doesn't. And it's aligned with that scripture that says he's a respecter of no persons. And when you start making those deals between each other, that's the person. That's when we start shaking hands to hold that man accountable to his word. Again, actions speak louder than words. So if I just give him a couple dozen crawlers, isn't he just automatically going to give me a ride? We got to start thinking about this in real simple terms and tell everybody else outside of it to fuck off. This is between me, him, and him.
And I think all this links up to the monogamy conversation as well. If we see a family and our sexual partners as right, Dick, it all is relevant, right? The same trust, the same honesty, the same building. It all plays a similar role.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, if we're going to protect the women and children, we damn well better know how to protect ourselves, right?
Right. And then the institutions are claiming that they're able to do a better job, and the majority of people believe that. We'd rather use the institution because it claims to have the track record of success. You loonies on the internet with your strange ideas, can't prove things like that, and that's how most people see it, right? And so even having the conversation, you're facing the wall of the institution who has its historical record. And then you're like a new participant in the game trying to build your record. And that's kind of the point with the polygamy thing. It's like, well, prove that to me. Well, okay, I'll come back here in, 60 years and show you my great life. But then the whole conversation won't matter then because we'll all be old.
You're right. We will be old. So
that's why I said earlier, you can look at his story. You can look at nature. We got a lot of observable things that are sustainable and unsustainable, and some that are anomalies and some that seem to be the general consensus within the things that we observe. And the dividing factor or the deciding factor is ultimately your intention, your conscience. You have to go inside and see what is the best fit for your family and how you want to go forward. That's why I've always said from the start, whether you choose polygamy or you choose monogamy, they're both natural expressions in nature, and that's your choice, your autonomy. You make it work for you the way that's best for your family. And beyond that, I don't feel any need to try to influence you or tell you how to live your life.
Hold the computer like that. It's going to drop.
But see, Dick, I think that's that last little bit, man. I know why you're saying it, that we all, we can't get too worked up in that zone. But there's you wouldn't be out here, you wouldn't share your opinions if you didn't want them to have an influence at some level.
No, I didn't share my opinion up until the point that I was told that the dude was going to fuck my wife and that my wife was a whore. Shots fired, dude. You want to have an honest discussion or you just want to yell insults and do ad hominem? What do you want to do? You want to be intellectual or you want to fucking just throw shit my way? Because I've never done that to the man.
But you watched him do it to other men and enjoyed the process.
Always figured it was rooted in integrity. So let's see if there's integrity here. And I had the conversation in a public platform so that all of you could challenge me and tell me where I'm in error. So now you all know what I know. And if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. And if I'm not, then speak the truth.
But it's like sometimes you gotta it can be a high intellectual pursuit, but that mud, you still got to get in the mud and wrestle around a little bit, right? To maybe shake off some bullshit, and then Steve doesn't agree. The Marine.
Wait a minute. Did you see? I've already rolled in the mud, and I'm here right now. I'm glad to have the conversation. I'm not going to go up on his platform to be rode around like a donkey and have made a circus show out of it. If he wants to do that, he can do that right now with the stream while I'm on here, because I know the tactics. So I'll never go on the stream again if he has no integrity. You either have integrity or you don't. And I'm not the guy who keeps you as a friend when you fuck me over. And I'm not even saying Paul's a friend. I'm just saying if you show me you don't have integrity, you can go kick rocks.
If you show me, saying he doesn't have integrity because he said he's gonna fuck your wife during that conversation.
If you're gonna obfuscate by making personal attacks and not have an intellectually honest conversation, you tell me, Timmy, is that integrity or not?
But an instance of a lack of integrity doesn't mean you lack all integrity. And if
I didn't say that. But
No,
if you're
but I
going to
know-
sit there and present yourself in a way that shows that you're not willing to admit when you're wrong, I can't work with you, dude. If you can't admit when you're wrong, I admit when I'm wrong all the time. I own it left and right. I own it sometimes even when I'm not wrong, just because I want to make a common ground to build off, because I don't need to be right. It's not about my ego. It's about honesty. It's about facts. It's about dealing with reality.
Yep, same here with Jack. I have to give up a little piece of my reality in order to be able to work with Jack, because if I have any integrity in my posing as a brother to my fellow man, I'm supposed to forgive him first and foremost, because I have learned my own repentance, so that in that forgiveness I can then speak to him in terms that are supposedly reasonable and comprehensible, so that he can comprehend it enough to learn how to repent himself.
I don't even have to forgive him because I don't condemn him.
Well, and just the real talk there too, Dick, and
and he's done nothing wrong to me, by the way. He's created no loss, injury, or harm. I have no vendetta against Paul. I'm just having an honest conversation, and I think it's easier to do it amongst my peers here in a place where it's an even playing field. And if he wants to have that, he can join.
But just on this issue of the over-the-top insults, and an instance of this, he said that a similar thing to Moose the other day about Moose. He made the similar joke to me the other night, and I laughed at it the other night. But I know what you're saying, Dick, too, and I see a comment from Snake Jones about if that was him. You call my wife a whore, I'm protecting you, not her. Oh, I misread that comment, but I get the offense and why in life we have to draw the line and say, I'm not going to stand you talking.
I don't take offense. It's just, isn't it a level of Breaking Bad? Why would you attack someone that's trying to have an intellectual conversation with you? Why would, it's one thing if I did ad hom and I started that. I usually see Paul respond and retort. Someone takes an unjustified attack at him, and it's very warranted for him to go back and grind that guy's gears. I never attacked Paul. I had an intellectually honest conversation that I thought was valid and needed to be presented. And I asked a question that initially he said was a very valid and intelligent question. And he even characterized and says, see, Dick has a way of presenting what needs to be asked. And then he proceeded to evade the question for the multitude, the rest of that broadcast. And then the next day called me weird and odd for asking it when it's the only correct question you would ask with regard to polyamorous relationships. It's the only question to ask. There is no other question to ask. How does it work in a practical sense?
Didn't you have some issue though with him before that though? Isn't this kind of related?
Well, and that's also why
the meat issue. I addressed that with him directly on his broadcast, and I had the conversation. I said everything I felt I needed to say. I think I've made my argument there ad nauseum and in abundance. But I think he's being disingenuous on the meat argument too, because he's a very smart, intelligent man, and if he went and looked at all the facts and the details, he would see exactly what I see, which is this tremendous, absurd suffering that happens to the conventional grain diet consequences when people make those choices.
Well, in regards to the polyamory and stuff, that's why I refer to Isaiah 54. It tells us about that there are more children of the desolate than there are of the married wife. And I'm telling you, the marriage is not meant for everybody. There are very few select people that can make that arrangement work. And that's why we will always have that challenge to balance that. There's always going to be the struggle over the monogamous and polygamous views. Always. Same with the vegetarian and carnivore. There's always going to be different views, and it's a matter of cycles and balances. I found out in my own research for this lung cancer, my diet was a large part of it. So I cut out the meat for a while and went straight to veggies and fruits and vitamin supplements and stuff like that, and massive doses of vitamin C and all these other things. And now that I'm healing and stuff, I can incorporate a little bit of meat, but I'm not going to do a whole lot of meat, particularly the red meat. If I do any meat, it's fishing time. I'm going to do the meat that's in season. I don't need to go out and hunt rabbits and stuff. I'm told in the scripture, and again, I keep repeating to everybody, Jesus instructed them to fish on the other side of the boat for a reason. And it wasn't because we were vegetarians. We started out as vegetarians, but because of the necessity, we grew to involve meat in seasons, just like the fruits and vegetables. And again, the scripture tells us the same story, the exact same story. We started out vegetarians, and then we went to meat, incorporating it into our diet as a supplement when the season of the fruits and vegetables was no longer there because we were now in colder climates. The Garden of Eden is the Garden of Eden. It doesn't have the cold temperatures. It was a springing forth of waters, not frozen blocks of ice. When we started expanding outside of that garden and he placed us in the rest of the earth to tender the soil, was again in accordance and correlation with the scripture that says we're supposed to go forth. In other words, going out from, and he reserves your right to go back in, and we're supposed to tender the earth by shepherding the animals whose hooves tender the earth. We're not supposed to pick up the plows. It never mentioned picking up the plows in the scripture.
Well, and I just wanted to add one point there real quick, Dick, and I just want your thoughts on this. So I don't want Moose's wife to feel bad. I would never speak that way to Moose's wife in person or online or anyone else's wife. I don't think like that. I don't talk like that to other people. That's just not the way I'm sort of built. Okay. But growing up, man, I loved Eddie Murphy, right? I love these comedians that jump out the window and say the funniest shit. So I have that problem with Moose where I like Moose, man. I don't want his wife disrespected. I don't want him feeling bad about that relationship, or you, Dick. I don't want that. But when Paul drops that bomb about, whose ever wife, it's funny, man. It's funny just in the comedic way. But like, I wrestle with that too, is what I'm saying. Just acknowledging, man. I'm not trying to hurt anybody, but there's a part of comedy where you gotta like accept that sort of shit. Right? It's like, so you love that.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
No, you don't have to accept
Fucking
it. You don't have to
hilarious.
accept less for yourself. And that's why I came up here, because that's what he's always preaching. Like, oh, you accept less for yourself. You accept less for yourself. And then you hang out with people that would talk to you like that and talk to your family like that. Like if somebody were to say that to my wife in person, I would probably be in jail for the night or the weekend or whatever. It's not a joke to me. And
see, I wouldn't.
So yeah,
I would take it completely in stride, and I wouldn't even let it affect me.
Moose, you've gone off the rail and
Moose
said all
is a
sorts of
savage.
nasty-
Moose is an animal. Moose doesn't take shit.
I'm not saying
I
that
don't
makes me
take
better.
shit
I'm
from
not
people,
saying it
dude.
makes you worse.
Let's get ready to rumble.
I get where you're coming from, Moose, and I might even be wrong. Maybe I'd be wrong, and I'd go haul off and hit the motherfucker, and I'd have to regret it. But I'm just saying it
because
because
if you're
it's also
hanging
my
out,
intention is I don't want to have my fucking peace disturbed by a fucking word. Who cares? It's just a word.
Right?
And I do see
right.
the
I
humor in it.
understand.
Just so you know, I do
It's
see the humor
the
in it. I can
intent.
laugh with it.
It's the
And I
intent
do
of
Doesn't
the
laugh
get us
with
to
it
an
too.
intellectually honest
Hold on,
conversation. It can
Timmy.
also be used for a distraction technique.
I totally
but it's
agree
the
there
intent,
too.
right?
And Timmy, shut up for a second. I
Oh,
laugh
Jesus.
at it too. But if you're my friend and you're hanging out with my family and you were to say that in my presence, that right there would be like you're out of the circle. You have no respect for yourself. You have no respect for the people you're around. So you don't belong around me and you don't eat at my table. I want you to eat, just not at my table.
If you say that to
What you talking about, Willis?
if you say that to a man, you're just punking him out. You're just making him your punk bitch, and trying to create that hierarchy that he's under your footstool and you're going to be his bitch, and that's the way it's going to go.
Yeah,
or you're going to have a verbal judo battle. Which one do you want?
His community is just a bunch of hamster bitches like this Seal right here. They all go on their hamster wheels and go, arf, arf, Paul, arf, arf, arf. You're so good, Paul, arf, 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 arf. Hey, go in the hole, slave, arf, arf, arf. Let me tell you about the word comment, arf, 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 arf. Let me tell you about this word, arf, arf. That's you and all the other fucking bobbleheads that go on that panel every single day. You know the worst part? The content you create is the IQ you have, right? So his IQ is, guess what? Everybody else who wants to sit in a chair like your quadriplegic ass, right, El Perro? You sit in that chair for 12 hours a day. You don't fucking
I'm
move.
a bobblehead too. If you
now you move, right? El
Perro's
Perro's trying to move because he realizes he sits in a chair 12 hours a day clapping at Paul. Look at those bitch ass pitch. Look at that. Look at that. That's not a real push up. That ain't real. Hey, keep clap
now
when you do it.
He's doing push-ups, and
clap
you're
when
sitting
you do
in a
it,
chair.
Seal. Clap when you do it. Let's hear you arf. Now he's
well, see the problem is Provo.
Shut up, Seal. Go to your Seal slave community where you can go arf with each other. Go arf over Paul. Go arf over Paul.
I think Provo kid with his Provo name is a provoking kid. So while he sits there in his chair and complains about me and my life and how I need to clean up,
yeah, you do. You stack better than any Tetris player I've ever seen. You stack so much shit behind you. It's unbelievable. Tell me about the word hoarder. What's the word hoarder mean, you goof? Tell me about the word hoarder. Tell me. Tell me, you fucking hoarder. The hoarding seal hamster on your hamster wheel 12 hours a day with Paul while you clap for his ass. Yeah, look at all these stacks. Look at these stacks of shit throughout his house. Stack, stack, stack. Stacking shit, stacking shit, stacking shit. Look at all these stacks.
Yeah.
Stacking. Doesn't clean his table. Look at these stacks. Stack after stack. Oh, nice. Stacks, stacks. Nothing's put away. It's all sitting on the counter. Go back to your rat hole room. Go to the rat hole room where you rat pack all your shit.
Because I don't have room.
Because you sit in the chair all day. Here, all Talkshow community of people who don't fucking move.
I go out here
all day and they laugh at his ass and they think
Provo Kid. I'm a little
$10 in for the Rumble
Fest. Corpse
climbing? What?
Provo Kid, is this not corpse climbing that you were describing?
This isn't my content. This isn't my channel. I'm just having fun, right? So if I made content about that shit, corpse climbing. I'm not.
What you talking about, Will?
I'm
See, if I go out there,
I'm provoking this guy because I am the Provo King, right? Look how provoked this guy is. Watch him trip. Watch him trip and run it like a hamster will for the next 30 minutes. Keep running, little hamster.
With the twig, do I have to do dishes? Do you guys want to take upon all these conveniences of living in a nice, clean box?
Keep running on that wheel, little hamster.
Me to live the same way. You're the one that's trying to conform everybody to your ideas. You got your ideas from everybody else.
About the Bible,
you were indoctrinated into sweeping and mopping like a little bitch.
Keep running, little hamster. Sit back
I
down.
just want to say my only problem is if we're talking truth, I want it to be truth. If we're having conversations with integrity, I'd like to keep it that way. And if we're having fun, we could have fun. But when you're sitting there and you're saying that, hold on, Austin, don't talk over me, brother. Come on. It's like when you're talking like you're the arbiter of truth and you're going around and saying, I'm this or I'm that, I've done this, I've done that. And then you're telling everybody else how to live their life. And then you go around saying, oh, I'm going to F your wife and I'm going to F this guy's wife. I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm all about polyamory and stuff. Doesn't really know that much about polyamory. And he just told us like plenty of times he's only had relations with like a few women. So how are you going to tell me he is a successful story of this message that he's still claiming? It has no integrity. It has no real value to it.
Any man with balls can see your situation, Moose, and if they fucking were going to tell you the truth, they would say it's fucked up, Moose. But if you don't want the fucking truth,
Timmy.
And you want
Keep
everybody
gargling
to say,
the balls.
hey, Moose,
Keep gargling the balls in your mouth.
Your wife and husband situation is really great. It's really wonderful when you whisper in the house all of the fucking evidence about your nonsense relationship. You don't want anybody to say anything bad about it. Like, you don't want the
No, I don't care if you say
you
something
want no one
bad
to give
about
you
the
their opinion.
relationship, but you're taking it to a whole nother level. You're actually lowering the whole vibration of everyone. You're lowering the intelligence.
Vibes, man.
And Timmy,
Okay.
you
Your
have never
relationship is a
offered
joke.
anything worth of value on any of these networks ever.
Says you, sir.
Yeah, keep smiling like that. But when you come to offer us something, you should preface it with, "Hey, I'm offering value here, so we can judge it."
What's clear doesn't need to be fucking explained. There's plenty of people here that have fucking.
Well, if it was clear, then
want to hear
somebody
more
would have
from me.
spoke up for you. But nobody's speaking up for you because it's
I don't
clear that
need
I'm
anybody
right.
to
Are
speak
you
up for
married?
me.
Are you
Like,
married? Do you have kids?
I'm not gonna even. I don't even want to talk to you, Provo Kid. Like, you're a
Are you
waste.
you want to
You're a
talk?
waste of merit.
You're a fucking
You're a
waste
waste
of
of
space
fucking
on this
time.
panel. You fucking
Why?
MGTOW. You probably simp ass fuck. Got no ladies. Judging a man Moose over here who does have a wife, who does have a family.
Yeah,
You're probably a complete
Under a
fucking
commercial
failure.
marriage.
You're
Under a
probably a
commercial marriage.
failure. And you're
Under
over
a
here
commercial
jealous as
marriage.
fuck. Haven't been laid ever in your life. Got no wife. Got no kids.
Yeah.
Got no land. Got
Yep.
nothing. You're wearing
Yep.
a
None of
stupid
that
orange
even means
shirt,
anything.
looking like a goof,
Right.
saying, "I don't want to answer your question, Provo Kid."
Yeah,
Such
and a guy
a
that's
no-
got
what's
the
the point
name
even
Provo
such a
Kid telling everybody he's a
bitch.
provoker.
Look at
And
your
a guy-
bitch
and
ass.
coming
I
from
don't
a
want to
guy
answer
whose
your
name is
question.
Provo
I
Kid,
don't want to answer your
telling
question. It's
everybody
gonna hurt
he
my
provoked.
feelings. Your question,
But that's a
keep
lie too,
clapping,
right there.
Steele.
That's not full of
Clapping, Steele, in
integrity
your
because he's from
wheelchair.
Provo, Utah. It has nothing to do with him being a provoker. It's Provo, Utah.
No,
That's
I
why
already
he named
spoke to him
himself
on that.
Provo Kid.
I already spoke to him on that months ago. So don't tell me it's because he's from Provo. He stated on here that it was. I clarified. Provo stands for provoking, right? He said yes.
Well, yeah, you know the etymology of
I
every
stand
word. You're the
corrected.
smartest man on the panel.
Hey,
I want the truth.
I only opposed my opinion and he agreed.
Next. You
And
want to
I
answer
just
some
want to reach
questions,
out to
Timmy?
Snake Jones and say that he says it does
Stay
make
silent,
cons
slave.
and recovering drug addicts living under the same roof act better than this. And I just wanted to point out that we most likely are a gang of ex-convicts and recovering drug addicts. And this is exactly how we would behave. I just want to say
I love that.
clear.
That
we know where we're at
was
here,
great.
When the
gentlemen.
12-step program first started, they made it illegal
Yeah, tell
for
us
two
more,
such
please.
men to get together. They made it illegal for two addicts to gather in the name of any name. Think about that.
I'm thinking.
So, Provo, what is your ideal relationship?
You haven't answered any fucking question from you, you idiot. You want you? I can answer a question from you, Provo Kid. But here, let me sit back like a bitch and ask you a question and assume you're going to answer my stupid fucking question. You fucking idiot. The dumbest person on the panel confirmed. I thought Wizard was the smartest. Now I found the dumbest. Go ahead.
What
Ask
merit do you
somebody
have
else
to be
your
dishing out
stupid
anything?
fucking question.
I think he learned that.
What
from Jack
merit do you
Loudmouth.
have at all? Can you tell us your
Ask
fucking merit,
someone else
dumbass?
your stupid fucking question. I'm not going to engage in a
No, you're the one
relationship with
piping
someone
up.
who won't answer my questions but expects me to answer their questions. You, sir, are dumb,
Because you're
sir.
in bad faith right now.
You,
You're in
sir,
bad
are
faith.
dumb,
Can
sir.
we
You,
have,
sir, are dumb, sir.
Can we have some
You're
good
dumb.
faith?
Hey, sir.
Can we start off on good
Sir,
faith
respectfully,
or not?
respectfully, sir, you don't know how to have a
Right, your
conversation.
bad faith, right.
It's not a one-way road.
Can we
I
have-
asked you a question. You said no.
You came in
Respectfully,
here fucking
you're asking me a question.
shitting on me,
I
attacking
said,
me, man.
no, sir, you're dumb, sir. I'm not answering your question.
See, your
Ask
bad
somebody
faith.
else.
This is why we can't
Ask
get
somebody
anywhere.
else.
You're
As soon
bad
as you
faith.
answer my question,
Why do you
I'll
come in here being bad
entertain
faith? Your whole
your
existence
question.
is bad
Answer
faith.
my question first. I'll entertain your question after. Go ahead. Answer
You
it.
have to come
Answer it.
with good faith. You don't actually give a
You're
fuck
not
about the
coming with
answers. You
good
come in
faith,
here
you
in bad
goof.
faith.
You goof.
Never,
You
Timmy.
started it with
Timmy, you're the
bad
worst.
faith.
You goof. Get out of here.
How am I the
Get out of
worst,
here.
man?
Hey, get out of here. Leave. You're not wanted anymore. Go away.
No.
I want to
Unless you want to ask
OPW.
somebody else your stupid
OPW,
fucking
is he not
question.
wanted anymore?
Ask
I want
somebody
to.
else your stupid fucking question.
What was the question? I'll answer your question, Timmy. Go ahead. I got you.
So what fucking merit does Provo Kid have to talk about relationships? I'd like to hear his opinion about what a good relationship is.
What's a good relationship, Provo Kid? Play the game, Provo Kid. Let's not do this.
No. I'm not going to play the game with a bitch who
can I
doesn't
ask
answer
you the
my question
question?
first, and then ask a question and expects me to answer.
All right,
I ain't
out of
doing that
respect, can I ask
bullshit.
you a question?
Tell you what, I know the merits of a bad relationship.
Oh, sure.
A bad relationship has the merits of both mom and dad standing there when their kid is 50 years old and telling the police are the authority. So anybody that has a marriage under the license is operating under a bad authority, guys. I guarantee. Sorry, Moose.
You don't have to be sorry for me. I'm 100% happy with where I've made my life.
As long as you understand, because I know, aside from everybody else speaking, I know you, Moose, well enough to know that someday, along the path you're on, I believe you're on the right path. You are seeking the right things. You're not seeking materialistic things. This man is seeking mental things. That's what most people don't see. He stepped up on the Jack platform, not because he wants the material things. He's seeking the mental things. He's been constantly talking about building himself. Okay. This is what I see in people's languages. Same with Timmy. Now, the guy up here, Provo, he's sitting back there with a picture of himself. So fuck him. He's Provo. He's provoking.
I got 2 pictures of myself, and I got Jesus Christ in the corner. He's my co-host. Back up off it.
Oh, Jesus.
Wizard,
You're a Christ cuss.
Wizard. He'll keep arfing. Oh, I'm glad you got a car. That's good.
No, it's not a car.
I thought you just had a
Jesus, this is going wild.
It's symbolism, buddy. I don't need to say a fucking word.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. He's got a bullet in a cross. Fucking goof. God,
So do you have any merit in any realm of life?
None.
Can somebody ask him that if he doesn't want to answer.
I'm not talking to you, Timmy.
Timmy, you haven't even answered his question. You act like a clown, and then you want him to.
He came in here bad
for
faith.
you.
I'm coming at good faith. Please, sir. Do you have any merit? I really want to know.
Please, sir, you're dumb, sir. I want to answer your question,
mean
sir. Go ask somebody else
You're
your
going to keep
question,
being bad
please.
faith.
He's
Answer
trying to
my
hoe
question,
you up.
idiot. What was my question? Do you remember it, or are you short-term memory problem?
You said, am I married or have children? But you're giving me bad faith. I don't answer questions with bad faith
What's
people.
the answer, buddy? What's the answer?
If you've been paying attention,
Yes
you
and
already
yes,
know.
but
okay, so you did answer the question. You
Yeah,
married
I'm
a man.
now-
You
I'm-
answered.
yeah, I'm gonna-
He
I'm gonna
doesn't
continue-
have to
So you're a
answer
married
the question.
man.
Actions speak louder than words. If you have not been paying attention, he's already stated it. He doesn't need
Well,
to
fucking you when you talk steel.
And
You
he
and your
doesn't need to
hamster need to start up
restate
your
it.
channel. Go to hamster channel. Go over to
He
his
doesn't
little
need to
spinning wheel.
restate it.
I love it.
He doesn't need
Go to his
to
fucking
restate
spinning
it.
wheel.
He doesn't need to restate it in comments by a spoken or written word.
Blow the whistle.
Let me
and do
talk
the
for Timmy.
twist.
Let me talk for
You can
Timmy.
do it all by yourself.
Okay, I'm continuing to extend good faith. I answer your question, even though you're in bad faith. So now where do we go from here?
So
I answered your question.
now the question is, I have another question. Did you answer the question honestly?
Yes.
You do have a wife and kids. You're currently married.
Yes,
have a
Provo
wife
Kid,
and
he
a
was
baby.
talking about
Yes.
it like a half an hour ago, sir.
Well,
He
I
talked
wasn't
about it
there
all
for
the time.
that, buddy. I
Well,
wasn't there
cool,
for that.
man. But not everyone's waiting here to accommodate you, Provo Kid. Let's be real.
Well, I just wanted a little bit of an even playing field when I'm
I
talking
got
to a guy
you,
who's
brother.
asking
You're
me
all-
questions.
dude.
You won't answer my questions. That's
You
all.
can have this opinion.
Okay, great. So where do you want
So
to
now
go?
we're on an even playing field. You answer my question. Now what's yours?
No. What was the point of asking that?
Because you were
why did
coming
you
at Moose trying to give him advice, right? And I just wanted to make sure the
Wasn't
advice you were
giving him
giving
advice.
was on an equal playing field. It'd be stupid if you were like one of Paul's slaves who doesn't have a family, who doesn't have a kids, is going to tell Moose what to do with his family and kids and what that structure looks like. That was my point with that. Now we can move aside from that issue.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Thank you, Timmy. I appreciate that.
Anybody that's ever had a relationship, a man and woman that have had a good relationship can give in their opinion about Moose's relationship, kids or not, marriage or not. That's kind of why I didn't answer you.
Bro, you've never even seen my relationship. Like, other than my wife popping into the scene once or twice. Like, you're ridiculous. You read into a picture when it's clearly not what it is. And that's where I have a problem with you and people like you who try to paint a picture that's not really fucking there. And then you turn around and you start to simp for people who are like, oh, I'm gonna go bang this dude's wife. Oh, she doesn't love him. Blah 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 blah.
Simping for that
You
nothing,
make
man.
things up, and then you think it's cool, and
I'm
then you
not
turn around and
making
say,
things
oh,
up.
you're a bad faith actor. Oh, you're defaming and defalcating, and you're an infidel. But you do the same crap. You're a hypocrite, and every single person on this
Dude,
panel is a
if
hypocrite.
none of that shit is true, why does that bother?
Hey,
well, and it goes
Hey,
again.
I got a new show every Friday. It's the
again, the
Provo
same
Kid. It's the
thing with
extended
Paul.
Provo Kid show. It's going to start in probably the
when
next
you review
45
Paul as if
minutes.
though he
I'll
is
probably
nothing
delay
but
for
the
the
trailer,
OTW. It's
then
going to be
you
my
do the
cooking
same
channel.
thing
So I'm
with
going to be
Paul.
cooking up
So
content,
fuck what
probably
Provo's
making a
doing.
video with
I'm going to
Dick,
overtalk him.
and then also
So you
I'll probably open
understand
it
the
up for a
same principle
panel, talk
Moose just pointed
for
out
an hour by
about
myself.
everybody being hypocrites and talking about Paul and his trailer has nothing to do with Paul and his success. So again, speaking about
Oh, I didn't bring that up though. I didn't say nothing about his trailer,
I'm
brother.
saying your comment about everybody being hypocritical, and I too am the same way as I sit there and point out about Provo.
Hard to make content out here. It's hard to make good
That is
content.
not all about Provo, but I don't know anything more about Provo than what he posts.
Man, brother, great. Once again, wise words. What do you have to say, Timmy? You're doing great so far.
I'm just saying to Moose, I mean, if that shit isn't true, it shouldn't bother you. It's like a pendulum, man. Like if somebody says something
No,
and it's
that's
true, and then you
dumb.
react,
That's a
it's like,
dumb way of
oh,
thinking.
really?
If you want to have a community, right? You want to have a healthy community. You're not going to let people walk around and say that kind of stuff to each other's wives. You're just not. You don't find that in a healthy community. And if you're going to call that healthy, there's something mentally unsound about you. I'm
Moose,
sorry,
I
Timmy.
essentially agree with you, but here's the flip, and here's the rub, and here's what you're not considering. There's no truth to that narrative.
Because this is a metaverse. This isn't an actual.
It's a completely fictional account of the dynamics with you and your wife. There's no element of truth. The crowd picked up no themes or threads of your relationship, watching you interact and your comments and all that. None of that was true. It's completely off.
We actually just got dumber.
Oh, dude, there's nothing wrong with the fact that they point out she's annoyed. Yeah, I mean, she walked in the room a few times and like they're yelling all kinds of profanities, and we're yelling at people about being slaves and shit. I mean, anybody in their right mind that walks into a room and hears somebody like yelling into their phone is gonna think something's a little weird, something's a little off. So yeah, obviously she doesn't really like wasn't cool with that, right? It doesn't have to be like I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I'm building a community of people that have integrity, have some kind of value and honor system, and I am not going to allow the people that want us to do things like that on air in front of everybody, in front of all of our viewers, and to show him like some kind of like respect. I'm not going to continue doing that, and that goes for everybody here. I'm not going to continue to be your whipping boy. I'm not going to continue to be your fucking jester. Like you guys are you're past the point. You're in denial. You're all in fucking denial here.
Denial
and that's
about
the problem.
Moose,
The denial about the problem. Well, Wizard knows what I'm talking about. You guys are sitting here trying to defend bullshit. It's the same thing with like the drag queens trying to read to the children. It's bullshit. It's just bullshit. You don't have to like go through the pile of shit and figure out how it got to be shit and what's in the shit. You just know it's fucking bullshit. If you have discernment, it's either right or wrong. And there's a right or wrong. I'm not even mad at Paul. I'm not even mad at him, dude. That's what I'm trying to get to you. I am setting my standard. I'm saying there is a line in the sand for me. Doesn't have to be the same for you. But if you don't meet those standards, you won't be part of my life in the future. And that's not I don't care, like who wants to be part of my life. I welcome everybody. But if you don't meet the standards, it's not happening.
Comment that offended you? Was that not the exact intended result of the comment that offended you? You're spending time in these circles that you love participating in. You're engaged in the same sort of questionable behavior as the person you're criticizing. And then you're being challenged on that. And now you're stepping up and saying, here's my boundary. Don't fucking violate it. That was the exact point of the busting of your balls.
Well, that's the process.
Your brother, sir, respectfully, I think what you said is true. And I'd say there could be two intents. right? There can be two intents. There could be an intent to bust his balls and also to literally do that to anybody in his cult group and any of their poor wives who would make that sad decision, right? So he can have two intents, right? So it's not just 100%, oh, he said that to bust his balls. There's no kernel of truth behind it. There's no real actual intention. He's not a person when put in that situation would do those things. Come on, brother. You know what I mean? I agree with you, but more.
I know exactly what you're saying.
And you're exactly right again, Provo, because it's not like I said. I can sit there and make comments about Provo and the picture of him behind him. But again, that's not the whole story. I've said many times, the iceberg is not the whole iceberg that you see. It is 5 times larger underneath. Okay. So when these platforms were coming together, those two different intents, I realized this when I come up, and particularly on Truth or Cop, and they started razzing me about loving the God. Okay. That's what it is. On one side, it's a hazing. On the other side, it's a truth seeking. Okay. That's all it is. If we come to realize that, we can get along with our brothers like Provo, right, Provo? I mean,
you are likable. I think we can get along. At the end of the day, you're a likable guy. Absolutely.
Well, it's
like definitely. I want to hop in here real quick, Wizard.
It's like I told Jack.
You too, Timmy.
It's these trials.
I apologize to Timmy for coming at him so strong, dude. It's
go.
fun, brother. I'm here to have
good.
fun, right? Provo kid.
All
I'm
good.
here to provoke. I'm here to make content. I'm here to cook. And sometimes people don't get that, right? So, and people take things personally, and I hope nobody takes anything personally on this panel.
I want to throw it out there, though.
YouTube's a game. Right?
That Paul gets mad that my wife doesn't like the show, but then he turns around and says that shit when she's listening to the fucking show. You know what I mean? Like you can't tell me that anybody's woman is gonna just sit. I mean, not everybody has that humor. Not everybody is cool with that.
I understand that. Can I make a point real quick, Moose?
Of course.
Okay, he said that with your wife in front of you, and what'd you do?
I'm pretty sure I told him.
You stepped up to protect her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Fuck. All right. I'm having a breakthrough moment here. Yeah, okay. I can see where the learning comes through here, but still, like, I do have my points, and I kind of am feeling a breakthrough moment here. I see, like, he was testing me to see what I would do. Okay. I get that. At the same time, I still don't feel it was very respectful.
And that's the point.
But
it doesn't mean
that's the most respectful thing a man can do in my life. Like I said, I respect Paul for that, because no one else will do that for me.
Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, playing chess, are you testing him to see what he'll do?
And we are, by pushing back against the comments. That's the whole dynamic at play.
Yeah. No, see, that's why I like this shit.
We should say that. We should say, hey, dude, that's fucked up. You keep saying that about Moose's wife. If you think that's fucked up, and let it play out. That's the whole point. That's the dialectic.
Yeah. And you notice I made a point here too recently that I don't have many viewers because I'm putting out all this knowledge with the sources and everything. People don't like that. They prefer the drama. And since I've been on here, you notice I've been on here. Why? Because I'm finding it's intriguing and enjoyable for me as well. Get it? It's different.
And also there's another.
This is different, and I'm enjoying it. Go ahead, Provo. My apologies.
It's Timmy.
There's another. There's another point to be made. Moose is like, if I like something and if I'm investing my energy and time into something, my wife automatically respects that fact, and so
I don't think everybody's wife does, dude. If you look at a lot of red pill content, or you look at a lot of people who've been married for a long time, they'll tell you that pretty much anything that you find as a hobby or something that you really love, a lot of times there will be something about that hobby that you need to fine tune or change for her, because it's either taking too much time or too much money or too much something away from her and away from the family. And maybe that's just in the people that I personally have seen and known. And the videos I've seen, but I haven't seen a relationship where a man has been like, dude, I go out and I go fishing, whatever the fuck I want. My wife's cool with it. I go golfing whenever I want. Like, she never has anything to say. Like, I've never met somebody like that. So if that's you, dude, I would love some fucking tips from you, brother.
Sir. This is my life right now. Even with the baby, I'm in a different area. Right now I'm in our apartment. She's at our house with the baby. Baby's a couple weeks old. I've got to work, brother. I've got to be in my focus and flow zone. I can't be on 3 hours sleep, unable to provide. So basically anything that I do, on some level, she completely trusts what I'm doing is the best thing for our little trust.
And deeper,
So
Moose.
she's watched the show too.
And not to be critical, Moose, but just to keep it real, right? Like, you want to be the big champion of monogamy. Then when two become one in a marriage, there's a mirroring effect. And maybe you're not recognizing, but you must have sort of that same attitude and vibe towards your wife about shit she's doing, if you think that's just baked into every marriage.
Well, fortunately for me, dude, I've seen some polygamous families. We got billboards in Utah, right? And it's sad because they have young men on them saying like, "Oh, are you kicked out of your polygamous family?" Because that's what happens, right? Just like the Lions, right? The men get kicked out. It's actually a sad culture, polygamous. What happens to a lot of the boys when they grow up and they're no longer useful and they become a threat to the hierarchy inside the family, and it's really perverted. But anybody really kind of is, I think, seen the billboards knows and has heard the stories of polygamy. I don't really understand why anybody would entertain it, right? Coming from a culture, right, that's familiar with it. It's absolutely insane, disgusting, and I feel bad for all the young men that get kicked out of all their families by the psychopathic fathers. Go ahead, I yield. And I'm about to start my new show, OTW first. Big shout out to everybody on the panel, Dick, Timmy, Vara, Boniface, Moose, Elder Yurt, Steve, Wizard, and OTW News, of course. Thanks for having me here. I'm starting my new show up pretty soon, maybe in the next hour. And I just want to say,
Peace.
God bless OTW. You're a legend.
Peace, brother.
And again, Provo, I think you're correct in that. The destruction of our manhood is evident in all cultures, even the Amish. And again, it's because the men are held to the highest standard because we're the ones that are supposed to protect. And if they find any incident where you're not protecting, that's all they need. That's
Amen.
all they need. You are a nail and they are the hammer, period. And they will pound you.
God bless you, brother Wizard. Hey, for all the shit I talk, dude, you got a good, humble spirit. You take it in stride. And you know this one thing I can say about you, Wizard? I feel like you don't take things personal. And as someone who tries to do that themselves, right? Hey, I commend you for that, brother. God bless you. Have a good day, everybody.
Appreciate that, brother. Yes.
Have a good day. Hey, I gotta say something for because you said something about me like being a champion of monogamy, and I never once said that. I never once said I was a champion for the cause. I think that every single person's different. Every single person in their relationship has something that they have different needs. I can't judge you. Like if you wanted to have 3 women, 4 women in the house or whatever, I can't judge you. But there is one thing I do know, and Dick has already made that point, that a lot of times those things don't work out. And if they did work out, you would see it more in society, and you would see more of this stuff happening, and it would be more prevalent. And you'd have books about it and stuff. There'd be all kinds of things going on to show us that it was the right way to do things. And I'm not saying I'm doing things the right way, but I'm definitely saying that that's not the right way either.
It's what you make. It's what makes you happy. You want to be with one woman, one man, whatever. That makes you happy. Great. If you want to experiment and bring other things to the situation, that's great too. Everyone's got their opinion. It's not that it's wrong, right or wrong. It's your life.
That's where I disagree with you when I hear you talking. I'm like, I don't give a shit about what makes me happy with regards to that. It's the best provision and protection for my family.
Yeah, I guess.
No. I'm not
I'm
about an emotion or feelings.
talking about if
she makes me happy or whatever. It's like, my wife can't make me happy anyway. If she tries, she might piss me off, to be honest with you.
If you're not happy with your wife, then you got to leave. You can't be there.
No, dude, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't find my happiness in my wife. That's not my source of my joy.
Yeah, right. I agree with that, though.
I love my wife. I cherish her. She's amazing. She has incredible talents, incredible skills, incredible intellect. She's a great conversation starter. She's flirtatious with me. She's amazingly sexy. I love her on all levels.
Yeah,
but
be happy yourself.
She's not my source of happiness. Just because I appreciate her and respect her does not mean that I'm going to source myself from her. It's crazy. So don't put your identity in your wife because,
Yeah, my companion tried telling me for a long time that I was the one that makes her happy. And I said, no, because you were happy long before you ever fucking met me. The deal is that there are times that when we first met, we were happy because we saw each other smile, and then it went kind of downhill because our expectations were going to get better. But we all have to deal with things that are downhill, and you don't like those. Neither do I, but we have to deal with them. That's what
Wizard.
do.
Well,
That's
I know
exactly right, because that's what what attracts you to is her own source of joy. Unless you're miserable, and misery, attracts.
Yeah, I
company.
don't. Yeah, and that's why I say hard hat, and he's a man. I love his smile more than anybody's smile I've ever seen in this life, except my son. And that's because he reminds me of that. He's just got a great wide smile. I don't see how anybody can't come up on this panel, see that smile and not return it. He gave out and it's supposed to come back. So when you see people smiling, you're supposed to smile back at them. But when you see some cocksucker walking around in a mall with an open sack and he's talking to that sack, are you supposed to go get a sack and open it, start talking to the sack? Same thing with the relationship. When your wife goes downhill, are you supposed to go downhill with her? Or are you supposed to keep an even keel and balance the voice?
And just to stir the pot a little bit, and I essentially agree with what Dick is saying, that and I like someone put it, that happiness is an inside job. That said, some of my greatest moments of happiness have been provided by my wife and her interactions with my sons and my children. So at some level, you got to, because I see the parallels to how we view the natural world here. It's the same thing. I see a little bit of that, and I'll pass it right back to you, Dick. I see a little bit of that disease of the priest class morality, and that's
the problem, though. So it's perspective. It's how we look at it, because people will say, "My wife gave me 3 beautiful children. Oh, she gave me this." Your wife did. You guys knocked the boots and did what nature taught you to do through observance and through your own inclination and desires, and you created a child through the Most High's blessing. You're only a co-creator. You're only a child of the Most High because that gift was imparted to you. You're being honorable with stewardship.
Only. That is the priest class
morality. Your wife doesn't provide you that joy, though, so people get it wrong. They want to give credit to a straw man, an ego, some kind of identity, instead of being thankful to the Almighty, the Most High, for the arrangement of their circumstances that's so fulfilling, and a cup that's overflowing, because that's where your cup overflows from.
But that's how we demonize power, Dick. And I'm not trying to battle this out with you, but do you see at least the point that I'm trying to make here? The demonizing of power, even
it's idolizing your wife. It's idolizing your wife. It's putting her on on some kind of pedestal.
So you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying then. And that's okay.
Well, I'm seeing it differently, but go ahead and expand on it. I'll just listen.
No, you don't. And I'm not even requiring that. I'm maybe trying to make a point that doesn't exactly meet up, and I'm seeing the meet up, and it's just not translating. But I just see all these demonization of inherent powers and abilities and skills we have, and we do that by turning it over to God. But God turned it over to us, and so I've been pushing this talking point that essentially I think God has said to the world, and you even see this in the Christian mythos. It's not you, it's me, and I need my space. And he wants us to take larger shares of responsibility for the world that we're creating out here. And so when we shift that all responsibility and powers to the Almighty, it sort of undercuts our own self-authorship and our role in this world. And it causes us to reduce our functions and our place in the world in a weird way. But
it's not shifting. It's just giving credit where credit's due. The woman still has the autonomy. She still has free will. You're appreciative that she's honoring what's been given to her, and she's being a good steward of this gift, and she's investing it with wisdom and a sense of discernment. But the source of that joy is only because it was given to her through the perspective of the Almighty. Even your own joy, it's like you have this beautiful life because on one level it was all given to you. What do you have that's not a gift? Now, were you honorable to what was given to you? Only you can be a testimony for that, a walking testimony, and your fruits of your works will either show and prove that, or they will expose you for being a liar and a deceiver. So it really comes down to rubber meets the road, hand in the soil, planting the seeds, creating a harvest, and then giving the credit where credit's due. It was only because you could mate for days. You can fuck like wild monkeys and never have a child. You can plant your seed in the ground all day long, and you're never going to reap a harvest.
I feel the whole point of where we're at, the whole paradox of the time and place we're at, is God wants us to stop simping for God. Look at all these simp religions that have ruined everything. And God's like, yo, just like with our children, at some point.
You believe in miracles?
Do I believe in miracles?
Yes. Do you know that miracles happen?
I think I do. I think I do.
Well, that's all you need to know then. So, I mean, as much as you want to standardize it or put God in a box or put boundaries on what the Most High can do, anything's possible. So miracles can happen. Incredible things that are totally unexplainable can unravel in your own experience that will, reveal the Most High to you. And then who are you going to give credit to for the miracle? Are you going to take credit for the miracle with ego?
How many of these people on this panel, and great ending statement, where are you going to take credit? How many people on this panel have children? All of us. Ain't each and every one of them a miracle? Okay, now I want to ask you again, are they your children or his? Referring to that credit. Are you taking credit or should you be giving it to him? Every one of them is a miracle. Every one.
What can you say after a statement like that?
What I would say is I think God is more complex, just like as each of us as individuals, but on a godly scale is more complicated, interesting, and undefinable than we could even begin to imagine.
And think about
I love this conversation. I got to jump off, guys. Love you all very much. If you want to expand on this ever, do a one-on-one or a panel, or I'll just jump on your stream. Love to, go further down that rabbit hole. Have a great one, guys. OTW. Thank you. I may jump on
peace,
later.
Man. All right.
And think about this, guys. In regards to children, I want to reflect back on Provo Kid. Okay, like I told Moose, that's not why he's got that name. We discussed that, and he said, "Yeah, it's because I provoke." And the kid part is because he's provoking out of curiosity as a child, and he's coming up with good questions that do the provoking. And just like a child, that miracle child that's stubborn when he's little, and you tell him to do one thing, and he says, "No, I'm going to do something else." His stubbornness isn't stubborn. It's his inherent, natural instinct to stand for what he is saying and doing, despite what mom and dad say. It's inherent and natural in us. And as we grow up with those moms and dads that are indoctrinated into that system, that kid, from my own experience, I can't say from yours, but from my own experience, that kid that goes around meeting all these people after his mom and dad have been dismissed out of his life and everybody else is trying to convince him that they're his mom and dad. And then 3, 4, 6 months later, there's somebody else that's his mom and dad. Fuck mom and dads. There's only one Father, and that which is art in heaven. Think about that for the legacy. Think about that for the miracle. And think about that for the children. Ain't none of it yours. It was granted to you, and you're a pass-through so it can continue on to the next generation. You fail that in those 3 areas, or even a single one of those areas, you fail in all of them. And those are the only 3 things we have to pay attention to in life. Hosea 4, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Where does that knowledge come from? Not from everybody else.
And I so agree with everything you're saying, but there is a part of me that's like deeper and primordial, which is part of God too, that is like, dude, I know what you're saying, but there's a neutering of the human spirit, of the spirit itself in these dialogues, in these dogmas, in the whole thing that, the true warrior, the true artist has to even transcend the right and wrong and all that to enter.
He's got to fall to the fallacy of being in error himself.
I don't think God wants us to kneel so much. No. I think God is like, get off your knees at some point, man. I'm tired of it. It's pathetic.
That's why he gave us the ability to rise.
That's move. And I know it's jumping out through, but it's the same thing with like, oh, your natural urges and what are you just supposed to be out here, making hundreds of babies? I don't know, man. Maybe that is the better way to do it. I don't know. That's how I got here. There's a bunch of loose, crazy people with their sexuality. That's how I ended up here. So I don't know.
Well, I explained to Lou Bass yesterday and others. when we're on the discussion of a right to express ourselves. So if we stand up and we press our feet into the ground, do we not have the right to express that foot and press it somewhere else? If we have that right, don't we have the right to express the other foot? So everybody's freedom or right to express themselves that they think is in spoken or written words. Again, I'm telling you, actions speak louder than words. And I'm going to keep repeating this every time I see it in every different kind of form and metaphor that I can till you get it. 1, 2, tree. It's 1, 2, tree. What's the source of life? Is it the breath we take, and where does it come from? The plants. So we eat the plants to get the nutrients. So now we have oxygen and nutrients, and I'll be damned if them plants don't have the H3O2 that we also get for our water. So you wanted to get in this discussion about vegetarian and carnivore, polygamy and monogamy. It's a balance. Like I said, there are certain people that are total carnivores, certain people that are vegetarians. There are many mixes in between, just like the married wife and the desolate children. There are a lot of people that are on that path, but they're in between. Isaiah 54 in whole. Learn it, please.
It's a big topic, right? I mean, this ties in everything else. This is like man's number one confusion, right? What is God? But in my perspective, it's this as within, so without. And I mean, I don't think God is so insecure and like needy that he needs everybody to like say, I like Jesus, I pray to Jesus, and I kneel to Jesus, or any specific like word, right? To me, it's clear that the I am, that we are the individuated parts of the I am, and through our intent and through our conviction is how we move through the multiverse, really. And I mean, look at the words again. You go back to words. Reality. We call it reality, right? Because it's reality. It's ality again, right? What is ality? Ality isn't really a word that is anywhere, but if you break it down, L-I-T, right? L we know is God. I is this, the third I, and T. A T is a cross, and the cross. They say Jesus is nailed to the cross, which is right here, because it's through your consciousness. It's through man's consciousness. That's how any man gets anything done or does anything, because there's two beings. We're the inner being and then this external flesh thing that you see. As I am internally in consciousness, in imagination, well, then so it is externally. And here we are, and the external world isn't worse. It's just the effect. So that's how I see it.
There's duality to everything, as above, so below. There's energy all around you. We are just light beings. That's what it is. The Ghost in the Machine. You heard the Police write, on that album, Ghost in the Machine. That's your spirit. You're the ghost. Your body's the machine.
Yeah, like a sort of a biological artificial intelligence fused with like a symbiosis.
To explain synapsis otherwise. It's just we got something that it's leading to. Synapsis is fucking giving us thoughts, or the thoughts coming from somewhere else. And then you go to someone like Edgar Casey, who's the most prolific psychic, and he would wake up out of his trance, and this guy wouldn't remember a fucking thing. He was damn near illiterate. Where did that come from? How could he cure people halfway around the world he'd never met just by knowing their name, knowing where they were, and doing a reading while he was in a trance? Just doesn't make sense unless there's something more to this.
Glad you let us know you're still alive out there, Scott. I was gonna almost have a search party go see if you were still there. We appreciate it.
I've been working. I've had the headphones on, walking in and out of the rooms. I left this on in case I had to come back here. I still got a ton of stuff to do around here, so might be doing the same thing. But if you summon me, just give me a few minutes before I can get back into this end of the house.
So how should I summon you, Scott? Like how about this? Let me try something.
I don't think he's a genie. I think he might be a demon.
Scott. I mean, was that
no,
good?
you need Satan's voice. We need Satan's
voice.
voice.
Gym, Scott. Go to the gym.
Okay,
Scott.
hold on. I could try the Satan's voice.
Scott. From the depths of hell, I will.
From the depths of hell, I'm calling out to you.
Got special effects going, guys.
That'll work, or just say, "Hey, Scott."
Straight to Hollywood, folks.
I've never been
You
to
guys remember,
Hollywood. That's the funny thing. My works have been there, but I've never been.
you guys remember the video of the wives calling for their husband competition? Scott. Paul was playing it one time. If you guys could find it on YouTube, it's quite hilarious. There's an actual competition in one of these southern states.
Yeah, I believe that was the Iowa State Fair there, Brian O'Shea. And that was funny. All right, dudes, I'm out of here. I'm going to go do the damn things. Do something with your life. Today's the time to do it and be novel. I love you all. Thank you for the great conversation today. Thank you, OTW, for hosting it, and we'll do it again. Bye, guys.
Much love. You're great stuff, OTW. Great stuff.
There was some smoking content you guys were going through. I actually enjoyed a lot of it. Keith and Timmy going back and forth. Timmy, I think you're learning a little bit from Keith. The other guy that came and went, I can't remember his name a few minutes ago, but just, intellectually speaking, the high level value versus the low level vitriol. I'm just, I like it. And I know you said, Keith, that, people like that chaos a little bit. They're attracted to it. It's like a car crash and rubberneckers. Of course they're attracted to it, but after a while it gets old and you have to drive past it.
Well, who are you going to have a better shot at selling insurance to other than the ones that get in accidents? Who do you preach to, the righteous or the sinners?
No doubt. You're correct. But when you go into the party of sinners, I mean, let's go into the strip joint and start preaching to the strippers. I mean, they're sitting there collecting money left and right, or fiat, and then, you're telling them to find Jesus. They're going to say, yeah, find your way to the corner and give me some money.
Yeah,
So Scott, I understand you have a problem with women, but we shouldn't take it straight to the strippers. There's other fish we can fry, like the drug dealers. Maybe we should go into like the methadone clinics.
The men that aren't protecting them. I'm in agreement, Moose. That's why I say I think you're on the right path. You stood up right away when he tested you. And I don't know why he was testing you, aware or what his reasons are, but what I saw says that he stepped up right away to protect his woman. That's the first step. Remember the others?
Well, okay.
I might be a pass through for the woman and the child.
I might be missing something. If your woman's a dancer in any way, I apologize. I'm not trying to put anything on her, Moose. I'd missed that evidently.
Well, even if she's a dancer, think about Paul. The pimp session is to make sure that she's making good money as a dancer and protected, not being fucking whored out. So when she comes off that stage, she's a better woman than she was yesterday. And eventually she won't have to go to the stage.
Yeah, that's not the way that the world of male entertainment works, though. But
I'm not talking male entertainment.
Yeah.
I'm talking about pimping and bringing people up out of her. You guys aren't getting the message Paul's putting out.
No, I do. Of course, I do. Of course.
Granted, maybe I do understand why, because it's the same reason I'm changing myself. Is he coming off in this attitude that most people don't like, and he's doing that to trigger people? I'm not here to trigger people. I'm not here to trigger people. I'm here to join the sinners to preach what is the truth, so that if I can bring them out of the drama by giving them the truth, they'll see how they can make their own lives better themselves. The same message in a different way.
Much appreciated too. Thank you, Wizard. Thank you. My question though is, we're all sinners, and maybe some of us are wannabe saints. And when you go into a world, which I am familiar with, that dark underbelly of the world that is called, late night entertainment. Not that I'm in, and you go look at him. Oh yeah, he's had a lot of dancers and he's had a lot of strippers on his laps. No, if you actually knew the true story, you'd go, that was the opposite of what I did. I turned them down. They wanted to come near me, but that wasn't what was going to happen. I'll explain sometime at a later date the reality behind that. I'll probably do it to promote myself, not somebody else's show, though. In the end, though, you want to talk about broken hoes, go in a strip joint. They're all over the place. And the ones that aren't so broken are the ones that realize.
And it's not their fault, though. It's our fault as men for not being there to do what we're supposed to do as men to protect them.
I would agree with you.
Not just protect, educate too, though.
And I'm one of those broken hoes.
Supposed to lead.
And I'm one of those broken hoes.
Me too.
the beta bitch male slaves. I was incorporated once. I used to have a job for a long time.
Yeah.
But once I come to know, I now have a duty. Like I said, when I found that freedom, I don't know what you guys are expecting, but you're going to have a lot more responsibilities. You're going to have people digging on you wanting proof. And you're going to be traveling around on a motherfucking bike because they done already took everything from you.
I like it, baby.
Hey, Scott, are you able to do a single push-up?
Yeah, with your left hand.
What? What'd you say?
If you missed it, you
With your left hand.
You said with my assistance?
Yes.
So you can't do a single push-up on your own?
No, I need you to do it. Come on, you can even pull it up too. You can pull it, push it. You can do whatever you want with it. Come on, if you
Brian
want.
O'Shea is drier than a
On it,
popcorn fart.
like Jack.
You want to reach out and touch somebody? Just get down on your knees, reach out and touch somebody. Come on,
It's
buddy.
getting real gay in here real fast, bro.
Beg, borrow, or steal. Come across. Make like the Mayflower, bitch.
You cats were talking about God when I left. I come back, y'all talking about broken holes and homosexual shit.
Well, I want to know what we, in all honesty, I've been in and out of that world. Ridiculous.
No, in all honesty, are you able to do a single push-up on your own without assistance from other men?
I've got two torn rotator cuffs and a bad spinal injury. And O'Shea,
It's a long-winded answer. It's just yes or no. Are you able to do a single push-up on your own without assistance from another man or woman?
Yes, I
Why
can.
would you asking that though?
Yes, I can. And
I'm making the posters for Brokeback Mountain 2. You guys are on it.
Who's that, Moose? What's up, bro?
What's going on, Joe Cool? I'm out here watering the flowers.
I see you.
See,
Hey, I talked to my girl about coming to see you, Moose. We might want to stay with you for a few days.
So despite your torn rotator cuffs, you can do a
Put your
single
number
push-up.
in the private chat, and I'll text you. Or you should already know it because Paul put it on his video, the website.
So what? I'm just fucking screenshot and write it down because Paul put your number up. Fuck out of here.
Oh, come on, man. Moose was putting out his fucking customer's identification material on the fucking web too. Said right there in the fucking video. Had to go back and retract it himself.
So
Don't
Scott,
get on
despite
anybody
your
else.
rotator,
That was an accident. I had the microphone on. It was a hot mic.
So Scott, despite your rotator cuff issue, you said you are able to do a single push-up.
Yeah, so Brian O'Shea, we're just going to go past this part because we're all out of time here.
We are. Okay. Oh yeah. I guess I didn't see the time go. What time was it?
I didn't get the memo.
We're only 6 hours
O'Shea,
in.
I'm waiting to see Paulie there do push-ups on your girl while you're here behind him doing some push-ups yourself. I think that's what you're asking. What you're looking for is some kind of weird shit going on. I don't want to play into your game. All right, you don't sound like you're that intellectual enough to fucking be talking about anything other than wanting to bag on me. So go away.
Let's get ready to
rumble. I don't understand what the big thing is.
We're not there yet. It's like
You
it's
are
not,
able to
not
do
heated
a
enough.
single push-up. You said despite the rotator cuffs, and then I was going to ask you if you were.
What's the point? Is there a point to your stupidity?
Because I want to do a single push-up with you. I figure if I was going to ask you if you want to go ahead and
I've got
drop
other
down
things. I actually have things that I have to accomplish today, not sit around all day. I probably will listen, but I'm not going to be on this fucking chatting because I do have to move the ball forward. If you're familiar with that phrase, get things done. Some people sit around and they watch people do things. I'm afraid that's a lot of what's going on in these metaverses here, to be honest.
And push-ups ain't on his list of priorities.
Yeah, I agree with you, Wizard.
I didn't know that Wizard was your spokesman, Scott. I didn't know that he answers for you.
I think he's just wise. He didn't need to be a spokesman, but you might need.
Is Wizard your protector? Does he protect you like a female that's on stage?
O'Shea, have you?
Are you like a child? You need Wizard to protect you and speak for you?
Did Annie take off
heavy trolling today, bro.
Wizard, why do you feel the need to speak up for Scott and speak for him when I'm at?
Let's get ready to rumble!
Because at this point in time, I love you, Brian. Right?
Go ahead.
If you're gonna ask questions, why would you ask a negative question?
How is it negative to ask someone if they have the ability to do a single push-up?
Wouldn't it be positive to just make an agreement forthgiving of the terms and conditions of the contract you're trying to weasel him into?
weasel them into it.
Yeah, you weasel somebody into a contract by asking them questions. This is why I will not do anything but ask the court questions from now on. Can you license an animal? They're stuck on one question. No. Then what the fuck are you doing trying to license me under this driver's license? Well, that's according to the state statute. Well, according to federal code, under definitions, it says animals includes man. Do you see me as a man? Man to man? It is just not mano y mano, quid quo pro, equal consideration?
Hey, Scott, if I do a single push-up, will you do a single push-up? We'll do it together. I'll do a single push-up, and you do a single push-up. That's where I was going with all this, Wizard.
Yeah,
If you
now he's
you
got
don't
a
want
yes
to
or
see,
no question. Now he's got a yes or no question that he can work with in good faith.
Wizard, I really don't need you to interrupt on this, to be honest
Hold
with
on
you,
a
bro.
second. Yeah, but Wizard has already made the push-up challenge today here on OTW News. We have seen it for our own eyes. I mean, he can speak on the matter.
I'll do 10, and I'll let Wizard be my proxy.
So go ahead.
I mean,
Do
did
10.
you check? Hey, Scott, not
Wizard's
to
gonna go
not.
20.
I'm not coming at you here, but did you see my 30-day challenge?
What, that you were going to come online for 30 days or do what?
No, my 30-day challenge was a health challenge. Was to be the best version of you challenge, where I did about between either half an hour or maybe 3 hours, but I was training every day for 30 days.
Hell.
And I filmed it and I recorded the progress for 30 days. It was a success.
did
And I
you,
got through it.
have-
I
we all
encourage
have-
you. I encourage you to go watch it, or at least skim through it real quickly, so you see the evolution of
Scott just said he
what I
could do
look like.
10 push-ups. He just
What
said
I
he could do 10 push-ups. So when do you want to do them? Do you want to do them now, later?
don't
Are you not
listen.
going to do them? Or? I'll do them with you. Or you said you want Wizard to do them with you? I'm sure he'll do 10 with you. He's done them on stream before.
That's what Mike
Are you and Wizard going to do 10 push-ups together? Is that what you're saying?
Trying to antagonize the guy who's clearly overweight, knowing that he can't do a push-up. Well, what's the use even asking the
He
goddamn
just said he
question?
could do 10. He just said he's willing to do 10.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
and he said by proxy. He didn't say I would do them with him. He said by proxy, meaning I would do it for him. Now, if you want to get down and do 50, let's go, brother, because I'm just going to up the ante. This is what I do to them. You want to contract with me? Fucking contract, brother. Let's go.
I contracted with him, but he didn't even understand the contract. He missed the whole point, thinking he's real smart. Now the Wizard's fulfilling my end of the bargain. Where are you, dipshit?
What happened? Tell you
Yeah, but
guys
how are
always
you
trying
gonna
to be
how are you
shady
gonna
for no
improve your health
reason.
by Wizard? How are you gonna improve your health, Scott, by Wizard doing push-ups?
I don't need your help.
Huh?
I don't need I don't need your help. I've got Wizard I can ask for health tips. You're sort of a moron, it seems.
So now you can step up and do at least 20 right now, Brian. Otherwise, shut your flap.
My end of the bargain's been fulfilled.
How about a walk, Scott? How about taking a walk outside? Is that an option instead of push-ups?
No, push-ups.
Push-ups are done anyway.
Oh, wait a minute. Who else in this contract?
Push-ups.
Brian, you're not
Your
putting up.
mouth
so
already
you're
owes
shutting
50.
up.
You got it? You saw me do 10 earlier. I just did 20. I'm already
Wizard,
30.
I don't understand what this has to do. What you have to do with me and Scott right now.
He just fucking fulfilled my end of the agreement. You don't fulfill your fucking. You don't stand behind your words. Evidently, you're a fucking full of shit man.
Oh, no man, anything. You challenged him. I'm going to fulfill it for him.
Scott, Scott, do you want to? Scott, do you have a desire to improve your health?
My God, is that what you're here for? Are you here to save me? Are you my savior?
That's what O'Shea means. O'Shea does mean savior. I don't know. Maybe there's something to that.
Who are you?
The famous Brian O'Shea.
I think he's a comedian or something.
Hey, Stein, how you doing, baby?
He doesn't have an answer.
Timmy inspired all this by saying, "Go to the gym, Scott."
Well, yeah, but that was Timmy. So now you're going to speak for Timmy while accusing me of speaking for Scott. Good job.
What a hypocrite.
What a hypocrite.
You didn't come in good faith, Brian. I'm disappointed.
He's disappointed.
Shoot high, aim low. Is that your plan?
He just got shot in the foot, didn't he?
Kind of.
No, we got a good conversation, man. It's been going all day and great conversations. Timmy and I, we've kind of reconciled a little bit on our differences, and a lot of people have been making some real progress, towards being good and doing good. And then you get fucking O'Shea in here just wanting to fuck with people.
Hey Scott, is there any way like what physically can you do to like improve your health? What are you able to do? You're not able to do push-ups, I guess.
Hey, O'Shea, just to give you a heads up, I don't want to put too much information, but that's the bilateral fucking MRIs I have to go through for the torn rotator cuffs that 2 have been torn for years. And this is just
Are
going.
you able to walk around? Are you able to like go for a walk outside?
I can outwalk you. I can do a lot of things that you can't do, as well as outthink you, obviously.
Would you like to walk together with me?
Yeah, let's
Scott?
go for a walk. You got somewhere to walk to?
Yeah, I'll walk if you want to walk. I'll walk together with you.
I'll go to the comedy club with you, and
Oh,
I'll
God.
watch you get on stage, and I'll
Are you-
see if you're funny.
Are you
and
guys
right.
gonna go on a
I'm
hike?
saying like right now, you take your phone and go outside for a walk, and I'll take my phone and go outside for a walk, and we'll walk together.
I've got stuff I'm busy.
That's
right
so
now.
romantic. That is so romantic.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. That is, I
His name Annie, by chance.
Maybe we can be cuddle buddies someday. You want to cuddle?
Wait,
right,
so you're
so-
saying you don't have enough time in your day to do any physical exercise?
I
You got
do.
other important stuff to do?
What are you talking about? Do you see what I do? I just hung a shelf. I just hung a fucking jewelry cabinet. I've got several more things to accomplish today. I just mowed the yard yesterday. I was fucking came in here twice while I was outside sweating. I actually mow the yard every time I mow the yard barefoot so that I ground the whole time that I run it because my back's all fucked up. My spine's fucked up. And you're sitting here bagging on a guy who's literally, abled because I keep myself enabled. All right. Despite the fact I've got a spine from head to toe that's fucking tore up. I got degenerative disc disease on almost every level. I've had surgeries. I've literally woke up during surgery where it felt like the jaws of fucking life were on me. And you want to bag on me? That's okay. You haven't been through what I have, and I would doubt that you could. So magic is what you aren't, and I would say maybe more close to what I am, because I can't believe I'm still here with the pain that I exist through. So fuck off. You do push-ups. You owe the wizard right now.
And when he speaks about if you want to come in and bag on him, Brian, remember the iceberg concept. You want to come in with a bag and start bagging him up. You're going to walk out with a lot more bags, and it's going to be your responsibility. I spoke to Moose and Jack about this. Even if you're fucking successful at carrying this man down, you're going to have a fucking mess to clean up. You guys don't understand that. Come with good faith, and there ain't no fucking mess. I'm disappointed, Brian.
That's
all right. Shut the door.
Words of wisdom. Would you like to try again? My name's Scott. Wizard is a friend of mine through the past, not real close. We've talked a few times. I like the guy. Brian, is that your name? Are you a comedian? Nice to meet you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 58 people watching right now. Please make sure to hit that like button. Share this out. Click the bell if you want all the notifications for every upload that we do or when we go live. And please make sure that you go ahead and check out all the channels of the panelists that have been here today. So, we had Freedom Grower. We also have here Moose, Steve. We also have Mr. Timmy has a channel. Mr. Wizard has a channel. I believe Mr. Joe Cool might possibly have a channel. Not sure. Maybe Brian has a channel. I don't always have time to go check all you guys out, but I'm sure that you guys are all awesome and create great content for YouTube. So please, everybody, make sure to go check everybody out. A lot of people are modded, so I'm pretty sure the mods can help us by sharing the links of the panelists
post my
that were here
cash
today.
app, mods. Kidding.
And again,
So,
Brian, I'm kind of
go ahead.
disappointed because the man came in good faith in redemption, despite the fact of all the disrespect and everything. And I kind of hoped you would respond.
I was hoping him just being quiet on the subject was the response that he was giving us. But to ask him for a verbal response is
Well, that would show respect.
Yeah.
By not issuing respect is the same thing as the First Amendment. Shall respect no law establishing the religion. And that's what it is. All the word and language is backwards and fucked up. when you come in and start asking questions with a bad demeanor and stuff. I really don't like it. I
Right
don't care
on.
who it
Right
is
on.
and who it's against. That's what turns me.
Yeah.
You know, the lies and shit that people sit there like Provo Kid. Like I told Moose, him and I already had a discussion. I already know what his profile name is all about.
Yeah.
You know, so when he comes up here and it looks like me and him have, you saw how he left. We have that mutual respect because we know how each other's playing this fucking game.
Provo is provoke.
Yes.
Is that necessarily a bad thing?
No.
Okay. I thought you were
Like I
saying
said,
inherent is the name. He's on some bullshit.
Right, but it's also like it says Provo Kid. Who is the most curious creature in this planet?
Yeah.
And why does he ask questions? And why is he so stubborn?
Yeah. I think I never saw Provo provoke in a negative way, man. He always just always said something positive. I've never seen him say nothing.
Oh no.
No, it's the dynamic on here. You know, everyone, you know, will find something they don't like about a character that's on a panel or a panel, and they'll go with it. Like me and Timmy, we were doing that. Anytime I would speak, he would say something. Every time he would, I would do that. You know, we kind of squashed that. We'll see where that goes. But, you know, for O'Shea to come in and start ragging on Scott, I mean, you look at Scott. Clearly, he's an old timer. He's been around. You know, he's not doing well. He ain't doing a fucking push up. Why bother asking? He's just trying to be funny. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know. I mean,
I
it's
literally talked to Brielle. Brielle's talking about doing yoga last night, and I talked about doing a change in my life and trying to get down a little bit of weight. And then she overtalked, or somebody said something. I said, "Look, you had your fucking chance with fucking a new Jared, except not the pedophilia." And you know, I do want to lose some weight. It's a reality. So this isn't something that I need anybody to do. It's something that I wouldn't mind someone like Wizard helping me with, because there's a wealth of information from that guy's neck up that maybe people forget about sometimes. I've already witnessed it. I have examples of it that I've put to use myself. And, you know, so I don't doubt that following him is a good idea. Now, as far as will I get somewhere losing weight? That depends on me. I've done it before. I challenged a guy who worked at a gym who was a fucking bodybuilder that I could lose 100 pounds before he could. I did it in 4.5 months. He never did it. He's actually a famous mascot.
How long ago was that, Scott? The older you get, the more difficult it becomes.
Oh, this was 90. My grandparents, it was 96 that I did it. So it would have been the year 97 is when I lost that 100 pounds.
Yeah,
And
very good.
You ever you want to know who the guy was that didn't lose the 100 pounds? You ever watch the Buccaneers play and they got Kunzig? They got the guy that dresses up with the bucket. He's on all the commercials, has the rhino head. That's Keith Kunzig, who I'm supposed to collect $100 for him because I won the money. Never did.
Wait. How much did you lose?
100 pounds, and I did it in about 4.5 months.
And he was supposed to lose it too?
Yeah, well, the first one to win won the $100. He reneged on the bet, never gave me the money.
Wow, that's a good story.
So, but I did win. I went. There was a girl that I met at the gym, Irene Papa Dimitri, a beautiful girl. She was there, and she got into it, and would call me every morning at 6 a.m. We'd meet at the gym at 6:30, and I got on a fucking fitness kick, and that's what it takes. It takes motivation.
It takes a chick.
It takes motivation. Somebody to kick you in the ass.
Hey Scott, did you ever hang out with Terry when you were in Tampa?
Terry Bollea?
No, Hogan.
Who?
Hulk Hogan?
Yeah.
I don't know Hulk. I know Jimmy Hart, his manager. I've met Hulk. I've never hung out with him. I've hung out with some of his friends, and I'm friends with his ex-wife, but not close friends. I'm friends with her on Facebook and bullshit with her. Met her in public a couple times, but no, Terry Bollea, I've not ever spent any time to know. I am friends with the guy that he got all fucked up with, and I've been in the studio a number of times with Bubba the Love Sponge, Todd Clem.
You ever banged Scarlett Johansson?
Huh?
You ever banged Scarlett Johansson?
I wish.
That's a good story.
I wish. Do you guys know who Bubba is? Howard Stern picked him up. He's syndicated.
Not me.
Bubba's the one that put Hulk Hogan in the news nationwide over the whole sex scandal, because Bubba's the one that recorded Hulk screwing his wife.
I don't remember the sex shit. Hulk didn't he do some racist shit? I think him and Dog. I think
that's when that racist, he came out dropping the N-words. That was a big fall from fame for him.
Yeah, I stopped fucking with him and Dog behind that shit.
Yeah.
I was fans of both of them.
I think and then his son's the one, crashed with
set him up.
Car.
He crashed, the son crashed.
The son was like 17 years old, was out in Clearwater fucking doing donuts and shit, drunk. And I don't know the whole story.
That's what kids do, though, right? That's what kids do.
Yeah, he had a passenger in the car that's now, paraplegic for life or quadriplegic.
Oh, well, that sucks.
Yeah, so
yeah, that part sucks.
That part.
I've done donuts and tore up my car doing dumb shit.
Oh yeah, it's all fun and games till somebody loses a limb.
Yeah, so it gets paralyzed.
But no, as far as wrestlers,
hold a sec, Scott. Welcome to the stream, Eric.
What up, fellow beings?
What up, guy?
Oh, is that Joe? That's Joe Cool I hear somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's me up top.
Hey, my monitor on my MacBook went kaput. Interesting. I have some suspicions, but anyway.
Why are you guys cupcaking Scott about geriatrics and shit? About him, like he cries to you guys about being lazy.
Snafu came in.
I'm
Somebody get out.
39 years old, disabled. I don't cry to people like a little bitch like you just did. Everyone has aches and pains.
Let's get ready to rumble!
You know, it's funny, Scott. You just fucked up, I think, because I know many people in the wrestling industry, including to the top with head producers. Remember, the little fucker Jacob Israel, ex-WWE writer. He's a pogo. Now, I know Jimmy and others. I'm going to ask them exactly if they know who the fuck you are. I'm going to even send them pictures. Let's see. You might have just fucked up now because I'm going to verify if these people watch you or if you just watch TMZ and talk a lot of stories.
Wait.
No, I know you guys very well.
Right now
Jimmy.
for the WWE.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find out if you're watching a guy who watches TMZ. I'm going to find out. I'm going to get old Jimmy.
I'm going to get out the guy
Personally, bro. Like, he lost his son not too long ago. I'm going to ask Jimmy Hart if he knows who Scott is. You know what? I have a feeling he's going to say, this motherfucker watches
Nobody.
I have no clue the fuck.
Hey, Snafu, why are you so warlike constantly? Do you know anything about what a pacifist is?
What's up, O'Shaney?
Yeah, hey, what's up, warlike? Another warrior.
Scott, why were you bitching to everyone about your geriatric issues? You don't think people have issues like you? I see one-legged, no-legged motherfuckers with no fucking legs and everything doing push-ups and sit-ups. You sit on your computer and hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, and cupcake it and bitch to everyone. Dude, you're talking about geriatrics and ran the winches off over at the land of the kingdom. I saw what you did.
Why don't you do 10 push-ups, Snafu?
Okay, if I do 10, you do 10 right now.
I'm not
right
doing
fucking
anything
now,
for
join
you.
everyone.
I don't follow orders, you fag.
Exactly, you a bitch.
you're already 30 behind,
about geriatric. You cry about your geriatric
and you're already 30 push-ups behind, Snafu, and that's to me.
I ain't scared of no push-ups. I want to know if he really knows Jimmy though.
Push-up, can you?
When he said he knew people in the wrestling
you
industry.
defer to this contract with push-ups. You owe 30 push-ups. You have nothing to say in this contract until you do 30 push-ups.
Hey, let's go here. Hold on. Let me speak to myself. Shut his ass up.
I bet you, hey, Wizard, was Snafu. Hey, wait, shh. I'm asking Wizard a question. Was Snafu by any chance in the military?
Well, coincidentally, all males are registered in the military, whether they like to think so or not. Look up your social security number. Get that number, and then tell this little machine in front of you want to know your selective service number. What it's going to do is going to ask you for that social security number without the dashes.
10-4. Hey, you want to know how I knew and met Dusty Rose, Barry Windham, Blackjack Mulligan, Kendall Windham, all the fucking Brian?
No, I don't want to know.
No, I don't want to know. I'm going to ask Jimmy Hart because I know these people. I'm going to ask him if he knows exactly who you are, Scott. I'm going to say this cat said he knew you. And because I know some of these people, remember Jacob Israel, WWE writer, I'm going after him. I'm going to say, Jimmy, do you know this fucker Scott? He's going around on
You don't
YouTube.
know Jimmy Hart, I guarantee you.
Okay. Do you know who Sarah Sutherland is? Do you know, again, Jacob Israel's the next WWE producer and writer. I'm going after his fucktard ass, you little fucking dipshit. I know many of the people in the wrestling industry. And so we're gonna find out real quick if you're real or not.
Israel, you want me to get a message?
Verify this shit. You fucked up, bro.
Jacob
You
Israel
fucked up,
through the
homie, because that's
WWE.
one
Is that
thing
what
I
you're
do
saying?
know. I know people in that industry. And I'm gonna fucking send them a picture of you. I'll send them a video, a YouTube video. I'll say, do you know who this Scott is? And we're gonna find out. And I'll even tell him to verify it on his blue check mark Twitter so everyone can say, oh yeah, Scott is right. I'm gonna put you to fucking, I'm gonna show everyone what's up on you. I think you watch TMZ and talk a lot of shit.
What evidently is happening here, ladies and gentlemen, is Snafu has no talent. He's a no talent individual who's projecting onto me the fact that he doesn't know anybody and can't go anywhere because he has nowhere to go.
Wrong, Scott. He's a no talent ass clown. No talent ass clown.
It's a pit bull. That's all it is. It's okay. It's good. Everyone needs a intent and purpose in this carnal existence. So hey, pit bull, get him. Get him! I'm going to get him! Get him!
Hey, Scott.
And everybody needs a communist in their group of friends, so we have you here.
Yes. Let me ask you this, Scott. Why do you make shit up? Why do you make shit up to make yourself sound like you're this high and mighty guy? I met Elvis. I met fucking Elvis's fucking dog's piece of shit that got picked up in the White House yard. I met fucking how come you're the biggest dude that this wrestling thing? I really think you fucked up because I do know these guys. I'm gonna find out if they know you at all, or if you just maybe ran into them once or twice.
I got nowhere else to go.
Who has a point? You do boast a lot about and make the conversation about who you met, and this is maybe a little of the repercussions.
A writer for the WWE lived in my house with me. Okay, he rented a room.
Who? What's his name? Which one?
I'm not going to out somebody because it's convenient for you.
No, Jacob Israel's a writer of WWE. He's not afraid to tell everyone he's a pogo on the internet. 100%. I'll get a hold of him. Who's the writer through WWE that worked with you and lived with you? Why are you scared to tell people? It's not a big issue.
Hey, Snafu, let me ask you a question. You use that term pogo a lot. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but are you how familiar are you with the acronym I as in India, I as in India, A as in Alpha? Funny you don't use that one.
IIA.
China and communism.
That's funny because I'm not.
Shut
your fucking mouth, fag.
And also, I'd like to point out that you were at January 6th.
Wow!
So not only are you a Chi-Com, you were at a PSYOP. You were at a PSYOP. Can you explain why you were at a PSYOP?
Wait. Can I ask Brian about January 6th? You were at January 6th, Brian?
Who?
He talking about O'Shea, yeah.
No, Eric. Eric Beauchene.
You were at Eric up here? Fuck, I'm at a tiny phone. Yeah, he's up.
I don't know. Was I at or was I in? Those are two specific words. Was I at, like attorney at law?
I'm gonna say at. I'm gonna say you were at there because I don't know what I'm talking about other than the fact I saw you. I saw you in the building and I saw you talking about it. And you are a Chinese communist traitor.
Fucking little fucking agent, faggot.
Oh, yeah, Eric, let me hear you.
Nice try. You keep exposing yourself, you little pig.
Eric.
You can't compete. What do you want? I like Joe.
Thank you. You went to
the optics are high. The optics are high.
Go ahead. What?
You went to the rally January 6th, and did you make?
No, I didn't go to a rally. No, I don't do rallies.
Okay,
I don't.
Just answer the question.
You know
yes,
the
you
event,
did.
right? Don't worry. Don't hang on to words and torture.
Oh
me.
no, I do hang on to words.
Oh, well, I'm trying to say, were you at that location on January 6th in the United States?
On the alleged date of January 6th, current era, I was at a geographical location that is commonly referred to as the Capitol.
Boy, I bet you're single.
And would you like to continue?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
This is what I wanted to know. If you were
We're
there,
watching you,
in what
Beauchene.
capacity? Be nice.
Oh,
In what
yeah.
capacity? Were you there protesting? Did you get a tour of the building? You know, that type of shit.
Protest? What would I protest?
I have no idea. What were you there for? What was your purposes and what happened?
Observe.
Pogo, privately owned, government operated fucktards.
What?
And that's the problem,
You didn't
Eric.
have a stance
That's the
on it,
problem.
Eric?
If you were there to
Wait. Let
if
back
you were
up.
there to observe, you either should have had a camera in your own hand
did.
or a journal ledger to journal it. You
I
had
did.
neither.
I have all that.
You didn't have that, either one of them, in the pictures we saw.
Oh, of course. Who's feeding you the pictures? Who's feeding you the pictures?
One taking the pictures and journaling. And in that picture, you never had a camera showing that you were journaling.
I have
somebody beside you with a microphone.
Communist traitor.
Moose, you little faggot bitch. I know what you are, Moose. I know exactly what Moose is.
And then coming up here and coming up here and putting names doesn't discord the conversation.
So wait, are you saying wait? Are you saying that I don't have two perspectives of other photographs?
I'm not saying that. I never said that. What I said was you don't have evidence that you were journaling the event as you said, observing.
Damn straight I do. Damn straight I do. And I'm wondering why you're making that claim.
Okay, let me explain
Salty
something.
Siren wants to know why you're already drunk at noon, Eric.
Let me explain something to you people. As you journal, you keep a record.
Yep.
If you think I'm not keeping recordings of this,
yep,
you're wrong. How do I keep a recording of this if I'm not recording it? I am involved. You see that, Wizard?
So, Wizard, man, you and I...
Hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead.
You suppose that the FCC, Federal Communication Commission, who has a contract with the Postal Service for all data elements, as they are the record keeper, as General Director of the International Bureau, which starts at the lowest bureau of vital statistics that are only vital to them, and you keep giving it to them. So in this, I have to put it out there, and the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, keeps all records, and every keystroke is a security certificate. Word Wizard was derived from a private entity.
Yep.
Clearly not associated, and they have no rights to that unless I say so. So when I demand or command that record for any case, they must do it. Protection. Let me finish.
I will.
Protection of literary and artistic works under the Treaty of Berne, and that's what the treaty that they have to follow. That's international, folks. Why would you not hold them to it? Why are you starting at the bottom?
Indeed. So anyway, I'll go back to Joe.
Hey, Bo Shane, I want to apologize to you. That was
I don't take your.
I didn't mean to trigger you, man. I just know that you kind of resonate with the China communist thing, and
China
it gets you all fired up. And so I do.
You know Jake, then?
Snap.
You know Jake?
Let him finish. Fuck you guys.
All right. Now that I got the floor, Bo Shane, I just want to apologize for getting you all up in your feelers by calling you a Chinese communist. Now, see, if you got so angry about that, it kind of makes me feel like there's something behind that. And then there's also the fact that you were there on, January 7th or 6th. And that just kind of weirds me out, dude, because you called me one day and you were asking me about like the Masons and you were saying that you thought I was a Jew and you think I'm somebody who holds the shekels or something. And it kind of like weirds me out, brother. It kind of makes me like think that you might actually be a Fed and you might be my handler. Are you in fact my handler, Eric Beauchene?
Eric, if you're not gonna answer, dude.
Yeah, well, I'd rather get back to Joe Cool. Listen, Moose, it's a juvenile thing calling somebody Chai Com or this and that. If you're an enlightened person, you know damn well.
What's juvenile about it when it shits out there? And do you know Jake? I want to know if you know Jake.
Finish, Snafu.
No. This is important because I know Jake the shaman. Hey, he lived out here in Arizona. The guy you're standing right next to. I want to know if you know him.
Shut the fuck up.
You need to yield for a minute. Green Lantern wizard. Jake, the shaman, who lives here in Arizona.
You interrupt another man who is giving us a right to know. Fuck you.
I think you're pogo all the way, Boucher.
Yeah.
Snickers.
Keep your fucking mouth.
Keith.
Get the last fucking word.
Hey.
You little fucking bitch.
All right. So anyway, Moose, it is what it is. I don't like you. You don't like me. That's our right.
That's not true. That's not true. I never said I don't like you. You just never came correct, and I can't forgive you until you come correct.
You just don't have time for freaking infidel, stupid little chai come. I mean, come on. I thought we're all grown-ups here.
Come on, Eric. If you're really that spiritual guy and you're sitting there saying you don't have time for this infidel stuff, remember, that's who we're supposed to be bringing the message to, is the sinners. Okay? So if you honestly think he's an infidel, why are you not trying to bring peace? If you want equity, you bring equity, right? So if you want peace, you bring peace. Why are you not understanding this, brother?
That's a good question, because
as you go around calling people the N-word?
I've never done that. Stop even
trying. Yes, you have.
I'm not
play that clip.
Well, yeah, I'd like to see evidence of it anyway. So, wow. God. Even if I did use a word, and
who's got that clip?
See, you don't give a shit. Now you're trying to
Well,
make
the Jack
excuses
Talcott
just like your
account's got
Chi-Com
it.
excuses.
Yeah, don't give a shit about
Pogo.
Intent and purpose. Intent and purpose. Intent and purpose.
Privately owned, government operated fucktard here, guys. I'm telling you, privately owned, government operated fucktard here, guys.
He's gonna get you locked up.
And purpose.
Privately owned, government operated fucktard here. I know fucking the shaman guy you're standing next to. He's from Arizona, dude. He was infiltrated on many levels. He talked to me. I want to know why you were in that picture as with him. And I know why. I did my research. Privately owned, government operated. Why are you on the YouTubes? Why did you get so mad at Moose for the Chi-Com optics? Why were you screaming almost about something that most people would let go over their shoulder? But you got triggered because you know there's something to that.
Why did he dodge
You know there's something to it.
Hey, look at my video that's publicly on my YouTube channel. It's not on the left-wing media or the right-wing. It shows me recording the whole.
Why did you call me, Eric? Why did you call me and ask if you could be part of the club, if I could get you a job with the feds or the Masons or the Jews? Remember when I was in Mexico sitting in my chair talking to you, and you start telling me how I must be one of these people who knows somebody or does something?
So I can't be inquisitive of private membership?
I
want the truth. Damn straight.
I'm just saying, man, there's a lot of things that don't add up with you, and you don't clear the record with this, so I don't know.
Record is retarded.
And real quick here, I'm not going to let it slide, Eric. You just said that you videoed the whole thing yourself. Then you answered the question like I asked before. Why do we have a picture of you in that White House without a camera? You let me fucking finish.
I still
Let me motherfucking finish.
You're not going to finish.
Yes, I am.
No, you're first going to look at my video that refutes it.
Yeah, can we see some of his bid?
He got the whistle.
The optics are high. The optics are high.
Don't fucking sit there and tell me I ain't gonna fucking finish. Don't sit there and tell me you're gonna fucking overspeak me, you Voynich bitch.
OTW, can we see some of Brian's vid, and I could ascertain for myself what his purpose was there?
It's Eric. It's Eric.
I'm sorry.
Eric.
I'm sorry.
Nah, his name's
Yeah, Joe Cool. I have to find that video for you of him saying the N-word.
No, I'd like to see him on
Yay.
January 6th. He says he has it on his channel. It should be an easy.
That's right. Damn straight. And you'll find
Neil.
And
he's got that.
Me at a BLM protest.
Eric, can someone put his mic down? He's yelling. He's getting angry. He's getting upset.
Try to say I'm part of some protest. Try again, motherfuckers. That's never.
You're in your feelers again, man. And I'm just trying. I'm inquisitive myself. I just want to know.
In fact, I question what the evidence we gave says. You're not a journalist, as you posed as an observer. You were participating, not just observing.
Nice try, scumbag. You're not going to do that. I question. I
Yeah,
question.
according to the pictures we have, you held no camera, you held no pen, you held no paper. The three materials depended upon journaling, observing, and reporting.
Yeah, I'll give it to you right here.
You're participating
Stop talking over him.
and not journaling.
Oh, actually, here it is. I'll take the link. And you wonder why I can shit on Paul unshaved. Because he's I'm banned. No, I'm more banned than any of you fuckers. There you go. There's the link right there.
No, no fucking band.
Right there in the private chat.
You're not. Hey, just because he has 5 people watching doesn't mean he's shadow banned. It just means he sucks.
Yeah,
Nobody wants to watch his crap.
Yeah, and he wants to sit there and talk about being banned as if though that's a good thing. The good thing is when you start banning them. Listen, motherfucker, that's my woman, my child, and I ban you.
Banished? Do you have the powers to banish anything?
I do.
One of you mods put Eric's channel link in the chat.
Oh, hey, I just put the private chat. Go ahead. Now I want to use a still frame picture of me. How about you reverse the image and see what I recorded and documented? And
don't get so upset. Just explain yourself, Jerry.
You want to talk about a still frame picture? And by the way, there's many other pictures I have where I'm holding the camera, wizard. You motherfuckers use one picture. Try again.
Outside of the White House.
Epic failure.
No, your answers are actually the optics, dude. If it really wasn't an issue in Pogo, I know your Pogo optics, but if most people would be like, you guys are fucking full of it, fuck off. You know, like they wouldn't go in the extent that you're going of getting triggered and making excuses.
Fucking liars and retards.
What video are we supposed to be watching here?
No, I think they see your
One way
Pogo
set the
optics.
camera. What video is this?
The link just takes you to your videos page. It doesn't actually link an actual video.
Another fail. So yeah.
So you're not going to play it? You're not going to play it? You're not going to. So what? It's in the private chat, dimwits.
Hello,
Hey,
bro.
Eric,
I clicked on
can
it.
you get
It
your
just
panties
takes
out
you
of
to
the
your
clips?
videos, not a specific video.
Yes, it is. Why? Okay, hold on. Sorry. Yeah, good point.
Thank you.
My bad. Wow. At least somebody can. There we go. Okay.
I'm sorry, I pushed the wrong button.
Oh.
We found the video.
And if you want me at a BLM plaza doing the same exact thing, I can offer that up. And that was before January 6th. Ooh, maybe Eric's Antifa. Ooh, maybe that. I don't know. What is it?
Well, it's funny you bring BLM up when they're linked to Hassan. And why would you bring these agencies up? Again, Pogo like a motherfucker. We deep dived on your ass. Why do you think? Again, your shaman dude from Arizona, Mr. Jake. Okay, I know why he got involved. He admitted what happened to me. I talked to him. Now you in that picture, just like with Mr. Greta Thunberg with the pubic hair on her face. It's interesting, Boucher. You get triggered at Moose, and Moose made a good point. You probably, when you approached, were freaking out, and that's why you're asking him all those weird questions.
Approach
too. Can I ask you, Eric? You tried calling me just before you came up. That's where you got the link, guys. Can you tell us here in front of everybody what your call was about? What specific question did you have to ask me? Let me finish. You're already thinking about a fucking answer when you don't even know the fucking reality of the fucking question. You fucking moron.
Wow, yo.
What was the reason for your call to me? What question did you have to ask me? Because we already know you have nothing to give me when it comes to knowledge.
Ooh.
Don't get all antsy over there, Beauchene.
So
I just saw the video.
They train you pretty good.
He was truly there taking video. So,
yep.
Are we going to reconcile that at all?
Oh, can we? I wasn't curious if he was there video or not. I took that part of his word for it.
No,
but I am
he
thinking
said that he didn't have a camera in his hand. He wasn't. And I clearly just watched
in the
video.
photo that we saw, he didn't
I don't give a fuck about your photo. I will find you and shove it up your ass, bitch.
Really?
What?
If somebody is there to journal and observe, do you suppose he's going to put his equipment down at any time?
He's going to lose it.
Yes.
Guys, leave him alone.
I do it all the
Wizard,
time.
he's gonna
I'm at
lose his
many
job with the
protests,
feds over
rallies,
this, bro.
videos, police stations, and I don't film as often as I do film.
Thank you, Joe. What a dumb question, Wizard. Try again.
But when
Joe,
you're in the
why do you
middle of
side with a
filming
guy
and
who's
observing,
straight up
you
calls
don't
people
stop
niggers?
and put it down, do you, Joe?
Excuse me?
When you're in the middle of that
No,
observation,
that's when I pick
you don't
up.
stop and quit doing it, right?
No, of course not.
Exactly.
Ever.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wizard,
Only
you,
concern
you,
from
you
my side.
motherfuckers are going to use one still frame against me. Try again.
That's not
And so
what
will the
they're
truth.
showing the optics in your
So will
answers.
the
Try
truth.
again. Try again.
Hey, what about the reaching out to me, asking me, you know, if I could get you a job in the system?
Oh, get me a job?
Come on, dude.
No,
So
no.
you have no
called me
problem
and
releasing
your
your phone
first
records during
words out
those
of your
years?
mouth was, "I know you're connected." So I want to know who trained you, what federal place you got trained at, and how many years you did your training before you
Training?
went to China.
Well, when you go to school, when you go to college or public school, you're by definition.
Oh, see, you're dodging the question again. See, if you never went to a federal government
Listen, I live in this
education
world and
center
went to
to
public
be a
school, right?
Fed,
That's
you would
training.
deny it, but you don't deny it.
I'm
And
gonna
that's the thing.
deny that we've
There's a lot of
always
shit that doesn't add
training.
up with you,
Wait,
Boshane.
you've never
I
been.
don't trust you, and I think people around you are the ones that are going to go down. People around you are going to get arrested. People around you are the ones that are going to
Nobody's
get,
around me. I'm smart.
eyes on them. You're a total. We all know what you are. You're a pogo.
Oh, really, we all know.
I got your channel.
Hey, Joe.
Eric,
Have you ever been trained? Have you ever been trained, Joe?
I've been indoctrinated. I don't think I've had legit training for anything in my life.
Right? Didn't mommy potty train us all?
Oh, guess so. Yeah.
Right? Didn't we all go to public school and get trained?
Indoctrinated.
Boshane, I'd ask you how many months you did in boot camp, but you wouldn't pass through boot
Right?
camp.
I did go to Paris Island Marine Corps. Yes, they that's called basic training.
What's the title of the
You
video?
did not go to law school to receive legal training.
Libtards and Trumptards. All right, that's good. That's down the middle.
So you're going to sit there. Is there any man or woman on this panel that says they did not go to some sort of training?
I don't, I get trained by motherfuckers, but legit training.
I never went a step beyond high school because I walked out saying, fuck you.
Well,
I didn't vote. I never registered to vote.
That's commendable, bro. I mean, yeah, awesome.
I still fell straight through the system for all the other bullshit that I didn't know about. Took me fucking 50 years of my life to figure it out. But once I figured it out, like I said, now you have knowledge, you now have a duty. You find that freedom and come to find out you got more responsibilities than you ever had in your life. If you really stick to it.
That's what I love about
motherfuckers.
Eric, I just want to say thank you for today. It was entertaining. I hope you don't find hard feelings between us. You handled that very well, but you still didn't tell the people anything that is going to help them think that you're not a Fed. So I'm sorry.
Not my concern. None of my business, actually, when it comes down to it.
Look like you got a good channel, bro.
See, like, if you called me a Fed, the first thing I'd do is say, nope.
Wait, Moose. Are you talking about Fed with a big F or Fed with a small f? I know that's over your head. I yield.
There is no Fed with lowercase. It is always uppercase, period. Because if you abbreviate something, it's all uppercase. Think about the title. If it's all uppercase, would it then be an abbreviation? So what is an abbreviation? Is it kind of like an aggrievation? Were you aggrieved somehow? Is there something twisted in the language? Do you not get that?
That's what I like about you, Wizard.
Do you think anybody else is going to be able to straighten that out for you? Or do you think you're going to have to do that work?
Definitely in the building.
That wasn't a rhetorical question, Boshane. Can you answer that?
No, you didn't even hear what Keith said there. You didn't even, it didn't even register with you. Now, did it? Did it? And you're using it.
God, I love it. I love how easy you are.
That's an abbreviation.
You're like the easiest girl at the party, and it's
you're
it's
the
so
dumbest
bad.
Party.
You know what? Austin would be very angry with my behavior today. He would say that I'm like the guy who's throwing a nip, one of those little beers or one of those little liquor bottles down for a drunk. And I pretty much just I caught you like a fish, Eric. And now that we all know that you're a Fed, just admit what part of the federal government you work for, what alphabet soup is it, and how many years in China were you a spy?
You're talking about jurisdictional terms and they don't even apply. But apparently you believe in jurisdictions and made up political maps. Apparently. You just exposed yourself.
Yeah, sure. So anyways,
But you have to answer. Hey, Moose,
were you not a spy?
You
in
have to
China?
understand that you asked him a lot of questions, man. So that was a lot of stuff to answer to.
All
Maybe
right,
you should
I'm
go
sorry.
one question at a time, and maybe it would be a little bit easier for him to answer. Like 3-4 questions at a time. It's kind of hard to, answer all of them in one burst. It's maybe more encouraging when you. I'm just suggesting. I mean, Moose, I don't want to tell you what to do, sir. Just
No, I appreciate you, OTW. I'm going to use those tips and I'm going to use them in stride. But I don't think Boshene wants to answer to me today. He's never called me daddy before, so I'm gonna turn this over to the people and see if somebody else can ask this man some questions that might enlighten us on his status on whether he works for the man or not.
Right. So
funny, man. You actually believe you know what you're talking about here is you're talking about the trust, the material world, the 2D world, the black and white thing. That's not reality. Do you get it?
I think that's called deflecting, misdirecting, and then we're going to project too. Can somebody ask him a question to get us to the answer?
Yeah, I have a question. How about why did you call Wizard, or what were you talking about when you called Wizard? What did you ask Wizard?
Oh, simple, because he had a great posting and that I really, really, really appreciated, and was kind of stuff that I was working on today. And I wanted to throw out a couple things and share it. That's it. I wanted a short and simple conversation. Say thank you for his post because it was very pertinent to what I've been working on today. Is that clear enough?
I guess so. All right. So we have,
I'm gonna have to.
A lot of people
sorry.
watching right now. It's okay. Go ahead, bro. No problem.
I just wanted to apologize to Boshene. I give him so much crap wherever I go. It's been months now, and I think we should mend the fence. I don't think you're as a genius as you say you are, and I'm watching you. The optics are high. I'm going to keep you at a 12-foot pole distance, and from there we can be friends. We can be like basketball teammates, but you're never going to be on the court. You know what I mean?
Call that, we play them the long way. That's what we call it around here. You ever play them the long way.
Again, why would I want to be in your court? That's 2D. That's flat. That's two-dimensional. I'm above that shit, man. Get it through your head.
Yeah, you're so above that, and that's the problem with you is like your arrogance has you got like 5 people watching you at a time, man. You have to pay people to come up on your channel. You have to beg them.
5 people watching. I'm set apart from your little public cesspool. Have fun with your cesspool.
See, that's what you really feel about people. You're so pent up with the aggression and the rage, and you're full of hate, dude. And I can't live with people like that around me.
It's called being above the fray. Look it up. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, can you explain that above the fray part? Because nobody in the audience understands that. OTW doesn't understand what you just said. Boshene, you're not painting a very clear picture for us of where you want to start.
Look it up. Look it up. Go into Black's Law. Go into Bouvier's. Go into Scripture. Go look up above the fray.
So in the Scripture, have you found anything that can kind of help you out with your anger? Is there anything that could like possibly cleanse you of all the guilt and the shame and the anger that you hold inside?
Oh, so you're using. Are you going to play the anger and loving thing? Love and hate? Those are energies, you dimwit. Go do some fucking research. There you go. Joe's got. I love Joe.
Hold on. Let me put it full screen so I can read that.
I'm starting to think that you share a lot of similarities with Mr. Talcott.
Struggle or disagreement.
Huh.
His political aides. Yeah.
Only you don't actually have the spiritual knowledge and prowess that Mr. Talcott has, Eric, and so that's why I can't work with you, man. You're instead of a crowd bringer, you're like a crowd destroyer. You're so full of hate and rage and pent up aggression that people don't want to be around you. Eric, even your
like
own
the
daughter doesn't
public,
want to be
Jim.
around you. She can't stand you. She
I don't
gets
need that
mad at you
personal
because
shit.
you pee on the seat and you won't wipe it.
Oh,
We've
be
heard her
nice.
yell at you on stream.
Wow, Moose.
Here we go.
Here we go with the narratives. Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing it up. Would you like to, as a sentient being, does that, or does it? Talking to Joe. No, does that sound like a goal to achieve?
What was the goal? I hope it didn't have nothing to do with the pissing shit. I was trying to block that out.
What you just put on screen, does that sound like something that you're looking to achieve as a sentient being?
Not being involved in difficult. I want to know exactly how they phrased it because I love difficult conversation.
Eric doesn't.
Not
If it gets
directly
difficult, he
involved
starts
in
getting
angry
angry.
or difficult struggle or a disagreement. They saying not in being involved at all. Fuck that. I'm not down with that. No.
So you want to be in the fight? Is that what you're saying?
I do. Yes.
See, I don't. You're looking for so you want to be a.
What do you mean you don't want to be in the fight, Boshane? You bring the fight every time. You bring the anger, the animosity. I can feel your presence when you walk through the door.
Crash.
I can feel it. I can.
You're a
I
member
just
of the
sense
public.
it on you.
You're a member of the public.
I know.
Hey,
Why
I
are you
want to
so
be
angry?
involved, Eric. I don't want to be emotional about it, but the difficult conversations are the ones I'm attracted to.
So no. So what I'm saying, the above the affray is what it's talking about is the trust. So we're talking about private versus public. So the fray involves the masses, the public, the left, the right. That's if you read between the lines, that's what it's expressing.
All right, I can go for that. It sounds logical. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not talking about that you don't want to have a man-to-man, mano-a-mano conversation on truth and facts.
Right.
You're not debating and arguing an ideology. You're expressing the trust, and you're standing on truth and objective reality.
Yes,
The
I love
phrase,
right.
That's cool.
Yeah, I love doing
I
that.
mean, you're
fuck
doing a
with
pretty
niggas
good
in the
job summing this
cesspool,
up,
right?
man.
The sick, like Wizard said, the inflicted live in those fucking cesspools, man. I stay in those cesspools on YouTube and in real life. I stay with the low life gang members, drug dealers, and the trolls and shit on YouTube as much as I do the other thing. Those are what inflicted, like.
Hey, thank you for the compliment, Joe Cool. Fucker.
Not here. You cats are normally pretty. You would kill him before I got up there.
You use the term pineal, which, by the way, if you're in touch with the pineal gland, it's actually that's referring to the self, the inner self, not the fray. So if your pineal gland is not totally calcified, which all of us have been calcified to some
extent, yeah.
Right? That pineal gland is the self. That's the Christ. That's the chakra above the fray.
Do you see how I?
Okay, wait. Hold on a second. Whoa. Now he's fallen upon a subject that I'm actually really into.
All right, my man.
So now you're talking about the pineal glands. Would you please explain to us what you are, like what your knowledge is on this certain subject, sir? I'm intrigued because this is a topic that interests me actually.
From my knowledge and experience, firsthand knowledge and resource, basically, if you have possession to some degree of that pineal gland, it's the self, it's the center. It has nothing to do with the public or the material realm. Listen, people say
okay, but okay, let's not go too
doing
far.
some
Hold on a second.
conjecture
Let's
here.
not go too far
Your
here.
pineal gland is
How do you get possession of that of the pineal gland? Because you says
that's
like
a good question. I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, I don't have the answer.
That's why you're so angry, because you can't figure it out.
Yeah, I'll give OTW some leeway with this. He's trying to go somewhere.
Can I talk to OTW?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pineal gland is your third eye. It's literally wired into your cerebral cortex just like your other two eyeballs. So you have a third eye. That's why you dream. Okay? what people do with the pineal gland, and there's the thing that someone was talking to about the crystal oil. When you abstain, you'll develop, rather than using your fucking spunk and spewing it out into the world, it'll develop, it'll turn into an oil, it'll rise up your spine, and that's the ascension. You have 30
I've been hearing that forever.
The anointed oil, because to anoint is refer. If you look up etymology, it's
Eric.
Oh, shut Moose. You want to go in? Okay, go ahead. Let Moose interrupt a good conversation. Go ahead. Make it about me, Moose.
I wasn't going to make it about you. I was going to make it about the people in chat. There was somebody down there, cult member number 11. I want to say thank you. I love you. I'm going to do can I get up on the stage for a second? Just one moment, please.
Yes.
OTW.
Yes.
I'm going to do here we go. All right. Cult member number 11, I love you. Thank you for pointing out that Moose was right for once. A broken clock is right twice a day, right? Now, OTW has been here for over 8 hours, 7 hours today. I was wrong again. See, twice I was wrong. OTW is here for 7 hours. If you can afford a cup of coffee at Starbucks, if you can afford to smoke dank nuggets, and if you can afford to jerk off with the premium lotions, then you can afford to help this man stay a broadcaster. Throw some money his way. Throw him a super chat. Throw him a check in the mail.
Someone
Anything
post
will
his
help.
cash app.
10 cents, 15 cents. Share the damn video. Like, subscribe, all that shit. And just remember that Bo Shane was there on January 6th. And yes, I'm a public figure, but this is a comedy show, right? Comedy. It's not all truthful here. So, Bashane, when you get angry, just remember that. I still love you, baby.
Why are you using emotive terms? Angry, hateful, loveful, man. You're pathetic. Subjective terms, okay? Words have meaning, dumbass.
You missed the point. Donate $5, Bo
I'll
Shane,
be
and I will
angry.
give you
Freaking
respect.
gay.
If you donate $20 to OTW right now, I will give Bo
crazy,
Shane
Moose.
respect. If you give me $100 to
I don't need your
OTW, I
respect.
will never give Bo Shane respect. I will never give him the floor to ever talk again. $100 to OTW. I will fucking, what do they call that? Filibuster. I will filibuster this son of a bitch on every single panel that I could possibly filibuster on.
Moose is stuck in
$100 donation.
2D, 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 flat earth, 2D, flat
Hey,
earth.
sorry guys, we had a customer come in, so we had to mute. So I kind of missed the
Hey,
last.
go back to the pineal gland and
Joe Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got Bill. I wanted to say tonight I'm going to try and catch you, Steve, your show, DD214. I think that's awesome. I'm looking forward to it. OTW rather. Good job, Moose, for chiming in and helping him out. I enjoy your participation around the board, and I hope that you're going through a learning experience and making yourself better at this production thing. It's all the back end work that people don't see. That's the hard work. So, getting it set up, getting it ready, getting it on time, keeping it flowing. That's the game. So I
That's
hope
right.
I hope
keep the ladies flowing, Scott. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but you said something about the back end. And usually I'm a perfect man for that side too. So thank you there, brother. I appreciate you. And I hope tonight that you're at the Jack Talcott show. I had to jump in there because I want to make sure that you are a star member on the Jack Talcott Network.
I don't know that that's going to be a fucking feasible reality.
Well, take a look at the private chat. Since you do auditing and stuff, you might like that. That's from Black Second. And by the way, I don't worship blacks, but that's their shit.
Wait. What did you just say about blacks? Was that some kind of racist term, Eric?
Fucking douchebag. Go eat a bag of dicks.
I just screenshot there.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I just was screenshotted as you were saying, look in the back chat.
All right, so Scott left, right?
Private chat.
Yeah. Later, Scott. We appreciate you.
Later, Scott.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for
Joe
being here,
Cool,
man.
For the $4.99, you're the best. I wish somebody would donate $100 because I would totally filibuster for the last 45, 50 minutes if OTW didn't shut me up. For $100 today, you can hear Moose filibuster.
Hey, did Keith retract what he said against Eric about not having any cameras or journals and when he was after watching the video? Did he? take that back.
Journalist? Yeah, I publish a website. God damn it. Jesus, what's wrong with you people?
Dude, Eric, man, you need to bro. Jesus, bro. No.
He's so mad, dude.
I know.
Yeah, he's
He
in
was
your
like, you
defense here,
didn't
man.
have a camera on you and that you weren't there with the camera, and clearly with your video you were. So I was wondering if Keith saw that and took it back or not.
He had your back, Eric. For the first time, somebody on the panel had your back, and you shit on him. That's why people don't like you.
I don't care if you like me or not. That's not my business.
$200.
Can you repeat? So you did see the video. Thank you for actually.
Manel,
there. Like, there you are, buddy.
€5 donation, Manel.
Unless you're a super, good video editor, throwing yourself in there, which I'm not saying you did that, but I'm assuming Keith saw that and took back what he said to you about not having a camera.
Yeah, Keith wants to rely on the opposite. So this is the mirror. So Keith, these people want to use one side. Well, here's my perspective. Look at.
Yeah, you were there, dude.
Look at
I
all.
never said nothing about you not holding the camera. I just said you were
shut
there.
up,
And I thought it was fishy, and you never explained why you were there. You never explained anything about the situation. You never explained your ties with
private,
the
private, not public. Private, not public. Get it through your head. Learn it. Private versus public. Dipshit. Dumbass.
You know what, Eric? I'm not going to take your abuse, okay? I'm not going to take the abuse because you're triggered and you're in your feelings again. I'm not going to take that from you.
Thank you, Joe.
I thought you were a bigger man than that, sir. I thought you could handle yourself a little better than that.
I don't care about your sub. You're a mental midget. Go away.
So now you're going to talk shit about midgets. Now I really got to step in there because I am kind of short. And I've been to a midget wrestling competition. And that shit was some of the greatest things I've ever seen. And they would whoop your ass, Eric.
I know he's just having fun about the midget shit. Eric, I did have some questions. When I went to I've been to a lot of the fucking rallies, protests. I don't want to hang on words. And when I'm there, I feel one way about the cause, no matter what it is. As I'm recording, blah, blah, blah. Can I ask you about your January 6th, how you felt about what was going on?
Well, wait a minute.
Great question, Joe. Great question.
You go. Yeah, it is a good channel. But if you go to my channel, I also have a video before January 6th where I was in New York City in the midst of I guess you could call it Antifa Black Lives Matter thing. And if you see that video, I'm just.
That's exactly why I think that you're a fucking fed because you're at all these things and you don't talk about why.
I'm more interested in fuck the Fed shit. I'm more interested in your view on that BLM shit as well. And you've told me some of it and correlating them with Antifa. But first of January 6th, what's your feelings on those guys? Heroes or villains? I'm gonna break it down. I know you're gonna hang on the words. I'm just trying to communicate here.
Well,
go ahead.
I stand on legalese terms.
Eric, you don't have to preface it. Just tell the fucking truth, man. Let it come right out of your heart.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, but I choose my words carefully. Oh, look at you, you fucking Polak.
I can trigger you just by looking at me.
Very carefully chosen words. Go ahead with what your opinion was.
You fucking Slav? What are you, a Slav? Which slavery comes from? Goddamn Slavic. You look Slavic.
The longer you take, bro, the more I'm gonna.
Yeah. Anyway, so
hey, the Slavs are beautiful, man. Don't do that.
I don't like this being about me. I want it to be just, thinking.
Oh, he asked you a question. Answer the fucking question. You that's the problem. You'll never answer the question.
Because this is not a courtroom, faggot.
No, that's not why you won't answer the question. You won't answer the question because there's something behind it.
Go fag away. Look up the term fag. It's a verb tense.
You haven't had trouble.
Bro, where's this hostility coming from, man?
You haven't had trouble voicing your opinion all night.
I like that guy.
You haven't had trouble voicing your opinion on a variety of subjects all night. Why this one? Interesting as fuck. Yeah.
Okay, what's the question before Moose comes in with his dumbass shit?
Yeah, you remember the question. You just
I got a question for OTW. I got a question for OTW. Come on, Sly. Come on, bring it.
You in a while, huh?
OTW, what the hell is going on? What the optics are very fucking high here. All these damn cupcakes up in here rambling and shit. Where's Timmy when the rambling is going on, right? Because Timmy was always talking about me rambling, right? But for the past 3 hours, all I've heard was a bunch of damn rambling, and Timmy ain't called out not one of y'all. Damn punked. Oh, I'm sorry. I yield.
You're rambling, Sly. You're rambling.
Pineal power.
Yeah,
It's a
now
naughty
back
picture,
to
mate.
Boshane.
Naughty picture.
Answer
Yeah,
the
well,
question,
back to-
Boshane.
What you talking about, Willis?
All right.
No, because I heard this all speech. Wait a minute, y'all. I
Yeah,
heard
was
this
getting into
speech.
that joke. I was
Hey,
getting
I
into
heard
that.
this speech
Everybody, I'm gonna
earlier.
get out of here. I'll talk to you later. OTW, great job, buddy. See y'all.
Later, bro.
I heard this
Sorry
speech
if I
earlier
made you leave,
after.
D.
Wait, I heard this speech earlier after, me and Timmy had, I tried to get some resolutions, and I got this speech from OTW, about like letting people talk and all of this kind of stuff, right? And for the past 3 hours, all I've heard was everybody talking over everybody. What the fuck?
It ain't been horrible.
I'm
man.
joking. I'm joking, y'all. Come on, man. Don't Joe Cool. Don't be sitting up there talking about where did she come up here? I was up here earlier, Joe Cool. All right.
I was joking.
Well,
All
can we get back to answering the question? Because Eric
Damn,
doesn't get to get out of
Joe
this one.
Cool already done got in his head. Oh, he's gonna slide with her shit.
Oh, I ain't thought no crazy shit like that. I was having fun with you.
I love it, Sly. Brilliant.
Is that
From
wrong?
my perspective, I detest any form of group behavior or mind mentality. I detest it my entire life.
It's not about that. It's just answering a
Oh, my
question.
God.
Oh, bless you, darling.
If you can answer the question,
I-
I'll leave you the
Why
fuck
don't you shut your
alone.
fucking little Polak mouth.
Hey, please don't use that kind of language on here. We're
using language.
monetized, and we really don't need the Polacks coming after us because you're a hateful bastard. You're an angry, hateful, old, curmudgeon-y piece of shit.
Hate, love.
And I
Right.
love you. I love that about you, Boshane, and
Yeah.
that's why I can never get enough of you.
God damn it!
I
Shut
can
your mouth.
never get enough of
All right, I'm
you,
done.
Boshane.
Eric, would it be easier to talk about your opinion on the BLM's protest?
Thank you, Ramon Marquez, for
BLM
your
is a
contribution. Much appreciated. Very grateful. He says here, flat Earth. It's a different perspective. Golly geez, this day has been easy with y'all of your entertainment. Yeah, thanks, y'all. So we're very entertaining, seemingly. So thank you, sir.
OTW, can I just add? I think it's a gargantuan potato. It's a potato. I promise you. Have a look.
But what's a potato?
We're living on a potato.
Oh, we live in a giant potato.
Exactly.
I mean, where did you? Okay, please. Before I
Flat Earth. She was talking about flat Earth.
Okay,
God
now
damn.
Well,
get it.
I mean, who knows what shape it is? None of us actually know what shape it is. So, we've not kind of been outside of the atmosphere.
What are you talking about? We got pictures. I could Google it. We know what shape it is. You can look at the sky and see other
No, we
fucking
don't.
objects. We know the shape of them.
Exactly, OTW. We don't know because we've not been there. We haven't traveled there.
Man, I haven't fucking been to fucking Spain. I know it's there because I've seen it on fucking TV. That's not a good argument.
No, that was in your head.
You've seen it on TV. Oh, it must be true then, no?
Dude, don't make us all laugh. Now you're gonna get everybody laughing. Look, see what you did, man. See what I mean?
I love it.
Come on,
It's
man.
brilliant.
Jesus, Joe Cool, come on, man. Stop fucking around.
Hey,
I mean, come on, man.
To all the quote unquote flat earthers, and no, I'm not a baller, but my question is, why are you concerned with the substance of the earth? It sounds like you're breaking yourself from the Holy Trinity and all three jurisdictions, which is land.
I wish I was I wish I was a little bit taller.
Hold on a sec. The issue here with the globalists and all their fucking problem is they all think that it's about the shape, okay? Get the fucking shape out of your mind. It's about the lie. It's about the lie.
All right, what's the
Yeah.
But if we realize that the heliocentric model is a big old fucking bag of shit, And once you get to it, should we not move on? Like, boom, done, full stop, move on. Or do we want to
But
debate?
none of us actually know
Why do
unless
y'all
you've gone
keep
and
saying
travelled.
that? Why do y'all keep saying
Right.
that?
Because we don't.
You can look up in the sky.
Yeah, what do you? Oh, come on, man. What do you? Can you touch the sky?
Oh,
No,
Joe.
but I
Hey,
can
I've
see
seen
it. I
all
can't
sorts of
touch
stuff
the
in the
Pope, but
sky.
I can see him and I know it's
Oh.
there. Why does the logic
Did he answer
cease
the question
when
yet?
it comes to what's in the sky?
No,
But it's okay
no,
What was
because
the
Mookie
I'm
didn't.
question?
around. I
Joe-
know
Please come
you're
back with the
there.
question.
I
What was
haven't
the
touched
question?
you, but I know you there. That's a false fucking argument, right? I don't have to touch a thing. I can see it.
Why has it always got to be an argument? Sometimes there's a
I
conversation
didn't
going
mean
on, mate.
fight. I didn't mean argument with fight. That's a deflection. I meant the validity of your
No,
argument here.
did
You know
say
what I meant.
argument, and that's what attorneys do. Argument.
That's what attorneys do. They jump on the word. Yes.
Right? No. Listen, debate and argument is what attorneys do. If we're all trying to be in truth, why are we arguing? Again, there's one industry that does that. Politicians, attorneys.
Yes.
No, it is.
Yes. That's a bad word, but
'Cause
the
it
object
makes
here is
great
That is true.
communication.
That's true.
The
That's
object
very
here is
true.
communication, and you guys know in good faith what I meant by argument. I didn't mean fighting. I meant the strength of your position. And again, I asked, why does it down here it's okay? I know OTW exists because I've seen them. And then when I say I can look up in a fucking and see the objects in the sky, you say, but you can't touch them, Joe. How is that logical? Anyone?
Yeah, because
I
you
know what
see
you're-
me and can't touch me.
And I know you're there. No one's gonna say you don't know size there.
Yeah,
You
but
can't touch her.
Joe, there was a movie called The
No,
Sixth Sense. There was a movie called
Hey, Eric, I got it. I got it. Eric, I got it. I got
Wait,
this.
no,
Joe,
I'm
no, I got no Eric.
No,
Hold
hold
on.
on.
I got this.
Joe is relying on something
Eric,
that he
hold on.
sees. That's only
Eric.
one out of 6 senses.
I am relying
Oh
on
my
other things.
God,
I have
Lord.
other proof that it is there as well. We can get into that, but I'll let you keep going.
No,
We have
listen,
many more senses than we've been
Anyways,
shown.
Joe, cool.
Yeah,
Can we
yeah.
get like 1,000 subscribers over to Eric Beauchenet's channel? I think that's what'll cheer him up.
Eric needs a grand. I'll get right on that, Moose.
God, I hate you. I hate you. For the record, hate
Joe
you.
Cool,
Hey,
hold
for
up.
the record,
Hate is a strong word.
Joe Cool, we've been knowing each other for 3 years and going on 3 years now.
that sounds
I
about
need 844 subs. Can you help a sister out? That's all I'm saying. I need 844. That's all. It shouldn't be that hard.
That's right.
By the way,
So there's the
scribe.
thing. Here's the
Sub-
thing. The subscriptions happen naturally. You have to let the river flow naturally.
If you post some content, Shy, I would certainly wouldn't mind shouting you out and putting you on my page and sending motherfuckers. Anybody that gets near 1,000, I do that for a bunch of people. I help motherfuckers get their subs. But I also tell them, if you ain't got no content, I'm not gonna tell motherfuckers who come here to see people who chase police and government officials, here, go see Shy, and she's over there rubbing the cat talking
Cooking.
about
I'm
fucking
over here
Trump or
cooking.
something. Yeah.
I'm over there cooking. That's all that's on my channel. That's all that's on my shit right now is some food. But I got you, Joe. It's coming soon.
All right.
Hey, man's gotta eat,
Listen,
though.
let's not
Don't make
forget
me
this.
hungry, girl.
Moose, you'll dig this. When I asked you, Eric, what did you think about BLM? Do you remember what your response was?
I didn't get to finish it.
You got shouted over. Yeah,
Right.
but you remember how you started?
Well, I said it's just a brand. It's a moniker. It's a brand. It's a logo. So it is. So
I just wanted to point out that you had no hesitation talking about how you feel about that shit. But that other
No,
one,
I-
you've been 30 minutes trying to say something about January 6th.
no, what did I say about BLM or Antifa?
Shit, but you jumped right into it when I said the BLM shit, right? And I knew how you felt about it because you joined it with Antifa. So I had no clue. I don't know how you mean. I just had a clue how you felt about it.
Before January 6th, I have a video of me in the midst in New York City.
I heard you.
In the midst.
I heard you. Yeah.
I was not a part of. I was in.
I heard you. And I asked you your opinion on it, and you was like, "Oh, they're so-and-sos and blah blah blah."
No,
I asked you your opinion on January 6th. You was like, "What do you mean by in? What do you mean by there?" You got really weird.
So I, as an individual being, was in a so-called mass psychosis protest. I hate that. It fascinates me how the masses are triggered to go out and protest and picket and
Was it
do
a righteous cause? Was it a righteous cause?
So okay, so wait, no, wait. So does quote unquote BLM?
Hey, can you hold on one second?
I love it.
Let's go.
Message from our sponsors right here. All right,
Oh, here we
Manel,
go.
thank you for the €5 donation to OTW News Network. We are on
Wow.
hour 7,
Moose,
minute
it's
22,
great.
55 seconds.
It's great British pounds, by the way. I know it's a bit. We're scraping the barrel. We're all scraping the barrel.
And you know
I
what?
wish it could be more.
You, my dear,
Sorry, but
you, my
thank
dear,
you.
are a powerful
Bless
woman.
you.
You stepped up. You corrected me. I am wrong. That is 5 British pounds. And you know what? We love
That's
our
gotta be
British
at least
brothers
$7
so
or
But
much
hang on a
more than
minute.
we love the rest
Moose,
of Europe.
hang on.
So thank you,
They're going to
Manel,
take
for the
like
5 British
40%
pounds.
before it gets to OGW.
Yeah, so it's back down
That
to
sucks.
it's
You know
back
what I
down
mean?
to
Stop being
$3-4
pessimistic.
US.
Start being optimistic.
Y'all know what I don't understand
That's
though.
why I
How
share
can you?
what I have.
Oh
I
How
share
can
what I
you?
have when I can.
I'm sorry, y'all. How can you send $2 though? Like when I see people sending $2, I be like, "Yo, he ain't gonna get nothing but 30 cents of that."
No. You, if you're got a show or it's your channel and shit, you're grateful as motherfucker. Take the time to send 99 cents. It's more the
Look,
other
he's
things
gonna
than the
get.
money.
He'll get £2.60 of that.
And it's
Yeah,
not
so check this out.
the
Me
act
and Jack
itself
got
is
a
huge.
$2.
Okay,
Sorry, Joe, but
he'll
me
get
and Jack, we got a
£2.60. I
$2
promise you.
donation the other day, right? And so afterwards, we went out to go buy a candy bar. Well, I found out that a Snickers is $2.99 now. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't
Damn.
even get to buy that candy bar. We had to go back home and figure
What?
out
Get
what we
another
were gonna
dollar.
do.
No, I don't believe that, Moose. Stop it.
That's funny, bro.
Manel, he ain't lying shit, man.
No,
Listen,
but he's
a
saying the
candy
truth. The
bar is
Snickers
almost
is
$3.
almost.
I hope
Yeah,
that's not
yeah,
the case.
yeah. That's absolutely
That's
true.
terrible.
Yes,
No, I
yes.
don't buy that.
Here in Canada, it is. Canada,
Jeez.
$3 for
It's
chocolate.
here when I'm on the road. That's what candy
Okay,
bars
but
cost.
okay. Here's the
Yeah.
pivot. Right, hang on a minute. Here's the pivot. So you would you pay per gallon? Sorry, yeah, per gallon because you do it in gallons, don't you?
Yeah,
But
we
here in
do.
What you pay
Canada,
per
Tim,
gallon?
it's not in gallons here.
And you guys, listen, I gotta go.
Okay, in
Well,
liters. So
Oh,
you're
he's
still on the
gonna leave
British.
before he answers the question. Come on, brother.
You're not.
How
Obviously.
can you do that?
No
I'm gonna
Okay, so
send
we pay more
1,000
for our
subscribers
fuel
your
than you
way,
guys
and we're
do.
gonna do it today. All right, Moshe?
But answer the question, man.
Right. So in liters here, it's like for 4 liters, 1 gallon would be like, well, 1 liter is like $1.80 about. It varies. It goes between 160
Oh,
to
okay.
180.
That's
a
about
liter.
actually more than
Why
no.
is
In
it
some,
OTW can answer a question, but Eric can't?
I don't know. OTW. So we're paying on average about £1.50 a litre here. I noticed that my local garage, which you can only do with a card, by the way, it used to be a proper garage with a shop. Well, and I've lived here, through 30 years. I've come up here and lived up here. Now there's no shop. It's all automated. You got to put your card in. You got to type in whether it's 20 quid, 30 quid, 50, whatever. And then you select blah blah blah. So it's all this AI shit, which
Are
really
you
pees
saying
me off.
there's no human in there at all?
Hold on a sec, Joe.
No
For everybody
human,
out
no.
there who doesn't know what a quid is, it's like our form of a dollar for
Pound.
the
Yeah, it's a pound. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
y'all got about 8 names for that over there.
All right, just to
Oh,
let
we've
you
got-
guys know, the chat doesn't care. They wanna hear what Eric has to
Yeah,
say.
Eric, before you leave, I
Right,
would
come
love
on,
to
Eric.
hear
All right,
your opinion on this too, guys. If we could-
Manel, remember what I told you.
Yeah, what's
All right,
what's
so-
what's
I
the question?
remember.
Question. So back to BLM /
Was it an honorable? Was the
Hey, come on, guys. Let the
honorable
fucking guy
cause?
talk, man.
Is it an honorable cause? January 6th.
Wait. I thought you were on
Okay, BLM.
Oh my God.
But remember, if you answer BLM, you owe me January 6th because that was the original. But yes, I do want BLM. Was it honorable cause?
So the BLM/Antifa movement, the ideology.
You're adding all of that shit
That's
on
not
there.
what he
I'm not
asked you.
labeling it
Yes, you did.
Antifa, and I didn't say BLM was Antifa. That's not necessarily
Yeah,
what I
Just
said.
answer the question, man.
A
This
joke.
motherfucker's so good at dancing, man.
God, you fucking people are members of the
Just like
public.
a boxer,
You
innit?
danced
Like a
all
boxer.
around what he asked you. He asked you one question, and you're giving the theology, biology about Antifa and BLM. He asked you a question.
Sugla minchia, tu madre es putana, okay?
Bullshit.
No,
Was
it's
it's not a righteous cause?
Did he just speak Swahili or something?
Was it not? I don't want him to keep jumping off,
Hey,
guys,
did he
because
just
he's
do
gonna
a
leave soon.
voodoo spell on you or something like that? Like Joe Cool, is he trying to do some kind of like?
I'm
He
trying.
called me the N. He called me the N-word in Chinese.
Maybe not.
No way. No way. Really?
That was
I'm
Italian.
just joking. I'm just joking, y'all. I'm just joking.
I love you, Sly, but you're kind of funny, but that's why I love you. I
Dog,
want-
none of us understood what he said. I guarantee.
Eric, I love you too, even though you're a
No, I don't-
communist.
I don't
still
like
have
you.
love for you.
You're a freaking.
I know you don't like me, but you should love me because you're supposed to love your brother.
Eric, I don't think me and you are going to be able to have this conversation here, but
Hi, Morgan.
Yeah, Joe.
I'm sorry.
Joe. I like.
Hi,
Joe.
Morgan.
Oh, no, bud. Hello.
I mean, just
It's
answer
lovely
the
to be here.
question. Was January 6th, was
No,
that a
just
good
answer the
cause?
question. You sound like a pig in a police station, by the way.
All right, Moose.
That is
You gotta understand. He don't want to tell too much information. You know they watching, and he done been to court and everything. Come
It's
on,
not-
man, stop playing. He ain't trying to snitch on himself.
It's not
Yeah, 'cause
about that. It's
if he tells too much,
I'm trying to
right
help
after he
you
gets
out,
off the
Scott.
stream, his
Take the
phone's gonna
bit.
start ringing.
I know what you're
Take the
saying.
bit, Scott. I mean, Eric. Take the bit.
Eric, let me ask another question, which may sound totally different. Should Kaepernick have taken that knee during that game? What do you think?
Why would any sentient man take a knee to anything? Be it a king, a czar, or a frickin'? I would never take a knee to nothing.
So he should not have taken that knee.
Morgan sees it.
He doesn't need
The only
Joe.
time he
I don't
takes
think
a
he
knee
knows
is
the
when he
reason
goes to
why
his
Kaepernick took
boyfriend's
the knee.
house,
I got there eventually.
You hear me, Joe?
Yes.
Joe,
yes,
I don't
got there.
think Eric knows the reason why Kaepernick took the knee.
I would absolutely agree, and he's trying desperately to evade it by saying I'm a sentient being, blah blah blah. So I got to wrestle him and say he had a reason for doing it. He was trying to, you know what he was trying to do it. Why he was
Mental
trying to do
wrestling.
it, don't you?
It's mental wrestling.
Don't
He's
you
probably
understand
one
what,
of those
what he was
fed
trying
bottom
to
I'm up here with
accomplish?
Morgan.
If people want to take knees here, if you want to go through this plane of existence and take knees for any cause, all power to you. I ain't doing it. I will never take a knee for anything, any man, woman,
What
king,
about
cause.
You stood tall in that White House, didn't you? You ain't take no knee. You stood tall. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, listen, I would listen. So back to BLM. Okay, the BLM movement, are there just causes for grievances?
He
Hell,
didn't ask you that though. That's not what his question was.
This is as close as I'm gonna get. Please continue.
He's still
Go
not
ahead.
answered the question.
Go ahead.
Beep, 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 beep. I am not allowed to answer the question. I will.
the question was, say the
it,
question again.
was it a righteous cause?
Yes, there are elements of righteous cause within this thing.
No, that's not what he asked you.
Yes, he did. Oh my God, what the hell's wrong with you?
I literally just asked him that.
Thank
I
you.
thought you said what did he get? Was it a what did he get from it? That's what I thought you was asking.
I'm just asking his opinion. Was it a righteous cause? And I think his answer was there were many righteous cause elements to it.
Elements of it, of the overall BLM.
Yeah.
Are there elements that are righteous?
Yeah.
Yes. Are there that are
One more
unrighteous?
question. Do you take blood pressure medicine? Because if you do, I don't want to
you're gonna
continue
need
with
it
this
after
conversation.
this panel, bro. You're gonna need it.
I have no negative blood, and I'm pure-blooded, unlike all you.
We go from damn protest to BLM
What
to
about
Antifa.
January 6th? Was that a righteous cause?
Well, wait, are you talking about the MAGA people?
Oh
Hey,
my
were you born in the
God.
year of the rabbit?
Hey,
Because you
shut
hop
the fucking
around a lot.
calendar date, you dumb fucks.
I'm talking
There we
about
go. There we
the
go.
Capitol.
You
I don't
people
want
that
to get
dumb.
distracted on words, because someone might want
What's your definition of January 6th?
the people who went to the Capitol.
Don't raise your voice to me, young man.
Oh wait, so you mean So you're taking the term January 6th, and no, listen. There were millions of people who worship Trump, and they believe that elections and all that.
Oh my God. He's still avoiding the question.
You're aware that they went into the Capitol and knocked shit over on them.
Sly, he never answered the first one.
You're aware that a lot of shit happened.
January 6th. I'm done with you people. You are daft. Have fun with your public faggot shit, by the way, for the record.
Yeah.
Hey, Morgan
No,
gets.
you're a word salad, darling. That's what you are.
Word salad is you people are dumb, brainwashed left.
It's our fault.
I think the thing is, man, is you need to stay away from these kind of places because you are honestly a very angry, very
Let's get ready to
Sorry, it's getting late here.
You're so angry and irritated, and
Joe,
even your daughter yells at you.
That is not anger. That's vodka. That's not anger. That's vodka.
Without you hanging on my words. This is my problem.
Because you
however I try to
frame your question.
I've reframed it about 12 times at least.
What's your definition of January?
This is why I'm so far away from it. I'm saying
Eric,
shit
why don't
like
you just
the event
describe
that
the whole
happened.
thing?
Did you people talk loose without you fucking being a faggot?
When a bunch of people went into the Capitol and pushed the doors open, somebody got shot. All of that.
Nobody got shot.
That lady didn't get shot at the Capitol door?
Nobody got
Yes, she did.
All right. We ain't got to argue that. There was like a little rally or something down the street. I don't want to name it, but then they marched to the Capitol and pushed their way in. Was the cause why they pushed their way in? Right.
They didn't push their way in. They were led in.
Because somebody opened up the electronic door.
Let's go to the foundation, okay?
I want the truth.
Yeah.
We
So
had
hey,
a guy
that
Morgan
day
Trump
wasn't the right.
and hey, if you're not going to answer the question, Moshe,
I'm answering
we're
the
going to move
question.
on to another
To
guest.
ask the question.
Okay.
I remember seeing the cops let them
Stop
in.
using the term January 6th. That's a dumb term.
Every
It's
fucking time I come
January
up with
6th,
you, had
son.
a contestation again.
You
You understand, right?
Hey, Joe. There was millions of people who went to Washington, D.C.
My phone is on fire.
Oh my God. I can't even fucking talk to fucking people with a brain.
Go ahead.
Eric, didn't you tell people that you went to the Capitol on January 6th?
Yeah,
It was there on January 5th as well, just for your information. So that
No,
kind of
I said, did
So
you
you
tell
slept
people
over at the
that you
White
went to the
House or what?
Capitol on January 6th? Not the 5th, on the
No, I
6th.
went to the 5th.
So you weren't there on the 6th?
Wow, Morgan gets it. I went.
He was there.
You went
He
on the
was
5th.
at the
You were
spot.
there on the 6th, but you didn't go to the rally.
He was inside the building.
He was inside the Capitol.
Ah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud?
What is?
He was inside.
Wow, you people.
You, bro, you're the one
You
ducking
people?
dodging.
What do you mean, you
answered
people?
18 Black Lives Matter questions, not one for this one.
Calling
You won't even let me define.
I had to answer it.
the
Moose
day,
had to answer
right?
it.
Hey,
You
one
asked
at a
a bunch of shit
time.
about BLM.
Do you understand that millions of people went to the Capital Region, Dave?
But we only
I
got
have a
Yeah, but
Eric
I'm asking
Boche.
you
I have a
questions because
TV.
you're
We
the
only got
person
Eric
we
up here.
know.
Yeah, we only
TV,
got
bro.
Eric.
Yes, I have a TV. You think I was talking about the million people that went there?
You bought a brand January 6th. This is how dumb you people are.
No, this
you
is
buy
how
into
desperate you are.
brands.
The shit that occurred on January 6th. Alex
Which
flew
year?
the bland. You know
Which year?
what?
Which year? Which year?
Oh my
Because
God.
I was hoping he said that just to make my fucking day. God
Hey,
damn.
Joe. Hey, Joe, why you falling into that hole with him, man?
Greatest shit ever. I love this shit, man. Why would this nigga dance
Falling into that.
around?
Then you fell in the hole on
This
January
has gotta be
6th.
what solstice was the moon in. He will
January
not answer.
6th is a date.
He will not answer.
January 6th is a date.
Very weird indeed, eh?
Here.
Bro.
You're a very angry person.
No, I'm frustrated how dumb people can't even fucking communicate properly.
It's our fault.
This is why your daughter's very angry.
Keep talking about my
Don't talk about his daughters, Moose. Don't talk about his daughters. Moose, don't talk about his daughters.
The fuck?
You're right. Well,
Yeah,
she came up on stream and she started yelling at him.
All right, I don't
Well, that's not the day, Moose. That's not the
Go
day. We
back
want
to
to keep.
January 6th.
We want to keep the family
let's go
members
back
out
to
of this.
January 6th, and let's keep the family members out. I'm sorry. Let's hug a bunch of
Absolutely.
fuck
Sorry.
buddies. Hey,
Absolutely.
Eric, I love you, brother.
January
I
6th
don't like
is
you
not
at
a
all
place.
anymore, but
Hey, by the way, dumbass,
You know what we're talking
January
about.
6th is not a place.
You think you sound smart right now?
January 6th.
Joku, I remember.
That you know
I
what
remember.
we're talking about. You look
Yes.
desperate as fuck. So please continue dancing. This is entertainment for motherfuckers.
Is January
Nice
6th
one, point, Neil. Excellent.
Wait. Is
I
January
remember. I
is
remember Eric coming up on the panel telling us he had to go to court for being at the Capitol on January 6th.
That's why he's fucking
And
down.
nobody. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dang, that's why he won't talk about it. Okay, that makes
Yes,
sense.
he's fucking
Oh my!
he's
You know
wrapped all
what?
up in this
You're
shit.
all a bunch. Joe, I like you. Morgan is getting it.
Morgan is
I'm
smoking.
up for
Morgan
you.
don't give a look. Morgan is smoking.
You
Morgan
know,
don't give a
let's
fuck.
bring Morgan, you're
I
new,
came here to smoke.
and we should bring you in on the conversation anyway. Morgan, I'm gonna ask you what I asked Eric over there. Was January 6th a righteous cause?
For whom?
Don't pause like that. I'm gonna fucking nut my fucking pants.
For whom? Like
There
for
you go.
whom? I guess I'm
He
asking
said
you
for
to
whom,
narrow it
Joe?
down.
Joe, he said for whom?
Ladies and
My
gentlemen, when I
nose.
stream privately owned government operated Pogo, this is a perfect example. This dude right here, Bushene, fucking, when I scream at you guys, his answers, the questioning, his reaction. I know a lot of you, I fuck around and I get at you guys sometimes, even Sly, but hun, all you guys, this motherfucker has infiltrated media relations. And yes, there's NDAs involved. There's all kinds of shit involved. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Shane. And motherfucker, I know Jake. I know the shaman from Arizona. You're fucking set up, infiltrated, fucking fucktard Pogo. And that's why you can't answer any of these questions to these people. You make excuses. You're questioning also. You're like, oh, my video's left or right. Your narratives. Privately owned, government operated, ladies and gentlemen. They're all over. They're all over. Just so you know, this is just one of them.
What do
They're
you
all over
allegedly
the
have
place, guys.
against the transgender community? Because you keep calling everybody the F word around here.
Yeah, you don't even know what the fucking word means. Look it up, fag.
So what's your NDA say? Huh? What they do with you, bro?
No, why
I
don't
know, I know Jake fucking disclosed some of his. The
How
shaman.
much did they pay you?
Shaman don't give a fuck about his NDA. What'd yours say? I know you were in the photo shoot.
photo? Yes. Did you? Hey,
No. What'd your NDA say though? We're talking about your narratives now that you're on social media.
Faggot. You're a faggot prisoner.
Yeah, I'm a faggot, but you know what? You're a privately owned government operated terrorist. You are a sellout. You are a terroristic sellout. Fucktard. Privately owned government operated.
Morgan, what do you think of this
fucktard.
guy? Do you think
You're
he's
a team
dodging
player.
the question? Do you think he's bullshitting us or what?
Shut up, team players. You're on.
No, I already know, Moose. I've done research on this guy. That's why do you think I never really fucked with him? He's just one of the Pogos, infiltrated, just like Shaman, just like Jake, he used to Jake. The reason Jake was targeted is he dressed in his little shaman thing out here in Arizona, did the Trump rallies all the time. And then someone approached him, said, hey, want to go to the Capitol? Here's a free ticket. No, these motherfuckers were individually picked. Individually in the position they were in, just like that photo op. You're right, there are thousands and thousands there. But Boshene, the guy on YouTube, the guy who is linked to some of these pogos, he's in the photo op. He's hug a buddy, fuck a buddy with the fucking. No, the optics guys. This guy's
What's that
a fucking
noise? What's all that noise?
media
Bullshit,
related
calm
narrative,
yourself.
cult mentality narrative he's pushing. He's pushing his pogo narratives, guys.
And you're a faggot.
Yeah.
military, and you are military.
Yes.
Like Jake
Oh,
was.
no, I'm military. Well, then
You
you should
are.
know I'm right, right? You
You are
fucking terrorist. If
military.
I'm you fucking terrorist, right? You fucking
It's duck
terrorist.
All right,
in for a
look,
minute.
Hey,
It
Morgan,
talks like
at
a
some
duck
point,
and
I
it's
still
like
do
duck.
have a
now it's
question
like
for you when
Going
Morgan
down.
gets
Morgan.
Yeah,
open.
yeah, yeah. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Look,
All right.
look,
I'm
I'm
back
showing
in.
you.
If
I'm
Black
showing you
Lives
a bud,
Matter
Morgan.
was to stop the police from
Black lives do
killing
matter.
black,
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
was to stop the police
Oh,
from
sorry, that's
killing
nice.
black
Very
folks so
yum.
much and to get them off
Hey,
of the public's business in general, because a lot of those folks
Joe
are
Cool,
white
let
and
I
me
things
mean,
ask
like that.
something real
Hold
quick.
on, I
I
Joe
wasn't
Cool.
understand
done.
your point,
Hold
but
on.
can we get that
Hey,
to a
no, Joe
clear?
Cool,
Hey,
you know
let
what?
me
Let
ask
me
you
ask
a
something.
Hey,
Listen,
hey,
hold on.
hey,
Listen,
order, order,
if
order. Please.
Let me
if
Let's
Gently.
get ready to rumble!
the
if
Black Lives
if
Matter is linked
BLM
to
was about
Hassan.
getting the cops off of black motherfuckers'
No,
backs,
the Black
what
Lives
was
I
Matter
support
is
January
it.
linked to
6th
Hassan
about?
in the Middle East.
That's the question. What was January 6th about?
Dude, it's part of the dude, it's the
I,
civil discourse. It's the fucking wheat and the tear. It's the fucking fall of Babel. It's the New World Order minus Hulk Hogan being
Just
set
that
up there.
day, Snap
These
Food,
are
just
things that are
January
planned,
6th,
that
just
are
that one
known,
day.
that are already in place. And
what
what I'm
was
saying is Black
January
Lives
6th
Matter, the
about,
reason, hey, why
Morgan,
do you
when
think
you get a
Black Lives
chance?
Matter was pushed
It's
so hard at the
okay.
beginning?
Right. I
It's
think it's
linked to
part of
Morgan.
a
Hassan, you
controlled,
guys.
a
It's linked
Snap
to the
controlled,
Food, let us
Middle
hear from
East.
not
Morgan. Snap
opposition,
Food,
but
let
a
us hear from Morgan.
controlled. I think it's a controlled. I think it's part of a controlled narrative
Yeah.
that's
That you
going
said you
on.
think.
So whether
You
it
should be
happened
like,
Right.
on
you
this day
know.
or that day, they're like, hopefully around this time, if this goes down here or there, and then certain things kind of like because they control things. They're like, if we do this over here and this over here,
False
hopefully the
flag events,
environment will
ladies and
cause
gentlemen, they are
a
Morgan,
real.
you're
perfect
right, though.
storm
You're
to
right.
They
occur
are
around this
real.
date.
False flag
So
Morgan,
I think
events
that it
are
was a
real.
political
Snap
perfect
Food.
storm
yeah,
affected
I
by
agree
different
with you.
people that were
Yeah.
infiltrated, like CIA and different parties that had told different people different things, and people that were there and
Oracle.
whatnot. And because of the perfect storm of people happening to be there, because whatever was going to go on, if there was something going to go on, it was to go on in a certain thing. And that's how you compartmentalize somebody, because nobody actually knows anything. But at the same time, I've got everybody in play. So
When
now,
you're
as the
done, I'd like you
orchestrator
to
and the
answer
wizard,
my
I am
question.
the grand wizard because I am the son of the grand wizard. So I understand how they operate. I stand back and I say, it's time.
That's good to know, but at some
It's
point,
the
I'd like
right
you to
place.
answer my
Let's see what
question.
we can do and what can happen.
Yes, it's a
And one thing they
political
decided to do
psyop.
was
That's not my
had people
question,
in
but please
place
continue to
No, I
fill
in
it
order
agree,
out.
to get
Morgan. I agree.
things to move forward. Meaning, I think there was a rabble that moved forward because the people that were leading it were instructed to. And I think they were
Wasn't
let in
Who
asking
into
told
the
you to
that.
place
say
that they
this
went
the way you're
into
saying it?
by
Huh?
those that were working for the, not necessarily state, but state of what the
Yeah,
other person
yeah.
said, the state of the disorder.
I get that. I get that. Okay, now
Joe Cool,
we
you're
know it's
fucking.
a political psyop. That taken out of it, those people who rushed that building, and please don't hang on my words like the last guy. What was
I didn't
their
really see anybody rush the
You know
building.
what? You know what's funny,
you're
Joe
gonna
Cool?
hang
I
on
gotta
the
be real
fucking
with you, dude.
words. Those
Joe,
people
Joe, Joe.
entered
No,
the
I gotta be
building.
real with you. You're sitting
They
here
were
talking about
there. I'm
political
gonna have to
psyop.
spell
This
it
dude
out
is part of
because
it.
you guys are
Snap
gonna dance
Food.
endlessly. Was most of those people there because they thought the election was
Let's
stolen?
suck a pogo's nuts.
Shut up.
Put
Look at
icing
that
on it.
pause. Look
Okay.
at
I
that
don't.
pause. Look at
That's the
that pause.
thing. The people that were there,
Look at the
I don't
pause,
think
yo.
they knew.
Like
I
you've
think
never
if they
thought of
had,
this
I think
Hard
they
before.
had
You've
an
never
opinion.
considered this.
about it and lying to
I think they had an
hate
opinion
this.
and they
Lying
felt strongly about it.
Yeah, that opinion was the election was
And I
stolen.
and
don't
Yeah.
lying.
know if
Who's done it
anybody thought
multiple.
they were going to change anything. I
Shy.
think that some of the people
Let
happened to
Shy
be
say
led
something,
into a
please,
building
gentlemen.
by those that were leading them for whatever reasons they were. But I think
No,
it was just a
you
politically
keep.
charged crowd, and
Yeah, so
you
is
can
BLM and
get a
all of that
lot of
shit
people to
that
do
everybody
anything at
can
those
talk
times.
about. Yes, here's how you sound. Was it okay for Kaepernick to take the knee? Was the Black Lives Matter movement correct or a good thing? And you say, I think it was orchestrated by George Soros and all of that shit. Yes, I get that fucking the master pulls the strings and all that, but
I
the tens
think
of
Soros
thousands of
opted
people
a lot
who
of
were out in
things
the
that
street
needed to
don't
come
know
to a
shit
head in the
about George
community that weren't being
Soros, right?
addressed.
The people out in the street don't know shit about George Soros, ain't attended one fucking meeting. So we can understand that we know what we're talking about. The same thing on January 6th. Those people that went in there had a certain belief. And in general, I can't say every
Emotionally
fucking
opted.
one.
Yes.
Yes, and would you agree that they
Yes,
went
were
in there on
emotionally
some?
opted for someone else's leading them. Correct.
Yes, all right. What were
You
their
got it.
perceptions? As wrong as I agree that they are, as I'm sure mine are and every fucking body else's, then they went in there on some, we're gonna, what did you tell me? I want your words. What they go in there thinking?
Hoping
Which
that they
one,
could,
the
what you
tall
said,
ones or the
hoping that they could
yeah.
state that we don't think the election was fair. We
All
think
right, I
that there
like
might have
that.
been a different outcome.
All right.
Or that we'd
I
like it
dig
done
that.
again. But irregardless, we are upset about it.
Yeah,
And
I
Joe,
we would
dig
you're a
like
that.
perfect
something,
example of the
and we're applying
fucking
pressure.
citizens who have no fucking clue, dude. You sit here and say, oh, they have no clue about George Soros. You're asking what the pogo reason, like, why are we fucking doing what we're doing? You're asking the fucking enemy.
No, I
Who's
know
part of this
why.
fucking pogo business. You're sitting,
Yes.
you sit here and say, oh, the people don't know about George Soros. Well, you obviously don't know about these agents or these people involved in this
Oh no, don't
shit.
say
Because
obviously.
you're
That
sitting here
shit's
fucking chumming
obvious.
it up with one of them who
That
is part
shit's
of the reason
obvious.
of all that.
Because I'm smart and I'm not
Morgan is not an
fearful.
agent.
Wait.
Snafu.
I am not fearful. Motherfucker, I run into
No, I'm
cops and
talking
all
about
of these people all
Bushane
the
when I
day.
was
I talk
listening
to them
earlier.
all the time.
Oh,
It
okay.
doesn't mean I believe one thing or another simply
No,
because I talk to this motherfucker.
I'm not talking about Morgan. I'm talking. I want on the right. I'm talking about Bushane.
Listen,
Not.
here's
not.
I
here's what
thought
I
that for
gotta
a moment
do.
earlier, but I
Morgan
was
just
listening to
answered
him
the
and he said
question. Can
Bashane.
Bashane
And so
answer it?
respect.
No,
I
no,
gotta
no, not Morgan. I think you got the
But
deal.
no
Like you said,
respect,
the
brother. I
optics.
paid attention
Like I
earlier,
think
and
there's
I know that you've been talking about Bashane. I understand that. I
it's,
paid attention from the very get-go.
multifaceted. It's
But I
multifaceted
understand what she
agenda.
said because I thought so for a moment too, which is why I'm still in the groove.
You got it's
I
multifaceted
respect what
agendas.
she
Why
thought
do
though,
you
because
think
I
the
thought the same
bricks are
thing for a
being
moment.
laid
But
out with the pallets with the bricks? Why do you
why
think the
is it even
parade?
important
Why
to
do you
talk
think the
about?
tranny movement or the gay agenda is way in the news right now? And why do you think the shooting agendas and the innocents are in the news? Why do you think human trafficking is all of a sudden coming up
Talking
with
points
the
for the
UK?
next election.
Again,
Talking points for the next election.
But
exactly,
people
Sly.
buy that
The
shit.
the
People
pieces are
believe
being
that shit.
moved.
And I
The
gotta
pieces are being
untrick
moved.
them. I gotta see how they think so I can untrick them. This is
Okay,
why I
I just
ask the
want to let you
questions
know
I
though, they're
ask.
gonna fucking tell you bullshit, bro. Like they're gonna like when you talk to these pogos and stuff, and even us. That's why for those who are religious, trust the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your own understanding. And if you're not religious, remember higher power. A doorknob opens a door. Sun gives you day. We are, there's a understanding that none of us understand. To the point. That's why I always say you're truth, yo. But what I do know, Joe, is the optics of things, and when these people say what they say, and because I know what I can't disclose some of it, but some of these people know OTW's been around a long time, and others who know some of the dirt I've stuck my hand into with these pogos.
Yeah.
When it comes to Bushane and others in social media realm and their connections and why you see them in certain pictures and why the propaganda is there, remember this is pretty deep and it's linked to child sex trafficking rings. It's linked to terroristic data collection and agencies.
COINTEL,
It's
that
linked to
bullshit.
all kinds of shit. So when I yell and scream, you guys, there's reasons because these people, if not directly, they are still connected to these enterprises, these New World Order agendas in play.
I assume that through the
No,
gate, I
it's
assume that of
passion.
at least
Passion
60,
and righteous anger,
70%
man.
of the people that run around these rooms, I give it that high, are part of that. That's how fucking what I really believe. I assume if I'm on a panel, shit, at least 3 or 4 of us are down with that, getting a payment somehow, or have bought the fucking psychology. That shit's a given. Fucking the Panthers would have traded 60 to 70%, I heard, by the time they went down. You think they're not in here?
It's the media connections. It's their regular. That's why I said I bet Bushane, but he could talk all the shit. I bet he wouldn't release phone records during that month. I bet he wouldn't. Really. And the answers he was
He
giving
don't
you
even
guys.
want to talk about January. He don't even want to
Right.
talk about that day.
Right, and the answers he was giving you guys, and I like this. I know the shaman guy. His name was Jake Chansley. He lived here in Arizona. He would go to the fucking Trump rallies all the time here in Arizona. He already had a record. Da 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 da. He was a QAnon fucktard dude. Blah blah. I've had old interviews of him when he was out here in Arizona. But he was approached, just like many Roshane, wink, wink, Pogo, privately owned government operated. They were approached for certain reasons, for certain agendas already in play. I mean, the money in your hand, guys, it has the Twin Towers, it has the Pentagon, it has the COVID mask. The optics that you're witnessing in Hollywood and all this stuff. I mean, when we talk about the dirties of dirties, like trafficking and this and that, notice the UK now, one of the biggest busts yet. They will use this darkness for the political theater show. But remember, Trump's back your ass, Biden's back your ass. These people, there's both Western elites and Eastern elites. China, the dragon, China, Magog, Russia. Yes, we are witnessing the world stage of transitional power.
Immorality has a price.
Nothing, man.
Immorality has a price.
And many people around the world are waiting for the fall of Babylon, waiting to see Americans live how others have lived even to today.
Yeah.
You know, and what I'm trying to say is these pogos, these infiltration are about money, data collection, and a mentality, a narrative, a pushing of the propaganda.
Yes.
And Joe, you would not believe some of these people are directly tied that we watched. That we had to the Hillary
I
Clinton
assume
border,
that. I'm telling you,
big
I
time.
assume just
Right, and
because.
there is
All about control, guys and girls. All about control.
I listened to some of the questions that I listened to some of the questions that when they come up on these panels, they ask certain questions, and I be paying attention to those because I be like, yo, wait, you sound like you trying to get somebody to, like, are you wired? Are you wearing a recording
It
or
truly
something?
is a wheat and tear. It truly, and again, when I tell you guys the devices on your phones that you guys are using, like patent developed right now, the people that we know working in YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, the devices on your phone, the frequencies that are going out right now, the things that are happening. And if you're having mental issues, health issues, anxiety issues, things like that, I'm not fucking around when I say these are patents that are in play right now. The people are, and so like this metaverse is more of a real verse in many ways than you guys could understand. And so just remember the optics, like I always say, they may not be real optics, but they're still optics to the agenda in play.
So the pandemic, like I said, the pandemic was really planned because look at all the issues after 2020. Look at all the issues that have arisen, right? The damn fentanyl. Now they got the
transgender
horse.
bullshit.
All of that shit. All of a sudden coming up.
Public.
Well, it's back in the day. Remember, no one even knew what autoimmune issues were until like what technology, TSA, fucking walkthroughs with the TSA looking at the walking through the X-rays machines, just so much technology, and that's why the chemtrails. The governments have released intel and plus whistleblowers of what they're doing. We are just witnessing the transitional power, the people, and this is especially online with YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and this. The reason these pogos, as I like to say, are coming out of the woodwork is because they also know time is coming up when, even us, this grid, especially in American soil, mainland, grid, like they opt to grid down, and it's a perfect example of a grid down situation to when they have to reboot, then all of a sudden, you have to have a social credit score to even log on. You have to,
It's going to affect everywhere, not just
everywhere in
it'll
the world.
affect
They're setting it up, man. These pogos know it too, so they're collecting everything they can, money,
to see where everybody stands. To see where everybody stands. I see it. The division is the division is to see where everybody is going to stand. If you're going to stand on the right or if you're going to stand on the left.
If you're gonna stand with God or you're gonna stand with Satan, that's what it comes down to.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
And really, there's a lot of money and a lot of data. Data is the new money right now, and a lot of information being sold right now. And again, because like I said, when I talk about these bigger channels like Marfugal linked to Oracle, number 2 data collection, then we got Brian Boshane who's come around all you guys, but he's involved with other shit. And then you got all these other little fucktards, in the game, the bigger ones or the cult mentality ones. The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, it's in your face. The optics are in your face. These people are the people you see that are involved.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, OTW.
Thank you, Snafu. You kicked in the end, bro.
All right.
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Everyone, Snafu,
Hey,
Neil, Eric, Sly, Joe,
Much
More
love
power.
to
Love you.
everybody. Yes, thank you
Bless
for
you
being
all.
here.
Great days ahead.
OTW, you are the best, man. I'm really enjoying this. Really, from the first day I saw you to now, yo, I really appreciate you.
Thank
Hey,
you very much,
Respect.
Sly.
OTW.
Absolutely.
See you
Yes,
guys
Eric.
I'll
later. See you,
second.
Marnell. Love you.
See you. Love you, Sly.
Bye, Sly Shy.
Ooh.
Love you guys. Great. Lovely. Even with the noise. Gentlemen. Keep being gentlemen.
Peace,
All right.
man.
Peace,
Hi,
man.
Yeah,
Neil.
that's 2 weeks.
Thank you
That's
for
Listen.
2
being here.
weeks, man.
OTW,
2 weeks
Eric.
in a row,
I
Pat.
salute you.
OTW.
Best days ahead. No,
All
no.
right, Manal. Thank you very much.
Can we talk in Well, stream is.
All right.
Hey, what's up? Oh, down to 3. The Holy Trinity.
All right. You have some final words you would like to say, sir?
Yeah, I just want to say let me make sure. Yeah, that's 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks in a row that I've mirrored the Grand Rising show, dude. So we'll see how I feel going forward. I don't see any reason to discontinue other than to start my own thing. But then again, that would run concurrent, so that would be an issue. So I'll see how I just feel going forward. You know what I mean? Because I'm already doing the Friday, Saturday thing every night. But yeah, it was interesting having you up here again, Mr. Eric. It's been a while since I saw you, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to segue away from the digital Black Mirror a bit.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, it is what it is. OTW, I like what you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Just be careful of the Black Mirror, the Silicon Jesus, the cult of personality. Okay.
All
It's
right.
important when somebody like Moose comes on. Oh, you don't have subscribers and nobody listens to you. Well, is that what it's about? I mean, you can go that way, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? It has caveats in there.
I do understand, sir.
Yes.
I've been around for a bit now. I'm starting to get pretty a good hang on things. Thank you for your perspective, sir, and thank you for joining us today on the OTW News Grand Rising Show number 18. Another successful week, ladies and gentlemen, for the Grand Rising Show. So please be sure to be tuned in next week, Monday morning, bright and early, for another great epic show like we've had all week and last week, and everything is actually going very, very good. So thank you, everyone, for your support. Thanks, everybody who is watching, who has watched, who has participated in the panel, and has been in chat. So thank you. Much love to everybody, and have a great weekend. Peace. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and choose the ending song, put up a nice little overlay to promote the channel, like this one here, the Grand Rising Show. Yeah. All right. So let's do this. I'm going down and choosing this Friday song to get you guys started for your weekend. And, let's say, how about, I don't know. We heard a lot of rumors. Maybe we go with rumors or the runaway. Hold on, let me check. Lost Sky. Okay, I've never played this one. I think I'll go with this one. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Much love. Peace.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. Pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are.